second post, Wesley Pascoe.
Double century to Green.
Wicket-taking Test match record.
In the air, he's got it. One best ball. And brings up in both of them century. There's the 100th for ball. He's done it.
Oh, and that's taken the off step.
There it is. Ball's got him.
I see. Has he got it into the gap? He has. What a moment for Michael Clark.
As kids here in Australia, we put the footy boots away and suddenly it's summer. Time for cricket, out in the street. Mum and Dad calling us in for dinner and we're begging, one more, mate. Look out, there's a car coming. Okay, quick, one more before dinner, one more. Down to the beach, more cricket. That spectacular one-handed catch diving into the surf. Mine! Ah, summer. And of course, that white floppy hat. What a ridiculous fashion statement. As the years go by, you're suddenly driving to club cricket with the radio blaring with your favourite tune, banging the steering wheel, cheering on your mates, those cold beers afterwards, and of course, the friendships that last forever. When I first played Ashes cricket, back in the early 90s, a lot of those Poms were our mates. We'd spend hours drinking and laughing together in the change rooms after a long, tough day. But the next day, you're into them all. Bloody Poms. You can't let them beat you at anything. Monopoly, marbles. Next thing you know, they'll be thinking they can beat you at cricket.
Alistair Cook and England, Ashes winners 2013.
And sure, the tables might have turned in recent times, but now is the time. Now's the time to stamp back our authority, to defend our fortress. In the right spirit, of course. In the nicest possible way, we want to make them feel horribly uncomfortable. We want to see our players strutting from the dressing room with their chest pumped out like our friend David Hasselhoff. We want to see the gadding ball.
He's done it.
Gooch punching in denial. Harmison striking Ponting at Lords. England 2005. Mike Hussey hitting through cover at amazing Adelaide. Nasser Hussain, the beak, 200 at Edgbaston. Tubby's true grit.
There it is, well played into the Gabba.
I love Tubbs, the finest captain I ever played under. Rallying the troops. Let's get all over him like a cheap suit, guys. Nasser, it's getting closer.
And he's been given out.
One brings two, lads. Let's get that one. Look out. Here comes the walking ego. Kevin Smash'em Peterson. Get him around his legs. Got him.
Oh, he's got him. He's bowled.
Don't you get out now, Athers. Don't you get out to McGrath again. I want to get you, Athers. It's my turn this time. Don't deny me that.
Oh, he's done him.
Bat and bat and bat. Bowl until your fingers burn. And blister. Then bowl some more.
Get ready, loosen those vocals up, Tubbs. Here it comes.
A hat-trick. It's never far away.
Oh, that ball is close. He's given it up. He's given it up. Peter Siddle's got a hat-trick on his birthday.
As a boy, I loved seeing Lilly steaming in with his shirt unbuttoned and his chains flying north, south, east and west. Bold Lilly caught Marsh and Chaps, batting with his collar turned up, adjusting his box. Go Chaps. Pigeon, my mate Pigeon. To me, Beefy epitomised everything England.
Oh, he's got him.
Ian Botham, big, bold and brash. That bulldog in him. He seemed to have the power to drag the rest of them along with him. And the crowds, they loved it. This summer, it's Stuart Broad.
Oh, my goodness me.
We want to see him get smashed, get nothing and go home. We have a world-class batsman in Pup, one of the very, very best. So here we go. Here we go. One more. One more. There's a car coming. Still one more. Suddenly, we're here at the Gabba. The first test, Australia versus England on the one and only Nines wide world of sports. It's got to be summer. Who better to set the scene than the King, Shane Warne, there with his thoughts on what the Ashes mean to him. Some said that back-to-back Ashes series was too much of a good thing. Are they kidding? Look at these lines and these crowds of people who are now flooding into the Gabba. Welcome everybody, the start of the Commonwealth Bank Ashes series of 2013-2014 here at the Gabba. The first day's play and we've got beautiful conditions for it. We are at fever pitch. Alongside me, Michael Slater, Michael Vaughan, who's with us for the summer, and Ian Healy as well. We'll start with you, Slats, because multi-platform man, you've been on the radio, you've been everywhere, and cricket is everywhere.
It is everywhere. Everyone's been talking about it for months. The teams have been talking about it. They've been throwing barbs at one another. There's been relationship in both camps having to say that we all get on. So enough of the words, enough of the emotion. Let's take all that to the middle and see who is the better side. It depends what camp you sit in. If it's England, you think you should have won the last series 4-0. And Australia, obviously, half glass full. They're saying 3-0 wasn't a fair.
Well, fever pitch back home is full of expectation. England are on the verge of winning a fourth consecutive Ashes series. But I will say this, if Australia play as well as been talking, England are knackered.
I reckon you're right. The Australians have certainly let the English know. We've seen Siddle talk to Cook. We've seen Warner saying England fear us. So they have said plenty. But there's only one chance to talk it up, and that's gone now. They've got to talk. They've got to walk the talk. You see the bowlers behind us.
Yeah,
I think these are the men. These are the men that are feeling the pressure today, because at Brisbane in the first session, you know, if you're told to bowl, whether you win or lose the toss, you're expected to do some damage, and that's why these guys have got a big job, and they will be concentrating on lengths and lines, control and aggression. They've got to be patient, but they've also got to be aggressive. So the Australian fast bowlers, you see the two witches hats they've got out there, the two cones, they're on a length relevant to Brisbane. It's about 4.5 metres from the batsman's stumps. So right from now, they're going to practice bowling that patient length.
All right, Michael, you've picked up on one English cricketer who's getting ready to play, and it interests you.
Yeah, and it's a huge moment for England. The engine, Matthew Pryor, looks like he's going to be fit. He's been struggling with that calf problem. He's trained well over the last 2 days, and great news for the England supporters that he's out there doing all his work. You know, you can see that he's with the slip cordon. I mentioned him as the engine. He really is a pivotal member of that side because he really constructs everything out in the middle.
Just one quick answer from you. 1 hour to go. What's a player doing?
Well, you're trying to find some space. You're trying to get engaged in a conversation if that diverts your attention off what you're going to be doing in an hour's time. You're trying to challenge all the butterflies, that nervous energy, into positive energy when you hit the middle. This morning can set up the whole series.
Great. Thank you, Slats. When we come back after the break, we're going to be in a new studio with James Brayshaw, with Shane Warne and with David Lloyd. That's Bumble. And when you talk Bumble, you think 1974-5 and you think a fella called Jeffrey Robert Thompson.
All I worried about was bowling quick. I didn't worry about trying to swing this or trying to do this leg cutter, all this. You only did that if nothing else worked, you know, and that was a waste of time.
And bowled him. Edridge, clean bowl by Thompson. That was a pretty vicious ball, that one.
It's just knowing you've got that power, you know, to dominate. It's a funny thing, you would never know it unless you were there, you know, unless you're a quick bowler and the opposition there. I mean, they honestly had fear in their eyes. I don't care how they were, who they were, how good they thought they were, whatever. Even when you play international, mate, it's not a good feeling to know that you look around and the blokes are standing over there on the hill sort of thing, the slips are, you know, their bowls back, and you think, down the hill's with the ball going to carry there. If it's carrying that far, it won't want to hit me on the way through. If I miss it, I make sure it misses me because it's going to hurt.
Bowled, it's all over.
The pictures that tell the story of England's 3-0 win last summer in England. This is the picture that tells the story all English fans are concerned about. Matt Pryor will play in this Test match. He looks in pretty good shape. He's got his leg bandaged up. He doesn't want to be disturbed. What we'll do now is go up to our new studio. James Brayshaw awaits us. He has an alternative look on all sorts of things that happened in that English summer.
Thank you very much for that, Mark. I am joined in the studio by Shane Warne. Going to get to you in just a second, Warnie. It's great to have you all summer, of course. But David Lloyd, a.k.a. Bumble, I'm going to start with you because you needed resuscitating in that ad break after having a look at Tomo.
He was rapid, let me tell you. He was rapid. He said they don't know they're born these days. No helmets, no arm pads, no chest guards, no thigh pads. He was rapid.
I must admit, Warnie, when we did have a look at that vision, it is scary fast.
Yeah, good morning. It was a bit like, oh my goodness, that's quick, isn't it? And there's a bit of ahs and ahs, but it was wonderful watching Tomo in full flight as a kid growing up. I don't envy Bumble trying to face him, but he was fantastic for the game.
Hey, lots of talk. In fact, to quote Bono, probably too much talk coming into this series, and a lot of it about Stuart Broad and what Australian public's going to do with him. And it all stems back to Old Trafford, of course, and that amazing incident that we all saw and analysed a million times. Bumble, you were at the microphone at the time and did a great job of calling it, but you know, we saw the edge, a bit of help from Hads, whether it came off his glove or thigh or whatever, and it was caught by Michael Clark. And we need to have a listen as well as watch.
Oh, he's gone this time. Not the best delivery. And he's still there, Stuart Broad. What's he standing there for? They've all appealed.
Certainly our players haven't forgotten. They're calling everything under the sun as they go past. So I would hope the Australian public are the same, because that was just blatant cheating. You know, that's the way, you know, I don't advocate walking, but when you hit it the first slip, it's pretty hard. So from my point of view, I hope the Australian public just give it to him right from the word go for the whole summer. And I hope he cries and goes home.
The big boy leaving nothing in the tank. He did say after that he probably went a little hard, but what is he going to expect?
Well, I think the one thing is that each opposition team that comes to Australia, the same as when Australia go to England, there's a villain. In England last summer, it was David Warner, and I thought he coped with it beautifully. This year, it's going to be Stuart Broad here in Australia, that's for sure. And I think KP is going to be itching pretty hard for it as well. But Stuart Broad, I think, is going to be the winner. I think Buff has also come out and said he regrets he said that too, because I think he just got caught up with the emotion and all that. No, the Australian coach shouldn't be saying that. And, you know, Buff's already said that. He's an emotional person. But I think with Stuart Broad, I commend him. I think, look, there's all sorts of verdicts. Should they walk? Should we not? At the end of the day, not players going to walk. We don't want people to pick and choose when they want to walk and when they don't. The umpire's there to give you out. Stuart Broad nicked it to slip, so I commend him for not walking. If you nick it to slip and stand there and get given not out, well played.
Well, we saw the end of that Test match, Bumble, where Brad Haddon, inside edge, huge appeal. We're going to take a look at it here. He stood his ground, that's the equation, and was obviously an appeal. And then they went upstairs and it was given out, and that was the end of the Test match.
Well, I know that the players out there in the middle just said to him, I hate that. He said, yeah, I've knocked the cover off it. I don't see any difference between a thin nick and a thick nick. So I'm going with Shane, that you just stand there, wait for the umpire to give you out. Once he's given you out, off you go.
Spoken by a former umpire, exactly. Ian Bell, enormous in the series over there. I love your relationship with him, Warnie. In fact, you're branded in the Shermanator. Let's take a look.
And he's not the have a look at him. If the Sherman had a couple of blonde highlights, it's spot on, isn't it?
He's an ugly critter, he is. the one in the red,
the Shermanator.
No, the one in the red. Crikey.
That's, of course, out of American Pie. And then we're going to take a look at some vision from 05. When you took him to task on the ground, here we are, a little bit of lip. What's happening here?
Look, I think the thing with Ian Bell, that you know, you don't waste your breath on someone that's not a good player or not a class act. Ian Bell was always a class act. A few of those times I just was one of those guys that I think early in his career I seemed to have the wood on, which was nice. But since then he's gone on to flourish to become a wonderful player. I used to enjoy telling him that he wasn't good enough. That was fun. I still try every now and then from the commentary box 6 years long. But he's turned into a wonderful player. And as you said, he was the difference this summer in England with between the two times. His numbers, the way he played, he's easy on the eye. He was wonderful to watch.
That we saw there with Shane makes a player. It made Ian Bell. He was stood there, rabbit in the headlights, and now you see him play as he did in 2013 English summer. That was a wonderful time for him. He comes in behind Peterson. I think that's a big move.
And Peterson has already made some enemies here in Queensland. Warnie, unbelievable article in the Courier Mail. I think you know a bit about the history behind this Bumble.
Well, they've had a real go. I think he's called Ben Dorridge. He's the lad who has a right go at Peterson since they've arrived in Australia, and there was a press conference, Peterson's 100th test, and Peterson went on the front foot and he started saying, well, yeah, I've enjoyed the banter, it's been great reading about it, it's been wonderful fun. What's your name again? It really put him down.
I think it's fantastic. I think that's great. I mean, Kevin Peterson, 100th test match, this is wonderful. He's probably the most destructive player in the world game, for any team. He's wonderful to watch. I think everybody, whether you like Kevin Peterson or not, he's a joy to watch. He's just destructive. He goes after bowling, and to play a 100 test match shows a lot of courage. You've got to get through some niggles. You've got to love the game. You've got to be passionate about it, and KP is.
Oh, there's some swagger too. And he's earned it. 100 tests, he's been a great player. Let's talk about the dressing room, the Australian dressing room, Warnie. We've got Pup, your great mate. We've got the issue with he and Shane Watson, which they say is a non-issue. But just the whole place, is it gelling? Are they ready to go?
Well, I think towards the back end of the last Ashes series, Australia looked a lot happier. They looked a lot more together. They looked a lot more united. And I think that came from selection. I think the Australian selectors knew what the team was more likely to be rather than at the start. They didn't know. And I think there has been a few suggestions about change rooms and all that sort of thing. But the one thing I said, there's a lot of the changes we've all played, and there's a lot of arguments that go on in the change room, and I think that's healthy in debate. And I think the main thing about Watson and Clark was about, is he bowling, is he not, and what position he should bat. And obviously the captain is in charge of the batting order and working out where people should play. And if they argue and disagree, it doesn't mean they hate each other. It means they've been having some discussion about it. So I think it's fine. I think that's one area the Australian team need to improve, because when you're losing, human nature needs to, some people start to look after themselves. So it's up to the captain to sort of cut that out straight away and make sure you gel the team together. And to me, they started to look a happier team.
And Bumble's nice and smug, everything going okay in the English camp?
Yeah, they're absolutely fine. You always look at KP. I think he's in a good place, a really good place. 100th test match, it's a beautiful day, great pitch here. England are always settled. They know what they're doing.
All right. I look forward to chatting to you gentlemen all summer.
Yeah,
You're both superstars. We're going to take a break. So speaking of big names, two great Australian captains in this studio next, Mark Taylor and Ian Chappell. Welcome back to the Gabba as we build up to the 2013 Ashes series. The build-up has been extraordinary. Out in the middle earlier on, the conditions couldn't be better. We are ready to go. Two men who led Australia into multiple Ashes campaigns, Ian Chappell and Mark Taylor, joining me. Hello, boys.
G'day, James.
Now, chaps, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but Tub, I want to start with you. We've got the screen, and I know you're comfortable at the screen, and I want you to head up there and answer this very simple question. Can the Aussies win the Ashes?
Righto. Well, there's no doubt in my mind Australia can win this Ashes series, but they need contributions right down the order. If we look at the recent series played in England, Australia lost the series 3-0, but the last three test matches, they were in them, and it wasn't just on the back of Michael Clark. So what they're going to need is some contributions right down the order, and that's what we saw in Durham. Chris Rogers in that test match made his first test match century, made 110 out of 270. He's a good, solid left-hand opening batsman, and he'll be a calming influence around the likes of Watson and this man, David Warner. David Warner made 71 in the second innings of that test match and almost guided Australia to a victory when they almost chased down 299. He's back in form after 400s for New South Wales in recent times. This man is also been in terrific form. Shane Watson, 170 in that final test match at the Oval. Has he finally nailed down the number 3 spot? I think he's more comfortable in his shoes. Watch for him throughout this series. The last man who also made a test match 100 in that final test match at the Oval was Steve Smith, a terrific young player. He's feeling comfortable now as an Australian player, so watch for him to add to the contributions of Michael Clark, Watson, Warner and co. We talked then about Australia needing to get some wickets. There's been lots of chat around Harris, Siddle and Johnson leading into this series. But I'm going to keep an eye on this man, Nathan Lyon. Had to win his spot back in the recent Ashes series after missing the first 2 test matches, and then bowled well, took 9 wickets in those 3 tests. He needs to do the job that Graham Swan does for England. Keep it tight at one end and pick up the odd big wicket like that one of Kevin Peterson. He's got a big role to play. May not play here at the Gabba because of the injury to Shane Watson, but will have a big role to play throughout the summer. If he doesn't play here, I'm sure you'll see this guy, Steve Smith, do quite a bit of bowling at various stages when Michael Clark goes searching for a wicket when the pitches flatten out. Picked up 3 for 18 at Lords late on day 2 in that second test match. He's a fine young cricketer. As I said a moment ago, he's now more comfortable as an Australian player, making some runs, picking up the odd big wicket. He's going to be a terrific character for Australia for many years to come. So, JB, Chappelli, I think Australia can win it. They won't start as favourites, and nor should they, but they're starting to get the team together that can win this Ashes series for Australia.
Thank you, Tub. As always, some very good points made. And Chappelli, I know you want to talk about Mitch Johnson and the impact he can potentially have.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson, I think, is critical. Along with Shane Watson, I think they're 2 critical guys. The reason I say Mitch Johnson, because he can bowl very, very well. He can bowl fast and a bit of short pitch stuff, but he can also bowl poorly. Now, if he bowls poorly, that puts an extra load on Siddle and Harris. Australia don't need that. But if he's bowling like this with late in swing, he's bowling with pace, and he's got that extra bounce, then he gives the side an extra edge in attack. So Mitchell Johnson to me is critical with the ball.
X factor, no doubt. Ryan Harris as well?
Absolutely. I'd be interested to see how England play Mitchell Johnson and Nathan Lyon. I just spoke about him, because if they don't bowl well and England attack those 2 bowlers, that will put that extra pressure back on Harris and Siddle, who are class acts, and Australia don't want them bowling any more overs than they have to throughout this summer. All
right, massive intrigue around the selection of the Australian team, especially. Do they go in with 4 seamers, or do they take Nathan Lyon in? We're going to find out next. Mark Nicholas will be out in the centre with the 2 skippers.
Way back in 1882 that Frederick the Demon Spofford blew away the Englishmen at the Oval in London, and the Ashes were born. The Sporting Times of London printed a mock obituary saying that the body of English cricket was to be cremated and the Ashes taken to Australia. Since that day, cricketers and cricket lovers on both sides of the world have followed the story as if it were their own. The battle for the Ashes is cricket's ultimate contest. The little urn is the ultimate prize. And the story continues. The captains are with me, Michael Clarke and Alistair Cook. Jeff Crow from New Zealand is the match referee, and Michael Clarke has a special coin minted for the moment.
Heads.
Heads is the call from Alistair Cook.
Tails, it's Australia.
Australia win the toss. They seem to be pleased.
Yeah, we're gonna have a bat, Mark. The wicket looks fantastic. Obviously, the forecast is very good. It might be a little bit tacky, so it might do a little bit early on today, but we're looking forward to spending some time in the middle.
We're fascinated by your team. What have you gone for?
James Faulkner's our 12th man.
So Nathan Lyon is in that side. George Bailey gets his first cap.
George Bailey makes his debut. Yeah, very exciting. He's a wonderful guy and he's been playing exceptional cricket. So he's looking forward to this opportunity, and also Brad Haddon's 50th test. So very exciting.
You've had your game face on the last couple of days. How badly do you want this?
Look, I think everybody's sick of talking. I think we're all keen. Both teams are keen to start playing. So let's get underway.
Did you learn things in England that can help you win this series?
I think we learn a lot, and we'll find that out over the next 5 test matches.
We wish you well.
Thanks, Mark.
What an exciting moment for you to lead England here at the start of an Ashes series.
Yeah, it is. It's a very special day for a lot of us here today. It's obviously a great place to start the tour, and we just can't wait to get going now.
Am I right in thinking you'd have liked to have had a bat first?
Yeah, we would have done. Here, the first hour's crucial. You can make some inroads in there, and then it turns to be a pretty good wicket for the first few days. So, as always, it's who does it best will give themselves the best opportunity. So, we're looking forward to giving it a go, and can't wait to go.
We've seen Matt Pryor warming up. We assume he is playing.
Yeah, Matty's come through everything, which is great news for us. Obviously, he's worked very hard to get himself back, and he's an important part.
Great. And Chris Tremlett's in, is he?
Yeah, Chris is the third teamer. He's had a great record here in Australia when he came over last time, and he's ready to go.
All this rain in your preparation, but the gods have turned for you.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, some of that, but you don't know what's good or bad luck. It means that we're all fresh, and we haven't got too many overs into the lads.
Ready to go, huh?
Cheers, mate.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at those sides. Confirm the Australians first. There you have it. Mark Taylor is alongside me. And Tub, I think it is what we expected, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think both sides have gone with, I think they're correct sides. You know, Pryor's stayed in the side, Tremlett's there. On the Australian point of view, I reckon they've done the right thing. They've given their number one spinner the first test match. That's what they didn't do in the Ashes series earlier this year. They've said to Nathan Lyon, you're our man, get out there and bowl. Now they've won the toss. That's a big win for Australia.
Matt Pryor's that engine room for England.
And he would have been a massive loss for the English, but he's back there. Hopefully he can get that calf really going and not re-injure anything, and he'll be right, and he fills that hole well.
You guys know this pitch particularly well. Heels, take us through it.
Yeah, generally I think this is a Gabba pitch that we expect, and I'll get out the Tony Gregg key in memory of Greggy. I'm not allowed to get on the actual surface, so I want to go down here. You heard Michael Clark say that. It was a bit tacky, and you see what the players do. They come out here, the ones that are allowed to, they come out here and put their spikes in here, and you can see they've all been around here just testing out how much moisture is in this surface. Well, let's have a look at the key and how easy it goes in. It goes in really easily, and there's that much slick mud on that and turf. I mightn't be able to start my car tonight, but it's got moisture in this surface, which should mean slow sideways movement, as the captain said.
Now, it wasn't only the key in the pitch that Greggy invented. Have a look at this.
That registering 80, and that is more moisture in the surface than there was over in Perth. Well, that's the situation in terms of the pitch. Let's have a look at the weather wall. The wind direction there, one of a northeasterly direction, and really gusting a little bit, as you can see from the wind speed, up to about 15 at times, and then dropping back as it is there to about 10.
We will all, I think, miss Tony Gregg. We'll miss Richie Beno this match, and Bill Laurie too. We send our fond wishes to both Richie for a speedy recovery and to Bill at home. What we've done for Greggy is we've brought back the weather wall. How good's this? As I show you the weather wall here, it's all there. 64% humidity, top left-hand corner. We've asked Mark Taylor about player comfort underneath it. He reckons 70% player comfort here. He'd like it an ideal world, a touch cooler. Forecast temperature today about 30 degrees. Go up to the top in the middle. Pitch moisture's interesting. 65% of moisture in that pitch, reckons Kevin Mitchell. So Ian Healy will have gone with that. By the end of the game, that'll be down to about 30%. It's currently around 24 out here. The light's really good. We're going to mark it out of 10, and we're giving it 9 out of 10 today. And the wind's coming from the east, and there isn't a great deal of it. Right, it's a special day for an awful lot of people, particularly for a man who's making his Test match debut. And just a few moments ago, it was Mark Taylor who presented George Bailey with the Baggy Green.
But congratulations, you've thoroughly deserved it. It's a very proud day for you and your family to join the other 435 players. Just get out there and enjoy yourself, mate. Play the sort of cricket that got you in this team. All the best.
We're about to see it start to happen.
Yes, he's bowled in. There is a flipper. Magnificent bowling.
That was a magnificent delivery. It beat out of them all ends up.
Got him. Well, that's magnificently bowled. Taylor had a word with him, and he has struck. Oh, yes, he's got him. That's out. Oh, he's bowled him around his legs. Yes, he's hit the stumps around his legs.
Oh, and there's another one.
That's out. That's the end of the Test match. And 8 wickets for Shane Warne, 11 for the Test match, and they go 1 up in the series.
The best of Warney here at the Gabba, 94-95, 8 for 71. Michael Vaughan is with Shane. You remember that day well?
I do. It was a fantastic memory going back, because I remember we didn't enforce the follow-on. Mark Taylor didn't enforce the follow-on. It was sort of a bit of a talking point, so we had to come out and bowl well. England guys had a bit of a partnership, and then we managed to knock these blokes over, so it was nice.
You're a bit trimmer these days, aren't you?
I was young and fresh there, though, wasn't I? Young and fresh, that's for sure.
Let's watch the two of them go head-to-head, because you got into him on occasions, Vaughan.
Just every now and again he bowled the odd pie. I managed to strike a few to that short boundary at the Adelaide Oval, and then you just wait for this one. What is this? A full bunger. You didn't bowl many of them, but you had to make the most of it.
And
great battles along the way.
We got the miracle catch too. How good's this, Warney?
Well, the really good thing is watch what hand it goes in for Glenn McGrath. It goes in his right hand. How does it end up there? I mean, he was a fantastic outfielder, and Michael Vaughan was very stiff. that the big pigeon got one. I think he raised his hand up and said, look, I've got it. But he used to love the Ashes series too, big pigeon.
It's my favourite catch. Right, so you two went at each other on the field, but the last week or so you've been hard at it off the field. Have a look at this. This is from Warney in his Telegraph column in London. I think Alistair Cook needs to be more imaginative. If Australia play well and he continues to captain the way he does, they'll lose the series. So Michael Vaughan fires back on Twitter. Take your blinkers off. How can Clark be the next best captain in the world when his team doesn't win cricket matches? Wait for it, Warney is back at him. Here's a question for you. If a World 11 was picked today, who would captain it? Michael Vaughan's the answer. Is it? Not Michael Vaughan. Michael Clark is the answer. Is it?
No, at all. I'd say Graham Smith, for all of his experience. He's got South Africa to #1 in the world. What I will say about the two captains on show, I think they can both learn from each other. I think Clark out in the middle is brilliant, imaginative. I think Cook can improve in that department. Cook off the field is fantastic at creating that culture. If you blended them both together, you'd have the perfect captain.
Michael Clark's a magnificent batsman, isn't he? I mean, maybe the best in the world today. Have a look at their records. I mean, they're startlingly similar, more than 7,500 runs each. They both played 97 tests, so in Perth they're both going to be playing their 100th. They've both got, 2,500 top-class players, and Clark, when he's flowing, Warney, is spectacular off either foot.
He is, and I think if you think about the last 12 or 18 months of what Michael Clark's been able to achieve in all different conditions, against all types of bowling attacks, he's showed his class. And to me, if he's not the best batsman in the world, he's probably in the grand final at the moment. The only thing I think he can work on a little bit is the shorter ball, but against the spinners and all that sort of stuff, he's been fantastic. England sort of got him out a couple of times, and I think they think there's a sense of a weakness against the shorter ball. I don't think it's there. I think with his back occasionally, he's just got out a few times because of his back. I don't think he's got any issue whatsoever with a shorter ball. So I'd be interested to see when he bats, when England are going to come out and try and target him. His back said he's fine. Let's see how he plays it.
Well, Michael Slater does think he has a bit of an issue with the shorter ball. In fact, he can investigate it for us in the studio right now.
Thanks, guys, and don't you love the tactics running into a big series? No bigger than the Ashes and no bigger than getting Michael Clark out, the best batsman in the Australian team currently. Andrew Strauss, the ex-captain a few years ago, said he was a bit gun-shy, Clarkie, that he didn't like the short ball, and the current crop think that that's the case as well. They feel that they've had some effect in England recently against him. Let's go to our virtual batter. He's pretending to be Michael Clark, and we're looking at his back foot movement. The right leg tends to go back to the leg stump, sometimes back and away a little bit to the onside. Now, what this says to Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad is that he's now playing away from his eyes, his leg side of the ball, sparring out towards the slips. He loses control of a lot of shots. He's not lining it up. And then if that doesn't work, they pitch it up and he starts to run through the ball and gets away from the body. It's really good bowling tactics, but they need to get it in the right area. Michael Clark, if he thinks it's a problem, will have been in the nets facing 100 balls short pitched, so that back foot is in and behind the ball. So the right leg back and across the stumps. Now what this does, lines his eyes up. He can now roll the ball down to fine leg. He's in a better position to play the pull shot, the cut shot. He's just more organised to even let the ball go. So is it a problem for Michael Clark? Maybe a slight one. We know the class act he is if England don't employ it right. If they don't get it right, Clarkie will smash him. Back to you.
OK, food for thought there for one attack. Now for another attack that the Australians will be investigating Alistair Cook, a player that you think very highly of.
Yeah, he's a class act. I think his main strength is his concentration levels. He knows his limitations as a player. He sticks to them. He's got 3 or 4 shots, the cut shot, the pull shot, the flick of the hip. The one area that you can target him, I think Australia did it well in the UK, was full on and around the off stump. Sometimes that right leg doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. So I think that's where Australia will target him.
Well, Tubby is busy taking guard out here. He's imagining he is a left-hander out in the middle. England aren't batting this morning, but you think there's a point to be made, Tub?
Absolutely. Michael Vaughan is right onto it. He averaged 127 3 years ago here, but only 27 6 months ago in England. What Australia started to do was bowl fuller and a little bit wider to him. So what they're trying to do is get him to play forward, because he's no doubt more comfortable playing off the back foot. As Michael Vaughan said, he likes to cut and he likes to pull. So we've isolated one of his dismissals from earlier this year in the Australia A game. You can see he is backing across and then he comes forward quite late, and you can see there that the front foot actually hasn't landed at this stage. So he is on the move. Now what that means is if the ball moves off the seam, either back in or away from him, he can be LBW or caught behind. And that's how he's gone mostly in recent times. So what he does, what he likes to do, he likes to get there first, which is a great position to cut and to pull. But coming forward, he only gets to here, just in front of the popping crease. So if that ball does move in, hits him on the pads, he's a real LBW chance. And also, if he's driving, he's not that far forward, so the bat will occasionally come out in front of the pads and bring the edge into play. So look for the Australian bowlers to once again bowl much fuller to Alistair Cook than they did here 3 years ago.
Thanks, Tub. These are stories that are going to evolve throughout this summer of cricket. Michael Vaughan and Shane Warner with us for all the test matches. Remember, the Aussies are batting first. See you in a minute. The Australians will bat first. We're on the brink of the anthem ceremony. Here's James Sherry.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you and welcome to the Gabba for this, the first Commonwealth Bank Ashes test between Australia and England. Please join me in welcoming the teams onto the arena. England, led by captain Alistair Cook, and Australia, led by Michael Clarke.
Here come the players. I'm trying to get hold of Ryan Harris. See you there, Rhino?
Gotcha, yep.
Good boy. How do you feel? This must be awesome to be fit and ready on the first morning of an Ashes summer.
Oh, it's obviously fantastic. It's getting the atmosphere now with the crowd just walking out. It's great. It would have been nice to have the brand new kookaburra in my hand, but probably even better that I'm sitting down watching the boys have a bat.
I was going to say, I bet your batters don't agree with that.
No, it's okay.
How is the dressing room? Confident?
Yeah, pretty good. The feeling's really good. The boys are ready to go. They've done all the work and a lot of training and just ready to get here and play.
I think it was Michael Clarke who said at the toss, it's time to stop talking and start playing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. We've had a good week, long week, and as I said, we just want to get out here now, and the nerves are building, the excitement's building, and we're just ready to go.
Now, Rhino, this is a mighty proud moment for you, isn't it, to stand here?
It is. It's great. It's my home, a new home, and I've been here for a bit, and it's great to be able to play a test out here in front of my home crowd and at one of my favourite grounds. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully it's not for a bit. Another couple of days I'll get the ball in the air, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Good. Go well, mate. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to James Sherry.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you now please be upstanding as we welcome Turrbal Elder and Musgrave Park Family Cultural Centre member Uncle Joe Kirk to conduct the welcome to country. He'll be followed by Matthew Broadbent with the God Save the Queen, and Luke Kennedy will then follow, supported by the Qantas Choir with the Australian National Anthem.
Yes, good morning everyone, and it's great to be here as an Aboriginal elder on this sacred ground, not only to the Indigenous people of this land, but to all Australians and all Queenslanders. What a great day for cricket. So in acknowledging the traditional owners of this land, the Jaguar people, and the Brisbane elders of this homeland, I would say to you in Aboriginal language, Watamuli Taragara Banijija-wi Muyaja Goyajaya Muyagaya-wi, which means, hello, welcome to this spiritual site for all Queenslanders, on behalf of the Aboriginal people of Queensland. And may God bless us all in our test match today. Thank you very much.
Save the Queen.
You don't get moments like that often. You never forget moments like that. Everywhere you turn, people stand and they sing the anthems of their land. And the players leave the field now, ready to come out again in just a moment's time. A lot for Chris Rogers and David Warner to think about. Michael Hussey is alongside me, along with Michael Slater. That was good. That was the real thing. It's good to have you with us. Huss is going to be with us commentating on many of the Test matches this summer. Tell us a bit about the nervous tension in that room now.
Well, everyone will be different, that's for sure. Some guys will be quiet and reserved. Some guys will be listening to music. Other guys will be trying to laugh and joke and pretend they're not nervous, but I can assure you, everyone is very nervous in there right now.
You were the relaxed type, weren't you? I was the relaxed type.
You'd have been two completely alternative. If you'd been opening the batting together, you'd have been quiet and calm, yes?
No, not at all. I'd like to spare a thought for George Bailey right now. You know, I couldn't feel my legs after the national anthem in my first Test match, so spare a thought for George.
I suppose he's batting sixth though, so he's got a while to wait if the openers do the job, and that's what's on the mind of Warner. He has found a way to succeed in the early part of this season through playing his natural game. Through the 50-over game, he's been able to reproduce that in the 4-day game for New South Wales, and I think what he's reminded himself is see the ball, hit the ball. So I don't think he'll be thinking too much. Just think about the big moments that Australia have been involved in the last Ashes series, and we weren't good enough to win them or minimise the damage if we're on the wrong side of it. This 2-hour period is a big moment in the series. Warner can be a game breaker straight up. That's how I see it, as simply as that. If he comes out and fires, sees the ball, hits the ball, and gets off to 50 at lunch, say, the series is starting to come back to Australia.
So the whole country's fascinated by David Warner. We know the magic you're talking about. What's David Warner doing right now?
He looks really pumped up, actually, seeing him warm up. He'll be getting himself going. Plenty of stretches, plenty of jumping up and down, lots of positive self-talk. And then Chris Rogers, on the other hand, will hopefully be a bit more reserved, just focusing on what he needs to do in this first hour, because you're right, this first hour is crucial. They might do a little bit early. There's definitely moisture in that pitch, but it's going to be an interesting start.
Can you be overpumped? Could David Warner be overpumped?
You can be overpumped, and I think for Dave, if he's overpumped, he's thinking about it. He bats best when he's just focusing on the ball. Thinking time is before the game. He has got to just feel the moment, channel those nerves into a positive sense, not a negative sense, and get reckless with his stroke play, as we've seen. That's where the combination works together. Get Rogers up there telling him, mate, just keep it simple. Watch the ball and play it on its merits. The bowling, if that's on the money, that makes it difficult, but the nerves can overwhelm the bowler as well.
Easier said than done, Slats. Easier said than done.
Well, I know. That's we're ex-players. It's a lot easier standing here, but I'm casting back.
How big a boost for the Rooms is it to have won the toss?
Oh, I think, yeah, you want to get out there and get on the front foot and make a statement in the series, and Davey Warner will certainly want to do that. So I think it's a bit big for Australia to get off to a good start. The first hour is just crucial.
All right. Pictures live from the Gabba here in Brisbane. We are moments away from the start of the first Ashes Test match between Australia and England. Australia have won the toss. Michael Clark looked pleased to do so, you won't be surprised to hear, on a beautiful day. Barely a cloud in the sky. It's going to get quite hot, they reckon, around about 30 degrees. And people from all around the world join us for the first time now. Welcome to you all. We're delighted to have your company. We hope that the cricket matches the hype, because there has sure been some hype. There go the umpires, in fact, are ready, in situ already. Some of the English players are making their way from the tunnel, and in his 100th Test match, Kevin Pietersen leads England to the middle. What an achievement for Pietersen. 100 Test matches today, a hug with his captain Alistair Cook. And as if that doesn't get your heart pumping, this will. The roar for Warner and Rogers. Oh, you're loud right now. Come on! That's how it feels. Full house. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ashes of 213-214 are underway. Waiting for us in the commentary box, Ian Chappell, Ian Healy and Mark Taylor.
Thanks very much, Mark. Kevin Pietersen, brilliant achievement. Clark and Cook both hopefully about to bring up their 100 Test matches in this series as well. No one could stay in the dressing room. They can't wait to get out in the middle. Warner and Rogers were in the tunnel for minutes before they needed to be. Anderson and Broad were out in the middle warming up and just could not wait to get to this moment. It is huge. head-to-head Ashes series. This is the 68th. It's 31 all, 5 drawn series. So that's the sort of significance that this sporting phenomenon brings to the Gabba to start 2013. Who's it to be? That's Chris Rogers taking guard. He's going to take strike. The aggressive David Warner at the non-strikers end, about to face James Anderson. Rogers, 7 matches, 35 average. Good job in the recent Ashes series when he got his second chance at Test match cricket. England have packed the slips. That's Warner at the non-strikers end, 23 matches, so 30 matches between the two Australian openers. Very inexperienced, and his average just a touch under 37. They're both looking for better averages than that. England looking to stop that, that's for sure. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point. Anderson is the man they want to bowl long periods. Don't give early breakthroughs. Don't let him get a roll on, because he has got a knack, and a very successful knack, of getting 4, 5 and 6 wicket hauls in that career. 88 matches, averaging over 30, which is a surprise for his world credibility. He is one of the best going round. Chris Rogers about to take strike. First ball, Ashes, Gabba, always packed with drama. Oh, away swinger to the left-hander. Everyone's expecting in-swing. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, Ian, and hello to all of our viewers. Well, perfect conditions for this first day of the series, and I'll bet the players are the happiest in the ground that the first ball has been bowled, and now we can get to reality and get away from all the words and stuff that has been spoken and written about this series. Now we're on with the contest.
Those English slips are very tight. One allowed to go through to the keeper, head high as well.
Yeah, nice bit of bounce there, wasn't there, from James Anderson. And just following on from what Ian Chappell said, I think Chris Rogers will feel better now. He's faced a couple of balls. I'm sure even James Anderson, who's played a number of Ashes Test matches, will just be glad to get those first couple out of the hand, get them down there. The first one was a beauty, swung away a little bit, forced Rogers to play, and ball number 2 carried through above Matt Pryor's head. So there's a bit there. And James Anderson's the sort of guy who gets a lot of balls in the right areas.
Who's going to feel comfort first? That's the thing. After about 15-20 minutes, Rogers will probably be thinking, oh, hang on, this is the normal cricket game. You know, all the hype and speculation, as Ian Chappell mentioned, is gone. The chance to talk yourself up or put a message to the opposition is over, and it's got to be employed now and executed. Both men quite tense. Anderson very thoughtful in his walk back. Rogers always calculated at the crease. Very stiff and robotic. Routines are important. Good delivery. Well played.
With that little bit of moisture that Ian Healy talked about in the pitch, in his pitch report, generally what that does, when there's that much moisture there'll be a little bit of movement off the seam, bit sideways, but generally a little bit slower. The pitch gets a bit quicker as the moisture goes out of the pitch, and I think it'll go out pretty quickly with the sun out, the warmth that we've got here today. So the bowling side really need to strike in that first hour, because after that, even probably a bit before lunchtime, it will dry out quite a lot.
No runs.
Yeah, it'll be a great test for David Warner when he gets on strike. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, but he likes to feel bat on ball and likes to get away to a bit of a quick start if he can. This pitch here can always not be the easiest to do that too, because the ball won't come on as much as Ian Chappell just talked about it. There'll be that little bit of sideways movement with this brand new ball, so he'll have to be a little bit cautious, I dare say, unless he gets some rubbish early on.
Last ball, first over. Leave through to the keeper. Rogers threw his first Ashes over in Brisbane. It's a maiden. It's the panoramic shot looking over the Gabba. Maiden first up in the Ashes. Jimmy Anderson, 1 overs, 1 maiden. Now David Warner on strike. Guess who's bowling?
That's what they're saying. They're saying Stuart Broad. That's what they're saying, aren't they?
Something like that. he's ready for it, I'm sure. He's been pumped. He's probably over-bowled in warm-ups this morning. He was that keen out there. He did 2 lots of warm-ups, 1 regulation, then when he got the whites on, he was back out there again. So he's really keen to counteract this crowd.
This will be a good battle. I just said last over, Dave Warner will be looking to score. He always looks to score. Can Broad get it in the right areas? If he bowls wide, Warner will be after him.
Gets it right, there could be a chance. Oh, it's a pull shot, the Ashes are running away.
Well, that was a no ball, and what a confidence boost for David Warner. This is when he's at his best, when he just plays naturally. I think there was a time at the start of this season in the Ryobi Cup matches, the early couple, he seemed to play very tentatively, almost as though he was trying to survive for a while. He soon got out of that mode. He banged out 3 centuries, and he sent a message to England, and straight away, and that is an amazing move, straight away an extra man has gone back. Jonathan Trott has gone just behind square. You don't like to see a captain back off that quickly.
Oh, big slippage at the bowling crease too. Really slid Stuart Broad. He needs to be careful. Gets the length a bit better. Little bit of in-swing. The crowd are in a frenzy.
I was just thinking back to Michael Slater here, back in 1994-5, when I think he faced Philip de Freitas. First 2 balls of the Ashes series, he went square cut cover drive, and Australia were none for 8. I was waiting for David Warner to hit that second ball for 4 also. That was a terrific shot. First ball of the series for him to get a short ball. It wasn't a bad one. It's wide of off. It's probably not quite as high as Broad would have liked, but Warner was in position quickly. Hammered it.
Crowd have died down. Full and wide, swinging down leg side. That had been just a touch straighter. There's an easy 4 tickled round the leg side for Warner to go with the pull shot he created.
Interesting looking at those 2 men on the hook shot. You've got Jonathan Trott, who's a deep backward square leg, and you've got Kevin Peterson there, left of screen there. That's not a very big boundary, that. So if they're going to bowl bounces to David Warner, any sort of reasonable strike will go over their head. That's the length I think you're going to see a lot more of, though, particularly with this new ball.
And particularly with it swinging. We saw Jimmy Anderson swing a couple in his first over to Chris Rogers, and admittedly it was wide down leg side, but Stuart Broad got the ball, I think it was the 3rd ball of the over, second legal one, that swung quite a lot, swung back into David Warner, but it was ill-directed.
Then that last one just nipped away a little bit. Warner good enough to leave it. Oh, he's got it wrong. He's got it wrong. Broad, nervous, tense, not coming out of the hand anywhere near like he'd like. I guess that's a thing to cope with, Tubbs. He slipped maybe 8 centimetres with that one. You've got to be really careful and on your front foot so that it feels good coming out of the hand.
Yeah, we often talk about how nervous it is as an opening batsman, but the same can be said about the bowlers here, that they know they've got till probably lunchtime to get it right, and the danger is you sometimes run in thinking, I've just got to put it there. Roundabout off stump will do. It doesn't quite come out right. So far, Warner's a couple wide of off stump, a couple down the leg side and 1 short one. So at the moment, Broad hasn't got the ball exactly where he wants it to. And the danger is, from a bowling point of view, that you start trying to just put it there on a spot rather than bowl it.
So the ability to be comfortable with your front foot, it's hitting the deck now. The body locks up, the front side of the body locks up, and the bowling arm whips through. You don't need your front foot to be moving. Warner gets it into the gap again. Work for Tremlett at mid-on. Does well. Warner takes a breath now. 7 from the second over. It's none for 7. Anderson to Rogers to start. Rogers looks at Warner and his scoreboard. 6. How dare he get away to 6? I'm still on 0. But he's only faced 1 over. That's his job. To blunt that new ball and have the Australians bat around him. A man whose game is based on patience. There's a side screen problem.
Yeah, Kumar Dharmasena, who's the umpire at the Vulture Street end of the ground. He came down at the end of last over to say something. I think it might be above the sight screen, one of the corporate boxes above that. He had a word to Paul Wilson, who's about the fourth umpire.
Yeah, there's been two issues there. There's been that one that Paul Wilson has dealt with, and then this one was the side screen. Jimmy Anderson's bowling in-swing to a right-hander, but of course it's to a left-hander, so away swing. I'm sure they're expecting in-swing, which is his normal shape, but he's come out with something new. He's got to get his line right. That was outside leg or on leg. Inside edge, take it.
Well, he's a bit of a rarity, Jimmy Anderson, because he does get it to swing both ways. Got a good in-swinger, good out-swinger. You generally find that a guy who's got a good out-swinger doesn't bother too much with the in-swinger, because sometimes you can lose the out-swinger by trying to bowl the other one. But he does bowl both, and that's why he's got Rogers a bit uncertain.
Now Warner, his willingness to play naturally been evident already. Ball on his legs, worked into the gap, short ball, smashed it for 4. Anderson looking to bowl, nothing easy. Full, smash! How's the outfield? It's good enough. Warner's 10.
Two confidence-building shots to David Warner, the pull shot or the hook shot last over of Stuart Broad, and now a cover drive. That's not easy to do. First couple of overs of a test match, to be good enough to get back to play a pull shot and then play that one. Slightly on the rise against a guy who swinging the ball away. Beautifully played.
I think that's a sign of the confidence that David Warner has come into this game with, because of all the runs he's piled up early in the summer.
Oh, it's full again, its edge doesn't carry. Anderson doesn't get too wrong too often. The length in adjustment to the last one was perfect.
Nice bowling, brave bowling from James Anderson. Got the ball full again, even though he went through the covers. It's up there again. This time Warner's on the move, and just short. Graham Swan, I think, is the man there. He tried to come forward. No, it's actually Ian Bell. Tries to come forward and almost gets there. Or just before the fingers.
So close. Warner settles.
And straight away, Ian Bell indicated to the umpire that it hadn't carried. He knew immediately, just gave a little signal with his hands to the umpire, it hasn't carried.
It was a smooth bounce though, wasn't it? Bounced off the grass into his hands without any noticeable upward movement.
Well, that's a good indicator for the umpire. If the ball hits high in the hands, it means it's bounced.
Action aplenty after 3 overs, none for 12. Right, Stuart Broad needing attention out there on that bowling crease. So the golf buggy of the curators are out, dropping sawdust, which again suggests the slickness of that surface for an hour or two. And I often ask what sawdust does, because that surely doesn't do much, but I have had it informed that it increases the coefficient of friction, and that must mean something. That doesn't allow you to slip.
Stick to the medical terms, will you, Heels?
Yes.
You're branching out this year, are you?
Well, these pitches are normally hard. Session 1 can be hard and slippery. Rogers squared up. Rogers out.
That's a very good delivery from Stuart Broad. It was well directed, and the bounce was around about shoulder height, exactly where you want it. Make the batsman play if you're going to bowl a short pitch delivery, and it resulted in a simple catch. So first breakthrough, Stuart Broad.
Sharp. See, no slippage. No slippage in his front foot. Gets great success. Rogers jammed back in his crease, squared up, and he's out for 1. 1 for 12. Shane Watson at the crease. First wicket down for Australia. Big moment for him. He's so keen to follow up the work he did in the last Test match. 176, battling some LBW demons. Overcome them. Now is his chance to lift that average from 36 once again into the 40s.
Yeah, 36. Lots of 50s and only those 300s you talk about, Ian Hill. He's a much better player than that. He's a great looking player, Shane Watson. When he gets himself set, he can drive down the ground. He's a lovely big stride forward and drives down the ground. He can also play the pull and hook shot. He's got all the shots in the book. Like all players, needs to get through this initial burst.
Yes, and Broad is fiery. Exactly what he needed. The crowd was on his back a little bit. He needs to launch himself into the series. He's done it, and he's done it with aggression. He hasn't found much comfort with the front foot either, so he's got a wicket, just what he needed. Absolutely perfect for Stuart Broad. Outside edge, doesn't get through the gap either. So he gets his length up there, drags Watson forward and gets the edge.
Very good delivery from Stuart Broad to get rid of Rogers. The problem if you're a stand and play merchant is occasionally one will climb a little higher than what you think, and that one's done exactly that. It's caught the shoulder of the bat, provided a simple chance for Ian Bell.
Sideways movement has been evident.
Yeah, just watching that replay, I reckon Chris Rogers will be disappointed. Obviously he's out for one, that will disappoint him enough, but it didn't bounce alarmingly. It was around about, it was above the midriff, I suppose, but it wasn't round the shoulder. It wasn't quite that high. It may just have come back at him, yeah, just there. He may not be expecting to play the ball. In the end, he did, and hit the shoulder of the bat, but as Ian Chappell points out, if it was David Warner, he'd probably been looking to play a pull or a hook shot off that ball and wouldn't have had that situation where he's fending at the ball.
Ball again, driven. Carberry nearly got his right hand on it. And he is a good fielder. One of the fastest men we'll see for the summer. Flicks it back. Watson gets three.
A lot of people say to you as a number 3 batsman, oh, it must be horrible when you've got to come in early. Well, it's not really. Watson had a little bit of luck here, just clearing Carberry at backward point. It's not that you're sitting there at number 3 barracking for one of the openers to get out early, but you've got to have that mentality that I could be in there early. And the thing about being in there early means you're fresh and your mind's right, and you haven't had to sit there looking at the cricket and getting all tense. Things are happening, so it's not a bad time to come in as a number 3.
All down the leg side, handy. Runs or leg buys? It's leg buys. Stuart Broad doesn't quite get it right to Warner.
You can see what he's trying to do there after that pull shot, which David Warner put away for 4 from the very first ball that Stuart Broad bowled. He's bowled pretty full ever since to Warner. He's trying to get it really full, and he's getting a little bit of swing. At the moment, he hasn't quite got the line right, though, to David Warner.
Two men back on the hook shot. Not needed, because they need 3 in the covers to stop that. Anything full's going the journey, and short is dangerous as well for Warner. 1 for 23 after 4. Follow all the action of the summer with Cricket Australia Live, the official app now that features match streaming, latest news and stats, and exclusive behind-the-scenes content. And it's free to download. Available on iOS and Android mobiles. cricket.com.au/live. So for video highlights and live game streaming, and of course the CommBank viewers verdict. Keep an eye out and an ear out for that throughout the day. Brought to you by KFC and Toyota. Visit cricket.com.au. Jimmy Anderson. He's been pretty meek at one end. Broad's been trying everything, getting hit, getting damage, doing damage. And Anderson 2.1 overs, none for 5.
Yeah, he's got a nice bit of shape, James Anderson. That was a bit wide on that occasion, but he's getting the ball full. He's getting the ball to swing both ways. And as you'd expect first day at the Gabba, The carry is very good through the slips, but the ball is tending to die a little bit because of that slowness in the pitch. It'll get quicker as the game goes on.
Oh, leading edge again. So he's gone away swing to the left-handers. What was that ball to Watson? Was it an away swinger to him starting on middle and leg?
Well, that's where the little bit of movement can cause problems for the batsman. A little bit of movement off the seam. Jimmy Anderson also gets it a bit through the air. And when you can do it both ways and do it accurately like Anderson can, it creates great uncertainty in the minds of the batsmen.
Batsmen looking to take advantage of gaps that are out there. When you have a lot of catches in position, there's gaps. Warner's found the covers a lot. Watson sweating on one. They're bowling good length to him.
I'm delighted with the way that David Warner is playing. Not so much the fact that he's hit 3 4s, that's terrific, but it's the mental approach. I referred earlier to his start of the season in the Ryobi Cup, where either he decided or someone suggested to him he try and play a bit more securely early on. That's not his method. This is his method, and it's when it's successful, it gives the opposition plenty of headaches.
But I think he's still playing securely, isn't he, really, here? The balls have been there to hit, and his technique has allowed him to watch it, see it's there, and playing the shot well.
Well, the balls are there to hit because he's already got Stuart Broad wondering about where to bowl. First ball he bowls to him short, around about sort of waist or chest height, and he puts it away with a pull shot just behind square leg for 4. So since then, Broad's thought, well, I've got to get the ball full to David Warner. And then since then, we've seen 2 lovely cover drives.
And he was good enough to get some pad or something on that bad ball down the leg side, which went for 4 leg byes as well. So if he was slashing widely at something short of a length and looking to drive on the up, I'd be more concerned, but this is pretty secure. Last ball of the over. Look at this for a change. Jimmy Anderson has moved a run saving, a single saving mid-wicket out on the boundary. What's he telling Watson? Sort of saying, righto, do you think I'm going to bowl a short one or not?
Maybe he wants to give him a single.
Hey, good call. Doesn't, but that's exactly what he's done. Exactly what he's done. They're going to push for 2. They'll get them. Warner's made it easily. Watson tests his hammy and gets through as well. 5 overs, 1 for 25. The pumped pocket rocket, David Warner, 14 from 13. He pushed Shane Watson for 2 there, get him to 5. So they've employed the same field once again. 2 men back. That's Stuart Broad. 2 men back for the hook shot for Warner. 3 slips. Almost a 5th slip and a backward point or deep gully. Short. Just flips it over the slips. 1 bounce. He goes to 17.
4 4s now for David Warner. That was certainly the most unorthodox of the 4. But he's obviously confident and seeing the ball well. He picked that short one up early, as he did with the pull shot off the first ball he faced, and just guided that one way over the top of the slips.
He is seeing it so well. Batting with great clarity at the moment, David Warner. Short, he's had a couple of options. Pull shot, glide over slips, full, cover drive in evidence. Like that, full, and the technique great. He hits mid-off though.
How about the timing of that shot? There's no runs in that, but if it doesn't go straight to James Anderson there at mid-off, that's at least 3, I reckon. Firstly, he got the short one, which he just helped on its way, and he came off quite slowly off the pitch because it was banged in pretty short. Had to really go up and fetch it. Did it nicely. Feet off the ground. You get a job with Toyota doing that sort of stuff.
Well, the thing about Warner playing like this and the advantage it gives Australia, 1, it helps the guy who's batting down the other end, but 2, it puts the opposition, the bowlers, on the back foot, but also the captain. And we've We've seen immediately Cook push the second guy back as soon as he hit the first pull shot for 4. Second man, Jonathan Trott, went back. So it means that the captain starts spreading his field, spreading his resources, which is always a good thing for the batting side.
Ooh, inside edge. Gutsy by Broad too. Gets it up there. He knows Warner's driving well. Tested it once again with a bit of swing.
Yeah, both Anderson and Broad, they're experienced bowlers, aren't they? It can be easy at times as a bowler to get scared off by big drives and you hit through the covers or bit off a few times, but they're not. Still getting the ball up there, giving it a chance to swing, and if there is some movement off the seam, it's hard to adjust to that inside edge onto the pad. And that's what you also need, as I suppose, as an opening batsman here at the Gabba. Need a little bit of luck. There will be a bit of movement there. You've got to be able to play and miss at times. And
tries wide of the crease. No way. He went wide of the crease to get out of the foot mark that he's been slipping in. He had to have pitched that outside leg.
Yep, definitely, as far as I'm concerned, pitching outside leg. Pryor is an important man for England in this situation with the DRS. He seems to give pretty good guidance, pretty honest opinions on whether he thinks there's a chance or not. If Stuart Broad had his way, you'd be out of referrals in about 5 minutes.
Well, that's pitched a mile outside leg stump. He's getting the ball, to be fair to him, to swing back a little bit to the left-hander, which is what he has to do. He has to get that ball to straighten down the line of the stumps, but he's also bowling fairly wide of the crease, so he's got to get it to swing a fair way.
How bad a consultation was that? He's got the red mist going, Broad. He has not even had a clue that pitched outside leg by that far. 1 for 29 after 6. Conditions everyone hoped for. Day 1. Australia batting as well. I think plenty of people around the city of Brisbane would have hoped for that too. Jimmy Anderson continuing to Shane Watson. Had him under a bit of pressure until the last ball, last over. Put in mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's come back in. So pressure back on Watson. Stuart Broad all over the shop.
Yeah, that was a strange move by Jimmy Anderson last over to push the fieldsman back. That's the appeal from Stuart Broad. Ball pitching way outside leg. Stuart Broad, and I think it's probably a bit unfair to just pick on him. I think most bowlers think you should be referring them, but Pryor is very good. Unlike a lot of wicket keepers, he gives you a good, honest opinion.
Yeah, well, he didn't dismiss him either. He probably understands that Broad's feeling the pressure here. He wants to do so well. He's got them the early wicket. It's not the time to sort of say, no, fool, that was way outside leg. He listened to his claim and then sort of said, no, I think it might have just pitched outside leg, Stuart.
So what? Good, honest opinion and common sense from a wicketkeeper. What's the world coming to?
There's a little bit of awareness. I want my bowler to do well today.
I was about to say there's always the exception to the rule, I suppose. We've got the exception out there at the moment. It's an interesting one, though, isn't it? As a captain, and I suppose as a keeper, to go up and tell your bowler, no, we're not going to review it. You can imagine, I can think back to, say, the Merv Hugheses. Maybe you'd think back to Dennis Lilly or Jeff Thompson, and they thought they had a guy at LBW was given not out, and they had the chance to review it. It wouldn't always be the easiest conversation to say no, we're not going to use one.
Well, Dennis, you had to tell Dennis he was right, so somehow or other you would have to say you're right, mate, but that dope up the third umpire, he'll get it wrong.
And that's what Pryor's done this morning, I reckon. That's exactly what he's done. Terry Alderman was the worst, and of course he used to come and field right next to you as the wicketkeeper in first slip. The next day he said, what was wrong with that LBW? Well, mate, it was missing off by 3 feet. Is that enough? And he's like, oh, just give us some support, you blokes. He was very aggressive when he had an LB turned down and the slip scored and didn't support him as well as he would have liked. One for 30. Anderson, economical, nearly finished his 4th and has got none for 7. It's all happened at the other end. Now Anderson's got it tight on Warner.
So we've got a sell out here at the Gabba. 38,000 people have come in for the first Test match. It's a beautiful day for cricket, and when Michael Clarke won that toss early, about 40 minutes ago, only an hour ago now, the whole of the 38,000 people cheered. That's what they wanted to see. They wanted to see Australia batting today.
Anderson stays, none for 7 after 4. It's 1 for 30. Maybe less than 3 kilometres from the city is Wollongabba's famous Brisbane cricket ground. Conditions are perfect. And the first change in the commentary box for the summer, Shane Warne, Michael Vaughan are with Michael Slater.
Thanks, Heels. Good start to the Ashes series, the Commonwealth Bank series. We're underway. Finally, all the talk can stop. And it's 1 for 30 with Broad charging in. That's a smart stroke from Watson. Working very hard on that technique. Doesn't want to get the pad in the way. But the first half an hour has been lively, as you'd expect, with Dave Warner out there. The pull shot got him going. And then there was a slamming cut shot. Cover drive even, and then one just fell short. That was a moment for England, but then finally a breakthrough. It was Rogers, and then another boundary to Warner. So he's in full flight at the Gabba. The pitch as good as you'll get on day one of an Ashes series. It's a great place to start the Australian summer, and you can set so much up in the first 2 hours. The first session is vital to the first day and the first Test match, which is a flow-on effect into the remaining 4, believe it or not. As mentioned, the pitch, a beauty. Just a little bit of green tinge to it. Sometimes it's a bit greener than other years, but there was no confusion for the captains when they looked at it this morning. Another drive. He was trying to get that one a little straighter. As I welcome classy batsman, ex-England captain, and he's here to get stuck into the Aussie commentators and the cricketers, I'm sure. Michael Vaughan, hello.
Good morning, everyone. The Aussies have got the wrong kits on. Should have the yellows, the one-day stuff. Warner's come out the block. He reminds me of he's a left-hand version of yourself, Slats, just a little bit taller.
Yeah, and I've got a foot on him. That's what you meant, wasn't it? You're saying he's taller than me. Oh, give it up. I'll prove it tomorrow. 3 slips in a gully, and that one's squaring. Watson up.
But it's pretty much the same in every Ashes series. The first half an hour, the first hour, everyone comes out a million miles an hour. You know, now you're kind of away from the game. You feel like you can just say, just breathe, lads. Just take your time. Just give yourself a chance. You can understand why they do it, trying to make an impact. And Warner's certainly done that, but the start from Stuart Broad's a good one. I've never known an England player get such a boo in the first over. We cope with it pretty well.
Good leave. Morning, Warnie. Great to see you, mate.
Morning, Slats. Good morning, Mr. Vaughan. Good morning, everyone. You must have been pretty deaf out there, then you couldn't hear us booing you, Vaughning. It's a wonderful atmosphere. The build-up to the Ashes has been superb. Broad's knocked over Rogers early, set the tone early. It was nice for him to settle, hasn't it? He's been a bit of the villain. David Warner was the villain for Australia and England. Broad's the villain here, pushed by Kevin Peterson, the walking ego. He'll be pushing Broad for sure. But nice for him to settle down and knock over one of the top order Aussies.
And that's good defence there from Watson. It's still 1 for 30. There looks to be a change in the bowling. Chris Tremley, there we go. There's the commentary position. Michael Vaughan, Shane Warne, and the Ashes is underway. We're very excited up here. It's hard as an ex-cricketer not to feel those nerves that you once felt. It's a little bit more relaxing though when you know you don't have to go out there.
Oh, it certainly is, but you know, you kind of put yourself in the shoes of the players, and as I said before, they're all trying to create that impact early, get ahead of the game, and set the benchmark for the series. And you can understand that. I'd expect them to settle over the next half an hour and just get more into the game. This is a big moment. Chris Tremlett, third seamer, not had a lot of bowling of late.
straight away. Warner up the other end, pushing for two, but the big fella is away with short of a good length delivery. And Warney, the length for the tall men, particularly in these Australian pitches, is crucial, isn't it? He could get it wrong if he tries to get it up too high. It gets too short.
Yeah, it's got to be intent with the short ball. You've got to knock it into the wicket, smack it in and try and rip the batsman's head off if you want, or you've got to pitch the ball full. You can't bowl that in between here. There's a lot of pace in this Gabba wicket already, and Chris Tremlett, aka Gabba, is one hell of a giant man. He's big in all departments. He's got massive hands, huge hands he's got, the big Gabba. And the first time I met him, he had one of those old Walkman Discman in his mouth with the cords coming out. No joke, he did, and he had the tunes on around there. I said, "G'day, Gabba, how you going?" And he had to just push pause. But if he gets his pace right and the length right, if he pitches it up here, he could be really nasty.
You know what they say about big hands, don't you? Big gloves.
Feet.
Big gloves.
And big feet. Big toes. Nothing like a big toe.
I'm interested with his paces. Just seeing there, 131 clicks. In 10-11, he was getting it up to 136, 138. Steep bounce. But he hasn't had too much bowling.
Nicely played. He went in the air there, Watson, but he got the width, and that's the length we're talking about. It's wrong. Combine that with the width, and Watson hits free rein.
Well, help yourself. And this is the problem for England. They have a real concern about the third seam option. Australia should be targeting and looking to real go at Chris Tremlett, trying to put him under pressure. As I said, not played a test match since 2011, not done a huge amount of bowling at Surrey in the county championship back home.
There was the width combined with the length. Easy pickings. Got to get his length right early for his confidence, Chris Tremlett.
That's a better line there from Tremlett. He just needs to keep hovering around that area.
Yeah, and the thing that Michael Vaughan was just talking about, his pace. 129 that last delivery too, 134. The third seamer, there's a few options for England. They've gone with Chris Tremlett because he was successful here in Australia last time too. He bowled well, and the reason he bowled well was the length he bowled. And also he was quick. He was nasty with his height and, well, all the attributes that he has. He did really well, and I think he took 19 wickets in 8 in Perth he got too. So they need him to find that form again. So watch his pace and his length.
Yeah, that's a better length. But the Aussies should be looking at this and thinking, right, can we put Tremlett under pressure? They'll try and get more overs out of Broad and Jimmy Anderson. When Swan comes on, I'll be interested to see what approach Australia go for. Will they attack him? Because they can attack Graham Swan and then again get more overs in the likes of Broad and Anderson. It's a 5-match series, a marathon. And it can only help them be successful.
It was almost a drivable length. It got quickly to mid-off. Misfield, 9 overs down, 1 for 35 Australia. Michael Clarke, the next man in, the captain, the best batsman, you'd have to say. He's a class act and involved in conversation. He's got the smile on. He's enjoying the distraction in conversation, I would say. Don't worry, there'll be some nerves there. It's a big, big series for the skipper. He can lead from the front, as he always does. Here's Broad. Just the one to Warner, and that's good batting. He's in control. He's just watching the ball, playing it on its merits, and the first wicket to go was Rogers. A big moment for England.
Yeah, perfect start for Stuart Broad. You know, a short ball, which you just see there. Rogers' feet are in the air. There was no huge steep bounce. It wasn't that quick. I'm pretty sure Rogers will get back in the dress room, have a look and go, you know what? Could have played that a lot better. Could have got over the top of it. You see the angle of the bat as well. It was almost like a little bit of slip fielding practice in the morning.
Yeah, just grabbed the shoulder, didn't it? That's why it just looped to gully. It was an awkward position to get into. It wasn't the most venomous delivery. So he won't be happy with how he approached that delivery at all.
I think there was just a little bit of nerves. That's why I think he's a little bit tentative. He's a pretty solid player, Chris Rogers. He's a good opening batsman. He leaves the ball well organised. But I just think he was a bit pokey, just a little bit, like you said, Vaughn. I think he'll get back in the change room there and go, you'll like to have that one again. I just wasn't quite switched on. I wasn't sharp enough. just sort of hung the bat there. Actually, I want to pick up a point you just talked about Graham Swann. I think the Australian players, the word on the street with the ear to the ground is that they're going to go after and target Swann. And I think the last series he had, Max Krugel, tell me if I'm wrong, I think he averaged 45 and only got 10 wickets or so, 11 wickets or something for the series. And I think with only England having 4 bowlers, that if they can get Anderson back and Broad back for some second, third, fourth spells, a lot's going to come down to that third seamer. And that's where Chris Tremlett has to stand up. So if they can get on top of him early, that's advantage Australia.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I remember Darren Lehman being at Yorkshire. I was a young kid, and the one thing he used to say to me was, against spinners, there's no fielders in the car park. So go at them, get at them, try and put them under pressure. And I think that's what Australia target Graham Swann, try and get after him. They won't be reckless, but I think they've done the right thing by picking right-handers from 3 right down to number 7. Bat on off stump, just play with the tide. And if the opportunity arises, to take the ball over mid-on, get fielders back, just milk him. There's not going to be a huge amount of spin here.
And you look down, as you said, the 3 to 7 right-handers, but the Clark, Smith, Bailey, Haddon, they're all excellent players of spin too, and they're quite aggressive against it. It's not as though they just sit there. And these grounds are quite big. There's lots of 2s and 3s, as well as the big boundary ball. I think those first few overs at Swann bowls, he'll be trying to work out which end he wants to bowl from. This is always the best end of the commentary, which is this the Stanley Street? Bolter Street end, sorry. This is always the best end to bowl for a spinner. There's a lot of bounce, but he won't be too far away. They might even want to switch Tremlett behind Broad and put Swann up pretty soon too. So big moment in the this first session when he comes on.
Think of all the talk running into it. You mentioned Swann is got some confidence, isn't he? And that's what makes him the spinner he is. Do you think, Warnie, that sort of approach and the way he gets into the batsman? It's sort of how you used to approach a spin bowler.
But he loves it. He likes bowling. The one thing I'm staggered with his field, he's such a wonderful bowler. He's one of the best off spinners in the world, best spinners in the world. He's pretty quick to retreat. He's pretty quick with his fields to put them out in the fence and just not stop the boundaries. I think he's better than that. Very quick to put 3 out on the onside. It's 1 for 36.
Start of the 11th over. The Gabba is on fire. There's such a great atmosphere. The Barmy Army are in the house. Plenty of English flags around and strong support for both teams. You've got Australia strong here today, obviously, and throughout, but there's certainly Englishmen everywhere and very proud to be supporting their own. It's a great feel.
Is the Mr. Trumpet man here?
Billy Cooper's here. He's been allowed in this time. You tried every trick in the book in 2010-11. You lost 3-1. Billy the Trumpeter's here. There'll be thousands coming to Adelaide and Perth. Those back-to-back games, and then Melbourne and Sydney. A lot of excitement back home. England chasing that 4th consecutive Ashes series victory. Now, there's a real vibe around the country because the England side have played well for a period now, and they expect.
Just shortening up Warner. He's jumped in behind that. He's looking very good now at the crease. He started playing his natural way. I think those big shots often come through nervous energy. It's the way he plays. But if you can channel it in a positive sense, you come out and you can play some terrific strokes on a true service. We haven't seen too much moving sideways.
No, on the England players, he hasn't really had that impact on the England team yet, but they know how dangerous he is. They know that he stays at the crease for 3-4 hours, he's going to get a big score, he's going to get 100, it's going to be really a momentum change. Look at that steep bounce. That's Chris Tremlett from 2 years ago.
Well bowled, Chris Tremlett. Talking about that nervous energy and watching, and the first ball of a series sets the tone. Michael Slater was a bundle of energy when he used to walk out there. Any width, he was all over it. He's back in the Ashes series in 94, 95. Little Daffy De Freitas running into a slight drizzle. Just smacked it through the covers. Great shot from Michael Slater. I'm sure that brings back good memories, Slats.
Yeah, it does, mate. It really does. And I suppose that's what I was talking about. You can feel a bit of nervous energy having been out there once upon a time, having the privilege like this morning, and you know that it's in the air for a while. And you know what the players are thinking, what they're attempting to do, and you understand that if you can get off to a bit of a flyer, the positive effect you can have for the remainder of the Test match.
You mentioned David Warner, the nervous energy, and that makes him play those big shots early. Were you exactly the same?
Yeah, exactly, and it was about not getting overcome by the nerves and making sure that you had them in check to a certain extent. But funnily enough, it made the feet move more quickly and more inclined to go at one wide. And that over, Daffy bowled another one short and wide, and I got that away as well. And it was after the shot that I thought, geez, I probably should have let that go.
The good thing that David Warner has done though this morning, he's been quite selective with his shots. He first up played a good short ball, he's got out the way of a couple, he's let the ball go. Soon he's got a little bit of width though, as he's bang and smacked them. He looks like he's a man in form to me, David Warner. That's the first ball he faced. The hook shot for 4. Bit of width, a bit of full, he nailed that one. That went racing to the boundary. Stuart Broad a little bit over pitch and once again a tad width. And then the uppercut, what a shot that is. Super shot, the innovation. These guys of 2020 and all this sort of cricket. Mind you, Mick, you were playing that 20 years ago very well too. Mind you, the ball was full when you were playing them.
Not intentionally, that's right. A little bit of an inside edge to finish the 11th over. 1 for 37. So you've got Warner and Watson in a partnership of 25. Clark, Smith and Bailey on debut to come. Had the fantastic honour of receiving his baggy green from Mark Taylor this morning, and Mark's speech we got to hear. If you're watching our run into the game, it was an hour long, and we showed that, and you could hear what Mark said, and it was straight to the point, and the message was, keep doing what you've done to get here. Don't change anything, don't overthink it, have fun out there. And I think that's perfect advice. As James Anderson changes ends.
That's spot on too, Slats, and what Mark Taylor was saying to George Bailey. The one thing that you do have, the biggest jump you can get, it's not so much as in the bowling or the batting or anything like that, it's the intensity of the game. And the other thing, there's not too many 4 balls. You have to be a bit more patient to wait for a 4 ball, but it's exactly right, it's great advice, but you've just got to lift that intensity, and sometimes some players on their debut get it a lot quicker than others. If you match that intensity, the rest will just look after itself.
Just want to send out a cheerio to a young man who's doing it tough at the moment. Rory Williams is in the Children's Hospital at Randwick. He loves his cricket, loves an Ashes series, and Rory, I hope you're lying back and watching this coverage, and it's great that the Ashes is underway. I know you'll be loving it. So thinking of you, mate, and hope all is going well.
Jimmy Anderson, generally to left-hander, likes to take the ball away from David Warner towards the slips, and you can just see that last delivery, he's trying to take it away. There's not much swing there, and he normally likes to do that, to take it away, and then come one back in for the left-hander for LBW, but it's just not quite swinging for him. You can see this pitches around that leg stump, and for it to swing, he actually has to pitch it up a bit further. It's just a smidgen short.
Yeah, it's the Kookaburra ball, 10 overs, it's going to just do a little bit. It's not going to do it for long. And as an opening batsman, if you can overcome that, you can really cash in. I know England in this warm-up game in Sydney got the ball reverse swinging, but I can't see how they're going to get the ball scuffed up enough here. With the outfield being so lush, there's no rough patches on the pitch, there's no rough patches on the square. So can England just get a little bit of movement, just a hint? If not, it's going to have to be through discipline and building plenty of dots, and hope that they can just kind of find an error in the Australian batsman.
It's probably the quality, though, of this England side at the moment, isn't it? That they do fight. They find a way through. If it's not working for them, they're able to hang in there. And that allows them to, whether it's pushing for a draw at the end or find a way to win. That's been the biggest difference in the last few series, that Australia will lose a session and might lose the Test match because of it, but England will minimise damage and always be thereabouts.
And that comes down to experience and having the patience. You look through here, 98 matches, 4,900, 94, 73, 63, 58, 88. There's a lot of experience now in this England side, so they've played and they've been in these situations when you do have to toil away. They've found ways, you find a way to get back into the game. they've also got a lot of variety in their attack. So that's why they've been winning the last few Ashes series and beating India and winning these, because they are a very good cricket side. And I think so far already, Alistair Cook's been good today. He's mixed up the bowlers pretty well. They haven't just stuck with Jimmy Anderson bowling 8 overs or 7 overs. Switched it around. They're just searching, trying another end. It's a pretty good start by England, I think.
Yeah, and when they're bowling at Shane Watson, it's a game of cat and mouse. You can see Watson's desperate to get that left leg out of the way. England are just going to keep probing full, try and get the ball knit back onto those pads. He's playing nice and straight at the minute, as he did in the last Test match at the Oval, where he got a big 100. He changed his game. He didn't play across that front pad. Started to hit the ball to mid-on more consistently.
.22 from 31 Warner, and he gets on the front foot. That one straight to mid-off, no run. There, another attempt to be aggressive. Just didn't quite get into the position he would have liked. Just lost his base, meaning that he was not really balanced. I think the good strokes we've seen from him this morning have been about balance and really keeping the head straight. Something he's worked on to recover the form. I mean, he started the Australian summer for New South Wales in the Rugby Cup in awful form, and then he got nothing, and then got 300s in that competition in 4 innings, and then he's gone on to perform in the Sheffield Shield competition. And I admire his fight, Dave Warner. He was in all sorts of trouble, wasn't he, over there in England, and got sent to South Africa.
I like the way you say you admire his fight.
Well, he
did a bit of that in a bar.
Yeah, well, he did. He's channeled the fighting to a different form, and he seems very settled, and he's worked overtime to recover form-wise and just sort a few things out off the paddock.
Yeah, nothing like punching above your weight. That's good to see him sorting it out. He looks good, looks in form, looks in good touch.
Still the 3 slips. And he watches that one go through. Vaughnie, I want to ask you before this will be our last over before drinks, I think. All the talk, all the Australian talk. What do you make of it?
Well, it's been strong, and they've sent a confidence to the country that they expect to win this series. I think they've done a good job in that, but the talking has to be out there on the pitch. 38 for 1, they've made a decent start, particularly Warner. He's done the hard bit. He's got himself in. He's got to make it count now. The pitch is good, not a huge amount of movement. These are the moments as a player that you just got to really focus in on and go, right, I've got myself in, I've got myself a chance. So the Aussies have done everything in terms of creating this positivity, creating this chance that everyone feels they've got of winning this Ashes series. They've made a decent start, so I think at the end of today's play we'll be able to know whether it's just been talk. So far it's been a decent start. The English team have been very quiet. They've just gone about the business. I think that's the experience. I think they know how to win cricket matches, and Australia of late have lost the knack of knowing how to win cricket matches. Until they win that first match, well, I think there's still going to be a lot of question marks about them, but they've certainly made a decent start.
Yes, the team's been quiet, Vaughnie. You've been quiet too, have you? Just been sitting back, letting it all happen?
I only respond to silly things that you say.
Twitterverse.
Just threw the line out there, and I'll just start calling you Jaws soon.
I'm just waiting for Michael Clarke to be the next Prime Minister.
Well, if he wins the Ashes, he could. Look out. Watch out, we might even see a banner tomorrow. If Michael Clarke gets out there at some stage tomorrow, or whenever he gets out there and makes a big 100, and they win the Ashes, the Australian team win the Ashes, it could be the banners should be saying Clarke for PM.
Vote 1 Clarke. Glorious stroke. Dave Warner, it's been his hour, the opening hour of the Ashes series. He's the enforcer, and we'll have our first drinks break. Gatorade drinks break, and Warner is on 26, Australia 1 for 42.
It was 1 for 42 after the first hour here at the Gabba, and a chance to talk to you about the Immortals, which is a Bradman Tendulkar signed bat and superbly presented in one of the most prestigious pieces of memorabilia ever produced. Sachin Tendulkar retired only last week. It's cricket's greatest modern day batsman, and arguably second only to the Don himself. The Don's iconic average of 99.94, and Tendulkar's 200 tests and 100 international centuries are records that may never be surpassed. And there's only 52 of these, which is the amount of test matches that the Don played back in the 30s and 40s. It's licensed by the ICC. This bat is already selling fast globally. So if you want one of these, you have to act fast. 1300 676 020 or officialmemorabilia.com.au is the site to go to. So that's the Immortals, Bradman and Tendulkar. Out in the middle, we've got Warner and Watson doing well. David Warner's played particularly well. 5 fours in his 26, but in recent times the bowling's been good. And he's let the ball go a lot more. He's been happy to sit back a little bit after an explosive start. The wicket so far has gone to Stuart Broad. He picked up Chris Rogers early on. He went for 1. So it'll be Anderson to Watson. And for those of you who may have just be joining us, Michael Clarke won the toss, elected to bat. Good move that. This is the only downer so far from the Australian point of view. That was Rogers, bit of extra bounce from Broad. Shoulder of the bat, and it flew to Bell in the gully. So that was 1 for 12. Now Australia are 1 for 42 after the first hour. And a chance to welcome for the first time James Brayshaw and Michael Hussey.
G'day Mark, great to be here. First Ashes test, it's been a good start. Thought Davey Warner's shown fantastic positive intent to get the Australians off to a positive start. And Shane Watson's looked good too in defence. Certainly a few technical changes I've sort of noticed.
Yeah, the intent certainly has been there, hasn't it, Huss? Right from the word go. The first ball he got from Stuart Broad was that one. Went away for 4.
To have the courage to do that first ball is just amazing. And he was really pumped up before the game. And it certainly puts him down in the bowler's mind. They couldn't just settle into a good area just outside off stump and build some pressure. He put the pressure right on the bowlers right from the word go. It was a fantastic start.
So 2 men out in the hook now for Shane Watson, and they're just making a slight adjustment to those 2 fieldsmen. Top right of screen there, fairly square at deep fine leg, and a man at deep forward square. And a push into covers.
That's been the feature of David Warner's innings so far for me, is the driving. He's hit the ball beautifully through extra cover, and this last one especially, because this isn't a regulation half volley. Huge bowler, as you can see, and that's back of a length, if you like. It's got a little Mike Hussey about it. That just top of the bounce and ease it through extra cover. But that's the sign of a player in really good form, to be able to get that into the middle of the bat and get it to the fence.
Did you say Mike Hussey liked that drive? Like, that wasn't the flourish at the end. You remember Huss when he played? There was always this little bit. He stood there for a while, didn't he? Because he knew the cameras were out there. Warner will learn that skill. He will. That's nicely played. There is that man out there. I'm delighted to see Watson getting in position to play that shot rather than ducking and weaving.
I think Australia will be absolutely delighted with where they sit at the moment. The best thing that's happened today was the toss. There's the footwork of Shane Watson loading up and then able to get back and really roll that to the fieldsman on the fence. But toss enormous for me. It looked a great pitch just walking out there this morning, seeing conditions couldn't be better. Best weather day of the 5 according to the forecast, so everything pointing to whoever won the toss was going to bat. Now they've got to kick it in.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit of moisture in the pitch at the start of play, which meant it could have seemed a little bit, but because there's no overhead conditions, you've got to bat first here at the Gabba on day 1. It is crucial to get in, build that big first innings score, and then what often happens is the pitch just quickens up a little bit on the second day, and that's where the nicks can start to come, when it doesn't quite do as much, but it does it a bit quicker. I've certainly been watching Shane Watson very closely, and there's been a lot of talk about a problem getting LBW, and he's certainly, to me, looks like he's trying to get his head a lot more forward and get his bat out in front of his pad so it doesn't get jammed, doesn't get caught just behind his pad. And I was interested to know if it would take away from his back foot play, but him getting in good position, playing that pull shot earlier in the over off Anderson's a good sign.
And just one for the first over after drinks. It's 1 for 43. 1 for 43. The run rate's about 3 and over, so it's dropped back from the blast from Warner early on. Bowling's been tidy recent times, but quite the swing that we saw for the first half hour or so. Here's Tremlett. You talked about Shane Watson, LBW 4 times in the recent Ashes series, but you think he's on the improve?
Well, he came out in the press saying he's been working on it every single day, and I certainly noticed that he's really looking to get that bat out in front of his pad a little bit more. His head forward and his bat out in front of his pad. So if it does seam a little bit, he can just adjust for that seam movement. In England, when he got his bat and pad very close together, if it nipped back, it could catch the pad first, and he's a much bigger chance of getting LBW.
Definitely a little bit lower too, wasn't he? His head position was lower, so I think you're right. He's definitely trying to get his whole body moving a little bit more forward and probably playing a little bit straighter. The ones that got him in England, he fell across a bit, didn't he? And he ended up trying to whip the ball through about mid-wicket. I think he's trying even there to get it back towards the bowler a bit more of the full face.
That's the thing I'm noticing is how comfortably he's getting forward, and that will be concerning Alistair Cook, I reckon. This is the first morning of a test match, and yet he is rocking comfortably forward to a ball at 135, 140 Ks. And that is a worry for England, because look at this. That just looks like he can do that all day long.
Well, one thing I always thought about Shane Watson when he came home from that Indian one-day series with a strained calf again, I thought it could be a blessing in disguise, because it meant he couldn't play any games for a while. One thing with Shane Watson, he's been to the Champions Trophy, he's been to England, he's been to the Champions League playing T20 cricket, and he's been to India playing one-day cricket over the last 6 months. And I reckon no matter how good you are and how well you're hitting them, you need a break at times. You need to get away from the game and get away from batting even at times. So I reckon the little break he's had over the last 2 weeks may have done him the world of good. Good shot there from Spidercow, isn't it? Terrific. See the marks on the crease of. See where the batsmen, for all those young kids watching out there, how they take guard. And it's probably about middle and leg, that big one there. So I'm looking at that area there. That's the big mark, and you see how long and how deep it is. It's probably because the batsman's a bit nervous. When you're nervous, you tend to dig it deeper and deeper. And the more you get into your crease, there it is. A bit of a swipe, a bit of a habit you get into as a batsman.
And it does show there's a little bit of moisture in the pitch there. It's quite a dark line there, which shows there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, but not a lot of foot marks.
There's a good example, real good example of what you're talking about, Huss. How straight did he play that?
Yeah, and his bat's in front of his pad. I saw in England his bat was next to his pad or just behind his pad, where he's really looking to get forward. And that's the ball, as a batsman, you're most worried about. As a top-order batsman, they're going to try and target you through there because you can get caught behind, you can get bowled, you can get LBW. So if you can play that ball well, then it puts a lot of doubt in the bowler's mind. I did wonder if it was going to take away from his back foot play, his cross-bat shot, the pull shot, but he played the one off Jimmy Anderson the previous over very well.
Nice soft hands there. It was a nice over though from Tremlett. A maiden, still 1 for 43. Oh, Australia are home already. Who will win the Ashes? 90% of people in Australia, which I reckon most people would have downloaded the Cricket Live Australia app and would be Australian at this stage anyway. Surprise, surprise, 90% of them think Australia are going to win. Don't forget you can download that live app, Cricket Live Australia app, from the App Store. Cricket.com.au is the site to go to. You can watch all the games live throughout the summer, no matter where you are.
Oh, I was watching the big former skipper of Australia, Mark Taylor, with his iPhone there trying to do exactly that earlier on today. No idea. 4 or 5 goes at it and just kept getting into the wrong screen and then didn't know what to do and kept pressing the wrong button.
Where's my daughter? Where is she? She's normally the one I turn to give her the thing. How does this work?
One stage, I think there was a credit card number needed to go in there, and Tub wasn't happy with that.
Actually, my credit card wouldn't come out of my wallet. What does that mean? Well, maybe a little bit of pad there. Jimmy Anderson is the sort of bowler that will worry Watson with that technique, because he has bowled fairly close stump to stump and will just move the ball a little bit in the air and off the seam.
All right, so Alistair Cook here, Tub. They've managed to put the brakes on Australia. Watson and Warner not looking like they're going to get out anytime soon, but they're certainly not getting the ball to the fence regularly. Are you happy with this? Do you now need to do something different?
It's a nice shot, that mid-on very straight. Well, you're not unhappy if you're Alistair Cook at the moment, because you've stemmed the flow of runs. So you stopped the boundary. You can see there, Warner in particular off to a bit of a flyer, scoring around about 6 runs per over. But since then, it's gone back down to about 3. So, OK, you've tightened things up. That's good. But Australia don't look uncomfortable out there. That would be a bit of concern. And he obviously wants to bowl Swan at some stage. I heard Shane Warne earlier talking about getting Swan on earlier, and I think he will. I think he'll bowl some overs from our commentary box end or the Vulture Street end reasonably shortly. Oh, he missed out there. That's the one that Watson's waiting on.
Yeah, it's an interesting field. Alistair Cook's got set. He's got the 3 slips and a gully in place for that ball that can just move away and catch the edge, but he's also got a deep square leg. And I'm not sure, is he out there for a run-scoring position, run-saving position, or is he out there just to put it in the back of the batsman's mind that we are going to bowl the odd short ball to you as well? I'm not sure which one it is at the moment.
Oh, that's lovely. Lovely from Watson. May not go all the way. Tremlett's going to get it. And actually, they probably should have got 3, and they will. Even though they're a little tardy with the first couple, they'll get 3. But that's a really good sign. And Watson's hitting the off drive as well as the on. It means he's not falling over. He's staying still, staying upright, well balanced, and just hitting the ball back from where it came.
Yeah, great shot of it there. That's right out of the middle of the bat. And we saw this at the Oval in the last test. Shane Watson played in and dominated. This was what we saw right through that innings. Big stride forward and playing very, very straight. He's a commanding player when he plays that shot well.
And he's the sort of guy that when he gets his confidence up early in a series, he becomes very consistent. He's got to start here. He's obviously got to go on and make it a big score. Australia are 1 for 47 after 16 overs.
Clark, Smith, Bailey, Haddon to come. And for those of you who may just be joining us, Nathan Lyon is in the side as the off-spinner. There was quite a bit of discussion leading up to this test match about James Faulkner, whether he would play or not, whether they'd play the 4-seamers, I suppose, because Watson may not bowl. Obviously time will tell, but he's only been rolling his arm over in the nets of recent times. I also believe that James Faulkner will be released from the side this afternoon to play a Sheffield Shield match for Tasmania.
Already England know that this is going to be hard work. They're halfway through, or more than halfway through this first session. It's flat. The bounce is consistent. These players are getting forward and playing comfortably. Warner especially, to me, looks like the ball's accessing the middle of the bat every time. So that man on screen there knows now his team are in for a very hard day and a half. They're going to have to work really hard to try and keep Australia under 350.
And it's hot out there as well. I'm going to be really interested when Graham Swan comes into the attack. He's going to obviously have to do a lot of bowling for England, and the approach of Watson and Warner will be very interesting. Do they go after him and put him and England on the back foot straight away? Because if they get on top of Swan, where does he go to then? He's got to go back to one of his frontline three-seamers, and that puts a lot of pressure on the England team.
It would be interesting, as you say, to see how they play, because the Aussies have said a number of times in the lead up to this series that they want to keep England out in the field for a long time. Good single there, pushed into the covers for a single. And that's where the temptation is. The spinner comes on, all right, I want to take him downtown, I want to dominate him, but there's also this thought that, hey, we've got it right here. I think Australia have got it dead right. They've won the toss, obviously, and batted, and they've picked their spinner rather than the fourth quick. So they've got the side they want, they're going to bowl last. Now is the time to bat really well. So there'll be the temptation to make sure that they get the most out of this pitch, which will only get better for the next probably 2 or 3 days.
I guess on the flip side, it creates an opportunity for Graham Swan. If the Australian batsmen go hard at him and want to hit him off his length, there might be an opportunity to pick up a wicket.
It's almost a bit of a lull at the moment. The crowd's got a bit quiet. I think England are reasonably quiet in the field. We're not picking up a lot of sound through our stump microphones at all. And I think everyone's almost waiting for Graham Swan. When does he come on? When do we try the spinner? When do we change the pace of the game?
I think Tremlett's actually done a pretty good job here. He's not tried too much. He's just tried to bowl the ball in a good area, stem the flow of runs, and just try and build a bit of pressure from one end. Get some dot balls together. Build a partnership with Jimmy Anderson at the other end.
That's a good run, David Warner. Call of yeah. And even though Watson was labouring a little bit at the non-strikers end, there was a comfortable single there.
Well, that was the issue. Look at Shane Watson. He was going nowhere and then got dragged through for the single. And that's what you got to do. If the ball isn't getting to the fence, that's the next thing that a pair have got to do, and you can see Dave Warner just saying to Watto, maybe get on your bike a little quicker.
Yeah, it'd be fair to say that Shane Watson's running has never been the strong suit of his game. Probably comes from someone who shouldn't throw too many stones when you're in a glass house, but that's 1 for 49. Now these two have added 37 for the second wicket. 3 balls, so I said a moment ago, the scoring rate really has slowed, and we're going to see Graham Swan. I'm a little surprised to see him bowl from the Stanley Street end. I think Shane Warne was saying earlier today that generally you see the spinner, you've only got one of them, bowl more overs from the Vulture Street end.
I'm not as surprised. You know, it's the longer boundary hitting back behind him, and I know a lot of spinners and any bowler really find this boundary on the members' side a lot shorter.
Just looking at this field they're going to set. There's going to be a delay here while they put the helmet on, and Ian Bell's probably got shin guards on as well. And they're going to have a bat pad. They're going to have a slip. At the moment, it's a fairly orthodox field. There's mid-on and mid-off are up, saving one. There's no one in the deep bar, a man on the sweep. Now, this will be interesting. I'm really interested to see how Warner and Watson go about this. I think you might be right, Michael Hussey. I think you might see Australia look to get after it. They won't want him to settle. Already uses his feet. There's people on the offside there, the covers and mid-off, they're going to be on their game here. Warner will be going here.
Well, there's intent right there, skipping down and getting it on the half volley. It's not going to turn square, we know that. This is a first day Gabba pitch, so you don't have that to worry about.
Down the ground, in the air, not quite out of the middle, but that'll do. 4, 2 bounces. Definitely means he didn't get it out of the middle, because David Warner gets it out of the middle, it's at least 10 rows back. Righto, now the game is on between spinner, and batsman. Straight away, mid-off back. Already a field change.
So what you want if you're Graham Swan? You want mid-off, drop straight back. He's gone after you once and didn't actually catch it. I understand if he comes back maybe 10 metres and makes it a little tougher to get it over his head, but 1-4 and straight back.
Can't find the gap on the offside. Yeah, if you're going to do that, you're almost just better off putting the man back to start with. If you're going to move him back after one, well, it was a miss hit too. You might as well just have him back to start with. I can hear Shane Warne at the back of the commentary box saying, wrong end. The wind's wrong. There's more bounce when you bowl from the Vulture Street end. I suppose he got 8 for 70. Not all from the Vulture Street end, though. He got a couple of wickets from the Stanley Street end, I think, in that spell. So he knows something about it. There's an edge. Just the boundary from the over. 153. Michael Clark, the next man in for Australia, sitting there at the moment, I think, reasonably happy with that scoreboard. He won the toss, 1 for 53. Win the toss here at the Gabba, you hope to lose no more than 2 wickets, I reckon, by lunch. Obviously, an undown's perfect, but I'm delighted to see probably 2 of his trumps at the moment playing well. Warner 32, Watson 14.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost like you don't even have to worry about how many runs you score in that first session. It's just important to get through as unscathed as possible. 2 wickets at the most, and then it really does flatten out after lunch, and the ball gets softer. The shine comes off the ball and can really catch up. It's a great place to bat once you get in. So it's just important just to get through unscathed.
I suppose we should explain what we mean by flatten out. People at home might be thinking, well, isn't the wicket flat to start with? And it is. But what tends to happen is that the first session you've got a brand new ball with the seam slightly raised, and you've got a pitch that's got moisture in it. At the moment, probably 30 degrees out in the middle, so that any moisture that was there on that, just under that surface, is now being baked hard. And at the same time, the ball has lost its shine, it's losing its hardness, and the seam's not as pronounced. And that's what we mean by flatten out, so it gets better for batting. It's a good length for Watson, that.
Let's have a look at Chris Tremlett here for a second. Huss, have a look at the rig on this bloke. He's dead set playing the wrong game. He could easily be the centre-half forward for the Brisbane Lions on this exact same venue. That is an incredible physical arrangement we're looking at here. What is he, 6'6"? Maybe even taller than that.
Yeah, he's a massive man, and he's a nightmare to face because it feels like the ball is coming out right on top of you. You don't feel like you get any balls to drive. And a lot of balls, they bounce a lot more and they hit high on the bat all the time.
They've been very consistent so far. Not overly quick, but very consistent. As I say, would not be the easiest man to drive. There's the end of our viewers' verdict, our CommBank viewers' verdict. 83% of Australians who've downloaded that Cricket Live Australia app reckon Australia are going to win the series.
Finish on Chris Tremlett. I think he's also gone to the property steward and asked for a shirt just half a size too small, just to really highlight the fact that the cannons are there and everything's in order.
So you and he share the same tailor, is that what you're saying?
I was just about to say before you rudely interrupted me, thankfully, Tub, that was something you never did.
I tell you what, I passed him today when I walked on the ground down near the gate here. Wow, it's amazing how much you have to look up to say good day to him. That's Another very tidy over, very consistent so far, Tremlett. Not quick, but consistent. 153. 153. Warner and Watson doing well. They've added 41, these two. And a change in the commentary box. And Shane Warne, Ian Healy, going to join Mark Nicholas.
He's gone AWOL. Oh, here he is. Shane Keith Warne. He's been in the back of the commentary box. You might have heard Mark Taylor saying that Warney's been grumbling about the end that Graham Swan's bowling from. He's got a chance to tell us about it now.
Morning, Mark.
Hello.
Morning, Hilzo. Morning, everyone. Morning. Yeah, just looking, normally the end that Graham Swan's bowling from now is the quick bowler's end. There's just a sense of a fraction more downhill. You get a little bit more bounce and carry for the quickies. With this end, when they come from the Vulture Street end, the commentary box end when you bowl spin, it's just a nice breeze. There's something about just bowling at this end for a spinner. You know, it's sometimes if they're quick, like Chris Tremlett, they feel is going well, then you might just start up there, then come back down here. So you can mix and match it, but generally, I always found bowling at the Gabba here that the end that Swan's bowling from now was a more of a change. If nothing was really happening, go up there and bowl a few.
Just short of the man at mid-wicket. It's a good stop, actually. James Anderson, who's a wonderful fielder anywhere. He's athletic and natural with his hands, and he nearly makes something out of not much here.
Yes, 8-4. Gee, imagine how Warner would be feeling if that did go to hand. He did well to get to it on the full and then spooned it up. Tantalisingly close. Saved at least 3. James Anderson.
The Australians have made it clear that Swan is a target, and Warner's one who's talked about that they know the control he brings to England, and therefore they want to unsettle him early. It's not just that he brings control, it's that he takes wickets. The longer he bowls, the bigger a threat he is. And he's got a great strength of character for spin bowling, something you really need. He didn't give in easy. Now England with a slip and a short leg and a man on the drive for Shane Watson. Mid-wicket's gone about halfway back.
I think Graham Swan's got a lot of wonderful attributes. The shape he gets on the ball, the spinny bowls, the amount of times he gets a wicket in his first over. Just got a lot of good things happening. The only negative I can find about Graham Swan, he's very quick to retreat as a spin bowler. We saw in the first over, David Warner hit one down the ground and straight away the fielder went back. We saw with Shane Watson there, 3 people back already. Mid-on halfway, mid-wicket halfway, square leg halfway. Just think he could make the batsman earn that first one and the first couple of shots down the ground a bit more. 1 for 56.
Beautiful day at the Gabba. Set fair too, we hear. And a good toss for the Australians to have won. Chris Rogers, the man to have gone right at the start of the day, caught in the gully off one that just bounced a bit more than he was expecting from Stuart Broad. Since then, David Warner, well, he's played well from the off. 6 boundaries in his innings of 34. And Shane Watson's worked and worked. 58 balls for 15, particularly focusing on his forward move, trying to get that left leg out of the way and hit the ball back where it came from so he doesn't play around that front pad. Stuart Broad, another boo into the attack. he got a raw awakening when he was given the ball first up this morning. But he bowled pretty well after an indifferent first over where he didn't get his footing right. He then bowled with skill and life. I think the pitch is just a little slower than we might have expected it to be. It's not quite got the oomph in it that Kevin Mitchell could have hoped. As it gets harder and drier as the game goes on, it might get quicker. It's Warner on strike now. 2 slips a gully, 3 in the covers, a mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. What a stroke that is. Whoa, there's a touch of magic in that. It earns him 3. And a divot. Whoa, I hate to see that. Do you remember Simon Jones here? That dreadful injury with the slide.
Right, so now they should just put the slides away. This is a new outfield. It's been totally relayed. And you can see that it might not be as stable as one that's been in the ground for years. So that's Jimmy Anderson. He's fine. You've got to make sure you don't dig the point of your knee in. High on your shin and your kneecap. Simon Jones out forever.
All those sprigs, because you can go over on them. They really take in that soft turf. And it's really, you're right, it's kind of a top layer of turf before you're into the soil. There's not a great root structure.
Team rule, Anderson, Broad and Tremlett, no sliding, please. Throw Swan in there too.
Luckily he's okay. The other thing is, it looked like one of your divots heels on the golf course. That's what it looked like.
With the driver. Oh yes, I won't be getting the segue out at the Gabba. That looks a bit dangerous as well. Dig in there. But the Australians have really given a strong message to the English bowlers. They've got their hands full. Oh, that's nasty. You've got to make sure you get on the outside of your thigh, not your knee point.
That's right. Once the stud grips way there, look how he goes over on it.
And I'm sure a few of the English supporters there and everybody had their hearts in their mouth just thinking back to that Simon Jones and saying, waiting for Jimmy Anderson to get up. And once he got up, it was a bit of a relief to say, phew, he's okay.
Good stop. Big fella, that Chris Tremlett. Huge shoulders on him.
He loves the extra small shirts too.
It's better than a good stop, that. That is unbelievable. A great effort. Watson's battling away, playing straight. Time and time again, he gets something he can drive, and Tremlett prevents it from being runs.
Seriously, look at that shirt. That's an extra small. And he's a mountain of a man.
And now he has to go the other way, and does. Well, you played with him. You know a bit about him. Good cricketer. His dad was a good bowler in county cricket, and he's better than good. But in those days, when you were with him, he needed to kick up the backside, didn't he?
Yeah, often. He needed one of those things. He had all the attributes. You can see the size of the man. He's a massive unit, hence the name Gabba. And he's just a big goober, but he's one of those guys that he's always in the gym.
You christened him Goober, didn't it? It was you.
Well, and I used to spell it different ways, but the thing is with him, he had all the attributes, and in the nets occasionally he was just unplayable. And we always thought if he could bring that sort of form out into the middle, he's going to be an absolute superstar. A bit of an issue with the ball here. He had a great tour last time here in Australia. It's been a while in between tests. And you'll see the English do this a lot because they're not used to the ball going a little bit soft so quickly. It's only 20 overs old. The Duke ball that they're used to, that they use in England, stays hard for so long. It swings all the time.
It looks as if Alim Dar and Kumar Damasina are going to be sympathetic to England. It's a shape issue, this. This isn't a seam issue. And Paul Wilson, Rocker coming out to offer them some options, I think. It looks fine, the ball, from this distance, but it's rare to change it at the first time of asking.
Yeah, and especially over 20 overs. It's they normally wait a bit longer than that. And as you say, Mark, it generally takes 2 or 3. A bit of begging going on with the players, the umpires too. Say, come on, mate, it's out of shape. But they do some tests. They put it through a couple of different size rings and see if it goes through. They have a good look at it as well. They'll throw it up in the air occasionally. And this box of balls will range from 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 overs. They've general big choice here. And it's amazing how many times this actually happens when the team does get the opportunity to change the ball. Look at the shine on that one. It's sometimes a lot harder because the balls they have in the box are really hard because they don't want the same issue to happen. But when the ball does change, you see it swing a little bit more straight away. And it can often bring a wicket.
And if it doesn't, they complain again. They get another one. Anyway, the Australians are starting to find the middle of the bat. That's why the ball's starting to soften and flatten in parts. That shot from Warner from Stuart Broad coming back into the attack, just short of a length. Just a little Brian Lara flip pull shot. That's the one that brought about Jimmy Anderson plugging in the outfield. And Warner is still seeing it well.
Good call, Brian Lara, and good call, Simon Jones. Let's wind the clock back. Oh, now that put a man, well, so close to putting him out of the game. It was 2 years before he was really anything like the bowler that he could be again. Terrible injury. Having said that, he was back by the end of 2004, and in 2005 played a key part in England's win, but it didn't look likely at that moment. Good stroke. Warner very quick to pounce on anything remotely loose, and that could be either a little wide or a little indifferent in length. He's looked particularly comfortable today, and it's almost as if he's working well mentally. The big changes in Warner: fitness, yes, fantastically fit, physically fit.
I think you're onto something there, Mark. To me, he's looked organised and in control. I think he's sure, if he's got any width, if the ball's been full, he's absolutely caned it to the fence, and rightly so. But I thought it set the tone the first ball. It was a good bouncer, but he was selective and went bang straight away. He just looked organised and a bit more composed at the crease.
And another sign has been the balls he's left alone. There's a good example, and the sway is the way to go, because you watch the ball. It's better than the duck, and also some he's left alone outside off stump. Impressive thus far. It's 1 for 62. It's the start all Australia wanted. The start that says we're in this hunt. The start that says we'll give nothing away. The start that says to England, the Ashes are alive.
Come on, Swanner. 2 for lunch here, boys.
England are hanging in pretty well. Both these batsmen haven't really found the gaps to Swan, although they've played plenty of shots against him. He's not having great impact. But if England get a wicket right now, 2 for 60 looks really good and starts to tip in their favour. It's only 50-50. Australia are only in the hunt, as you mentioned. They're not on top. It's a tight little contest there, especially after the earlier outburst and onslaught from Warner. England have pegged that back. So no mid-wicket for Warner. Over to the left of screen as we look there. They've left that unguarded. They're saying to the left of screen, that's not one of your shots. If you want to try that, you do it. Now Shane Watson has a man out for that shot, but no Warner. So Warner more offside dominant. He's played very well. He's played to his real strengths all innings. Down the ground, he's taken Swan once. That's why they've put a man back on the boundary, down the ground, mid-off, long off. And then hasn't found gaps with that shot yet. Just getting a handle on how much Swan is drifting it in and spinning it away, if any. And then that cut shot might find some freedom either side of Hightower at backward point, Tremlett.
He was just talking about, or an over or two ago, talking about England dropping fielders back. It's a specific tactic. It's a specific plan from Alistair Cook and I think also Andy Flower. They believe that the modern player with the modern bats, the shorter boundaries, the extra power and aggression in so many batsmen, that they're more likely to force a mistake by denying boundaries than by denying singles and inviting hits over the top. I think that if they can stop Warner hitting his escape shot, which is the one over mid-off, they'll make him hit it somewhere that he doesn't want to. It's 1 for 64. Michael Clarke next, then Steve Smith, who played well a lot of the time in England, and then George Bailey on debut on the back of a brilliant one-day series in India, and actually played very well in the one-day series in England. he gets a test match opportunity. Here's Stuart Broad. Just picking up on the tactical designs of the game and everybody's different approach. It's something that Shane Warne's had a fair bit to say about, the way that Alistair Cook goes about his business. And I was just saying that England use that, what could be perceived as a negative tactic quite often, the denial of boundaries.
Yeah, just looking at that, and I think what it's saying to the batsman, as well as the points you make about I'd rather protect the boundary of the big bats than that these days, I still think you've got to have the mindset, though, of the batsman and the bowler. And the mindset is, if you push a guy back, there's an easy single. And what they might also be trying is to make them hit somewhere else if they want to play their big shot. So if you put mid-off back, and Dave Warner likes to hit down the ground, he has to suddenly try and hit over mid-on, and that might open him up and do something. So I just don't agree with that, though, because I think as a batsman, the first few shots you take down the ground, it's a bit of a risk. And sure, once you get a couple away, you feel fine, but the batsman, it's about that pressure of release, of just getting a couple away early. I think Swan could make, and Alistair Cook could make the batsman earn it a little bit more their first couple down the ground, rather than give them an easy one, get up the other end. So yeah, sure, it looks great on the scoreboard. They're keeping the runs down. They're trying to be patient. They're doing that really well.
And I think in response to that they think, for better or worse, that Warner won't take easy singles for long. That easy singles don't satisfy his natural ability, which is to hit boundaries, so that they think that he doesn't think there's a risk in going over the top.
Well, look, they might be right. All I can go on is the numbers of how did Graham Swan go here last time in Australia. Did those tactics work? Yes, England won, and they deserved to win. They were the better side, but Swan took 14 wickets at 42. So with the bounce that you get in Australia, I don't think it's the right way to go, and I don't think it worked for Swan last time. That's why I was really interested to see how he'd go, because I also think the Australian batsmen would like to target Swan straight away and get, like we're seeing now, Broad back for another spell, Anderson back for another spell, and make them bowl longer.
I think that in itself raises an interesting point, just getting into real detail, in that England can't afford for Swan to be taken out of the attack. Correct. Hence the field goes back a bit, because they need him to be the fulcrum around which the others bowl. The error is forced by Stuart Broad's consistency, and it goes with Watson on this occasion.
It's been a good over. Watson's been lunging again onto that front foot. Nearly brought him unstuck. 1 for 69. This is a big time in the game. Watson's just edged a 4. He's not out 21. Warner 41. Swan hasn't found that gap too often. He's just happy to pick off a single there. Watson nearly came unstuck against Broad last over. 4 dot balls in a row, lunging and plonking onto that front foot more than he had all day. And he edged it just through the slips cordon. Just going a little too hard at it. 1 for 70 Australia. So Broad producing some quality, and big discussion now with Swan up that end. Alistair Cook 10 minutes before lunch. It should be like the first 10 minutes of the match. They pick up a wicket here now, it is gold. They've got a short leg for Watson. They've got all the men on the leg side. If Swan gets outside off, Watson should get a 4 here. Just got to get his placement right. He can prosper to the left of screen. It's all leg side. He picks up one. Won't be long before he goes over that man who's picking the ball up either. He's sneaking in a little bit too far. Now Warner, left and right. They're working Swan around.
Yeah, it can be tough when there's not much on offer. This spinner with the left and right hander, keeping adjusting your line. Warner's looking to cut. He really wants to cut Swan. Just got to be careful with the bounce. It doesn't get too close to him. But I agree, Heels, though. Big time in the match here. The Australian captain next in. There's probably 2 overs to go after this before we head to lunch.
Yeah, so if he's not going to do it, other times, now mid-off's got to be up.
And make a big deal of it. Stand there and make a huge deal of bringing that up. Well, they don't want to lose another wicket before lunch. Invite him down there. Just bring him up and hold the game up, make a huge issue of it. Bring him up and say, actually, I might have a bat pad on the onside too, thanks. Just come in here. He's not going to play any shots before lunch. Just see what happens.
Oh, I like the bat pad on the offside. The stronger the hitter of the ball, the closer you want to get to him. It's in front. It's a challenge. It's a... All those things are the little mind games that make up a day of Test match cricket.
And quality. Swan, it's not easy conditions for Swan to be bowling here. Warner wants a piece, can't get it. Swan is pitching right where he wants to.
Oh, Swanee, those are hard. There we go!
That's his best over so far. Well bowled, 1 for 71.
It's no good, his knees.
1 for 71, 24 overs bowled this morning. We're far away from lunch now. Shane Watson, 22 from 68 balls, has worked hard for those runs, but David Warner has looked really comfortable. 42 in 68 balls. He's just been slowed up a little, but that's as much a measure of his self-control as anything, I think. Now, the cricket show, of course, and Michael Slater. What have you got, Slats?
Oh, Nico, it's back, bigger and better. Let me tell you, the red shirts this year. Brett Lee's with me. We've got Pat Howard to start the show off. He's the general manager of team performance. Then we'll have a chat with Darren Lehman, the new Australian coach. He'll be doing some great things. We've got a world-exclusive premiere of a Toyota ad featuring Steve Waugh. And then Mitchell Starc will be live. We'll ask about the injury, and he's got the big handlebar Movember thing going on.
That's a must-see, I reckon. Lehman and Howard, Mitchell Starc and company. Good to have Brett Lee on board again. He's a popular choice amongst our viewers, and more people are watching the cricket show with Slats during the lunch break. There is Sir Darren Lehman. A lot of the guys have said how Darren Lehman has got them really enjoying their cricket.
Oh, no.
Catch that, he does! England have a wicket just before lunch. Little extra bounce again from Stuart Broad, who does seem able to work his magic when it's most needed.
We saw the start of this last over. 4 dots to finish his last over. Stuart Broad to Shane Watson. Almost got him caught in slips last over. The length is stifling. It's not easy to go forward to, or impossible, and not easy to go back. He goes back, hangs it out. Severe disappointment for Watson. He'd worked so hard. And Broad got him fishing. 22 and it's finished.
Well, this is a bad blow because of the exposure just before lunch for Michael Clarke. Here he comes, the Australian captain. Fabulous record, fabulous batsman. And probably, I reckon, just 3 balls till lunch, given the time we're at. He'll get bombed, I reckon.
And he's walking out to Stuart Broad. You could hear Shane Watson as soon as that one went, oh no. Because he, as you said, Hills, he's been working so hard. And England couldn't have asked for much more here. They've been patient and they've found a way to get a wicket. Australia lose their second wicket with 2 minutes to go. 2 for 71. It's pretty 50-50. Here it is. Just listen to Watson.
Oh, no.
You could just hear him say, oh, no. He just knows he's worked so hard. He's been patient. Just with 2 minutes to go, he's exposed the Australian captain, Michael Clarke, to Stuart Broad with his tail up. He's got 3 balls to go.
Real-time Snicko. There's good evidence of it too. I know that's a thick nick, but real-time Snicko will play its role with Hotspot.
Interested to see the field that Cook comes up with for Michael Clark.
Well, look at it, look at it. We will have a look at this field right now because we have 6 men catching close. 3 slips, a gully, a short leg, and look at that, just behind square, a leg gully.
Watch the full straight one.
And well played by Michael Clark, he was aware of it.
You picked it in your summation of Broad's first spell, Mark. He's bowled with life. He was going at 7.2 runs and over at one stage, but he's bounced that back to 3.91 and taken 2 wickets. He's tried short stuff, he's tried swing, he's tried length adjustments, and it has been a lively first session performance, and he's kept England in this.
Oh, well played. 2 good defensive strokes, 1 forward, 1 back.
Just looking at the replays of Shane Watson, you can just see why he got dragged into the shot. Even though it looked short and wide, and you can say, oh, he should have let that go. It just looks like the angle he bowled in, it just leaves him at the last minute. Even though that looked wide, it was just the position, the angle of the crease and everything drew him into the shot.
One problem with the commitment forward. It's the one problem. He's so determined not to get LBW. And it's nice bowling from Stuart Broad. Clark plays it extremely well. What's happening out there? The bails coming off, they're off. It's lunch. Clark's okay. Australia are okay, 2 down. And England suddenly feel okay. It's even Steven at the Gabba heels.
As you mentioned, Warnie, the full ones, no short ball just yet. So they didn't give Clark the obvious. It might be coming after lunch. I think it's in favour of England. 2 for 71. Australia would like maybe 85.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty even first morning of a test match. I'd say pretty even. Okay. I tell you what also, the change of ball. Just had a bit more swing in it again when nothing was happening. Change of ball brings a wicket. But I thought it was a fantastic session. It matched the build-up, it matched the intensity, it matched the excitement. It was even, Steven. I'm giving it 50-50. The last wicket there, it's just got England back in the game. Well played, Davey Warner.
Yep, the man on the left of picture who leaves his gloves to dry. He's unbeaten. A very well constructed 42, an exciting 42. England go and have lunch, happy with that sudden breakthrough. 2 for 71 then. The first morning has been a beauty here at the Gabba. When we come back, we'll have Michael Slater and the Cricket Show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ashes of 2013-2014 are underway.
100 days, 2,000 miles, to you I'd run through day and night. We've got to finish what we started. We've got a life to rescue, darling. My shirt is torn, the shoes I wore, my blood's been drawn, but still I'm strong. I feel like I'm a force of nature. I guess it makes you my creator. And I can keep running, I keep running, I keep
Catch that, he does! England have a wicket just before lunch.
Good ball, Gabba back and full scarcely past.
Double century to Green Chapel.
Taking test match record.
In the air, he's got it! Caught that ball! And brings up in both them century. There's the 100th for Border. He's done it. Oh, and that's taken the off step. There it is. Ball's got him.
I see, has he got it into the gap? He has! What a moment for Michael Clark.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Gabba for the post-lunch session in this first Commonwealth Bank Ashes Test match. For those of you who weren't with us earlier, Australia won the toss, elected to bat first. Nathan Lyon is in the side. James Faulkner is the 12th man for Australia, and that's what happened in the first session. Rogers went early, caught by Bell in the gully off Broad when he fended, hit the shoulder of the bat, comfortable catch to Ian Bell. And then Watson and Warner played very well till 4 balls before lunch. And unfortunately, from an Australian point of view, Shane Watson fell, caught at second slip by Graham Swan off Broad. David Warner's played particularly well. Started off quickly, hit some about 3 or 4 boundaries in the first half dozen overs, and since then he's just played, I suppose, in a sedate fashion. Knocked the ball around, worked the singles. Graham Swan to continue from the Stanley Street end. And a good afternoon to Michael Hussey and Ian Healy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Hi, Huss. Interesting that Swan's continuing. So Alistair Cook happy with what he was producing from that end, and they're going to operate quicks from the other end. Exactly the same field as before lunch as well. Quite often you see the spinner used up until lunch, and then they revert back to quicks now.
Yeah, so Michael Clark's the non-strikers, and he had to come out and face 3 deliveries just prior to lunch. He won't be, well, obviously be disappointed to see Shane Watson fall just short of lunch. But he won't be unhappy with that first session. From an Australian point of view, as I said, the second wicket right on the stroke of lunch has made honours even, but Warner started well. Watson looked good for his 22. Now they need to rebuild. The pitch is really good. Ball has now lost its hardness and lost a bit of its shine. It should be very good for batting on this session.
Well, probably this first hour, this middle session will tell the tale of who's on top. If England can grab a couple of wickets and get Australia 4 down for around 100 or 120, then they'll be well on top. Whereas if Australia can consolidate a good partnership here, stay 2 down for 120, 130, then they'll think they're on top.
An unusual field to Michael Clark. There's a deepish mid-wicket. I'm assuming that man sort of walking away right of screen. This man out here I'm talking about, I'm assuming he's there for a chipped shot. I mean, chipped away on the onside, or a slog sweep maybe.
Well, Michael Clark's, he's not a big sweeper of the ball. He can slog sweep, which will go to that man out at deep mid-wicket. But you can see at the 45 field has actually come right up, so you don't have a man out deep in this area out here, because he doesn't really. They're happy for him to sweep because he's not a really natural sweeper. Loves coming down the pitch like that and working the ball into the leg side. 2 runs off the over. Australia 2 for 73.
So 2 for 73 Australia, and Stuart Broad's been the wicket taker. He's answered his critics, I suppose you'd say. There's been a lot of people in the media leading up to this Test match and having their opinion about Stuart Broad and whether he should have walked back in that Test match during the Ashes series, calling him cheats and all sorts of stuff. And I think that's all gone a little bit too far, to be totally honest, but he's come out and bowled well.
Well, the valid criticism of him, or analysis of him, was today. 140-odd wickets at home and only 75 wickets away. He's half effective when he's on the road, but what he's done is keep England in this first Ashes contest right now. He's answered that, or starting to.
And he'll be very keen to have a big summer. He played the first Test here at the Gabba 4 years ago, but was injured after that and missed the whole rest of the series. He'll be very keen to have a big impact on Australian soil.
And no secret too with how they're going to bowl to Michael Clark. They've got a bat pad in place and also a man leg gully, top right of screen there. There was a school of thought that Michael Clark began to struggle with the short ball during that Ashes series, but I just wonder if he was struggling as much with his back as he was the short ball towards the end of that Ashes series in England. So he'll get tested though for sure.
Well, I actually think Michael Clark's a good player of the short ball, but it's very difficult to have the courage to take it on in your very first couple of balls at the crease. So that's where I think they probably will test him out early and see if Michael Clark's got the courage to play a pull shot or a hook shot early in his innings. But once he gets in and he gets used to the pace of the ball, the pace of the bowler, he actually does play the short ball quite well.
find the gap. It's well fielded. Chris Tremlett there. Yeah, picked him up 5 times, Stuart Broad, to Michael Clarke in the Ashes series. And it wasn't always through the short one. His pace and bounce seems to worry Clarke more than most. But he then gets him with that fuller ball because that front foot doesn't get out to the pitch of the ball because he sometimes looks for that short ball. The feet don't quite move as well. And that brings the edge into play. I think he bowled him a couple of times. Bowled him with a beauty in that. I think that might have been the Durham Test match. There it is, that's out. He's got him straight away with the short one. Straight after lunch. Stuart Broad on fire at the Gabba.
Well, they've come at this from a different angle, England. They've pitched up. They've pitched up, kept Michael Clarke wondering when it was going to be. When's the barrage coming? It's the 4th ball after lunch. And there it is, right on the money. You know you're not going to get too many chances. You don't give him too many practice runs, Michael Clarke. It is right at the emblem, and it hits short legs hands. Wow. 3 for 73, the Gabba's gone quiet.
Well, Stuart Broad has struck either side of lunch here. Picked up Watson, 3 balls remaining before the lunch break, and then straight after he's got the Australian captain, Michael Clarke, out for 1. Bounced out. Good short ball around that rib height under the armpit. Just fends the ball up to Ian Bell. Now the pressure right on Steve Smith. At 100 in that last test match at the Oval a few months ago. Will be tested here though.
Steve Smith's been in good touch for New South Wales so far in the Sheffield Shield season. I'm going to be really interested to see how his defence is. He looked very decisive in his defence over in England. And I thought that was a really good sign, and a sign that he'd really improved his game. So you see a good short one from Stuart Broad, popping up an easy catch to Ian Bell.
Well, it's just how you don't want to start an Ashes series when they've been talked about short pitch bowling. One sort of good height, it's around sort of rib, armpit height, bends it to Ian Bell. That will make even the finest players start thinking about how they're going to play that sort of delivery in the future. And a wicket maiden for Stuart Broad straight after lunch, 3 for 73. Swan to continue a single for David Warner. So a bit of pressure now on David Warner, who's got to start. He's on 43. Smith yet to score.
In the ongoing bowling partnership of Swan and anyone else, it's been Broad the mainstay, is working great. Run rate 2.72. Warner got out of the blocks really fast. They've pegged that back beautifully, the English. Alistair Cook can employ whatever he likes at the moment.
Smith's going to use his feet. It's not a bad thing. If you look at Graham Swan, he's into his 6th over. None for 14 he has. I think it was about his 2nd delivery that went for 4 when David Warner hit him over mid-off. Since then, very economical, and he's just tied up that Stanley Street end nicely.
They moved mid-wicket in. We talked about last over for Michael Clarke even. The man on the right of screen, the very right of screen, was much deeper. Now, Steve Smith is capable of hitting one over there. They're asking him right now, see if you want to do it.
Yeah, it's not always easy, particularly when you... Well, I think he sort of cemented his spot for probably 3 or 4 test matches. Steve Smith, he's got 100. Also got 89 in a test match during the recent Ashes series. Played well, as Mike Hussey said, for New South Wales in the Ryobi Cup matches. Now, he's in pretty good form, but it's not always easy. Gabba test match, first test match of the summer. Come out, play your shot straight away and try to wrestle the initiative back.
Do it from the end he's at now. Leave it to Warner. Leave it to Warner for a while. Ease your way into the partnership.
Single. Oh, it's almost 5. It's really well saved, that. That was almost a 5. Stuart Broad there. Not only bowling from the one end, he's saving runs at the other. Yeah, it's 3 for 76. So overs either side of lunch have changed the game here a little bit. Australia at one stage were 1 for 71, just prior to lunch, looking good. All of a sudden, 10 minutes after lunch, England have got themselves in front in the match, courtesy of that man there, Stuart Broad. Change of the field. We've got point going out now for David Warner. So quite a defensive field, really. 2 slips of gully, 2 men out in the hook, and a deep point. It's almost like they're trying to give a single here to David Warner, maybe get Smith on strike.
Well, I'd be interested to know what's going on in Davey Warner's mind. I'm sure he would have been so happy to get through to lunch and get a good start, and then he would have loved to have built a good partnership with Michael Clarke and then tried to up the ante a little bit and get on top of this English attack. But they've obviously got deep square leg and a deep point, so he can't thrash the ball away square of the wicket, but also he can't really afford to take too many risks. If Australia lose another one, they'll be 4 down.
It's nicely timed. There's that sweeping man. It's Carberry out there. They're going to go for 2. Warner will get back. Yeah, well, certainly plan A has worked, hasn't it, for England with Michael Clarke. We're talking about the Ashes series that's just finished in England. They bowled a lot of short stuff towards Clarke at the end of that series. Started ruffling his feathers a little bit. He made a big 180 at Manchester in the 3rd Test match, but after that they started to bowl a lot more of this sort of stuff to him. It unsettled him. And that was obviously plan A leading into this Test match.
And the first one they bowled today to Clarke was perfect. Right at the big, proud Australian emblem on his left chest. Front armpit's always a good target. Just take your eyes off it a little bit. It's in the right area to hit the very top of the bat.
What did you used to do, Mark, when you knew a team was going to attack you with some short stuff? Did you just try and get out of the way of it, or did you try and take it on a little bit more?
Another single there. Well, saying a moment, it's not always easy. Sometimes if you know you're going to get the short stuff early on, you've got to be ready to start playing the pull and hook shot. You can see there he's defending that with an upright bat, with a straight bat. If he's thinking pull or hook there, you don't actually have to play the shot. You're in position to either get out of the road of it or go ahead and play the shot. So sometimes a more aggressive approach mentally, I think, can help you out in that situation.
It is still difficult. He's only been at the crease for 4 or 5 deliveries, and to be taking on the pull shot, you know, when you're not used to the pace of the pitch or the bowler just yet, it's a very difficult position to be in.
And you just hope that first one doesn't go to hand. So that would have given Michael Clarke a nice use of hindsight, you know, but still be not out. Because it was such a good ball and everything went to plan for the English, he's walking off going, God, how did I let that happen? You know, why didn't I duck? Why didn't I play a shot? It just, it happens so quick.
And then it's interesting to see what he does next time he comes out in the second innings, because you can bet the tactics will be exactly the same. Stuart Broad will be straight back into the attack and he'll get the short stuff, so he's going to have to try and combat it. Oh, that's nearly an edge there. Warner looking to score though. That's the good news. 3 for 80 after 29. So Warner and Smith at the crease now. George Bailey on debut, next man in for Australia. Haddon, Johnson, Siddle, Harris and Nathan Lyon. The offie preferred over James Faulkner for this Test match. James Anderson back into the attack. So Swan on a couple of overs straight after lunch. Anderson back into the attack, maybe because of Steve Smith. Smith generally considered a reasonable player of spin bowling and probably not considered to play quite as well against the seamers.
be very interesting to know how George Bailey's feeling right now. I'm sure he's trying to stay calm and relaxed in that viewing area or down in the dressing room. Not playing too many shots in your mind. But, he's probably just going through his routine, getting any clues from the past batsman, from Watto in front of him there, and also watching on the TV what the ball's doing, trying to stay calm and relaxed as well.
Now, Huss, can you think back to your first Test run? Can you think when you first debuted, was it Hobart you debuted? No, here, that's right. How'd you get off the mark?
Took me a while. Managed just to nudge one past short leg, called no. And then yes, and then please hurry up and get through. It was a very nerve-wracking time. I'd be the first to admit I didn't handle the emotions of my first Test well at all. So I'm always interested to know how a debutante's feeling, and especially right now when you're waiting to go out and bat. At least I was opening the batting that time.
I remember at the SCG, I was facing Curtly Ambrose, and I got an inside edge onto my thigh guard, and my first worry was that it was going to go to bat pad, I was going to get a duck. I sort of squirted past the man at bat pad, and we took off for a single, and I did what all grade cricketers do. I started checking the inside edge of the bat just to make the umpire know that I'd hit it. There's nothing worse in your first game. You know, you walk out there, you're on naught. You just want to see something up next to your name other than a duck.
You wouldn't be checking that inside edge if it had gone to bat pad.
Absolutely not.
It said all thigh guard.
That's good stuff from Smith. That's something that these two will do well together. They've batted together quite a bit for New South Wales, and they're both pretty quick between the wickets. So watch for a lot of that rotation of strike and plenty of quick singles.
And it's important because the England bowling attack are very good when they can get a lot of balls at one batsman. If they can set you up, they're very skilled. If they can set you up with a few deliveries in a row, then you generally you can get a ball that's going to get you out. Whereas if you can rotate the strike, keep being busy, making them bowl to a left-hander, then a right-hander, it does change their line and length a lot, and it's a good start from these two.
Worked that nicely. Warner, unusual shot really. Just went on the length of the ball. Knew he'd have time because it was short just to work the onside.
Played a really good one of these, the one that had Jimmy Anderson digging his knee into the outfield off the bowling of Stuart Broad. But he's seeing it so well today. He's got lots of time, he's making good decisions, getting his weight transferring well forward and back, and his placement is good, so making runs looking easy.
It's 3 for 82. .30 overs bowled, 3 for 82, and David Warner on strike on 49. He's hit 6 fours in that 49, and he hit 4 of them about the first 4 or 5 overs. So since then it's been fairly quiet. It's worked the ball around nicely. The bowling from England's been good. It's been controlled, well planned, hasn't been overly quick. Stuart Broad found an extra yard for Michael Clark, I'm sure. But they've dragged it back nicely. As they said, Rogers fell early there. The score was on 12, but then Warner got off to a bit of a quick start. They dragged it back, and the run rate back to 2.7 and over, just through good tidy bowling.
And I like Jimmy Anderson's first over back last over. He had it swinging to Steve Smith out in the off-stump corridor. So Smith was letting them go, nothing too straight, and then he tried an outswinger to the left-hander. So again, he produced quality. Only two singles in his first over back with the ball moving around a bit. So because the batting pitch is so good, the bowlers have to provide quality this session. And they're doing it. That was a short ball, unfairly called wide. But, the wide, what is it called, law, now changed a little bit. It's not unreachable. It's just got to be, if you can't play a reasonable cricket shot to a ball, then it can be called a wide rather than unreachable.
That's something that opening batsmen don't always want called wide either. It just means that the bowler gets one more ball at you.
And fired up.
As long as it's consistent. I think that's all the players want. As long as it's consistency.
Straight to cover. Broad's now got Warner. Australia in trouble, 4 for 83. David Warner, so comfortable today that he falls one short of a half century.
A rarity, a false shot from Warner. The first Ashes 50 up for grabs. He missed times one straight to the Centurion, Kevin Peterson. 100th test. First Ashes test catch of this summer, and Warner's disappointment immediately obvious.
Yeah, he could tell as soon as he hit that ball that he was in trouble. Australia 4 for 83 after 30.3 overs.
Well, England turned this test around from just prior to lunch to now. Australia have lost 3 for 12. Broad has the figures of 4 for 35. And now George Bailey on debut comes in with Australia in trouble. And 3 slips to gully, bat pad, man around the corner at short or leg gully. And he's away. If he runs there, probably get 3 of this. Bailey's quick, as is Smith, and they'll get back for 3. There it is, Mike Huss. He's off the mark, first ball with a 3.
Must be a great feeling for George Bailey. To his confidence, the world of good. Certainly a lot different to the one-day fields he would have been contending against India in the recent series. But he's a pretty cool customer. He'll handle the pressure well. And Australia need him. They need him and Steve Smith to get a partnership together here.
Yep, it's crystal clear. Absolutely crystal clear, and that'll make it easier for him. Bat time, that's all your job needs to be. And as England keep piling this pressure on, there's lots of gaps out there because they're attacking with their field. You can pick off 15 or 20 before they're really aware that that's what you are. So Steve Smith and George Bailey just got to bat. Just bat and enjoy these good conditions. And look back at tea time and say, hey, we went all right.
That's good bowling. Really good bowling from Stuart Broad. 4 for 38. The big England quick. 4 for 86. Here's the departure. David Warner, there it is. So what a feeling for England. Kevin Peterson in the foreground of that shot. Thank you very much.
So this is where Anderson turns the screws. He's got beautiful shape away from the right-handers, and he's got 2 in now. Bailey replaces Warner. The 2 right-handers just to operate away from both of their outside edges.
It's definitely a clear tactic with the England play. They pick their times to attack. As you can see here, there's 3 slips, a gully, a short leg. No deep fielders apart from the fine leg. As soon as there's a partnership, Warner and Watson going well, put a few players back and make sure Australia can't get away from England. They can't get the scoring going quickly. They don't build the partnership up quickly and take the game away from England quickly at all. But then as soon as they take a couple of wickets, all the fielders come in and the attacking starts again.
It also shows the importance of turning that start into a score, doesn't it? As you say, with Watson and Warner going just before lunch. Australia 1 for 71, would have been delighted. And then right on the tick of lunch, Watson falls and the game changes. Now, Anderson's getting the ball to bounce, a bit of swing there, and you can see the pressure right back on the Aussie batsman. It all started with that wicket just prior to lunch.
Warner technically today was excellent. That was all arms and hands there. His back foot didn't get back.
as well as it once did. He'd been playing pull shots to this a little bit. He went with the back foot cover drive and couldn't get it along the deck. Straight to the man.
Edge, and just short, I think, of Alistair Cook. Pryor went. From our view here in the commentary box, it's hard to tell if Pryor actually got a hand of that on the full. Certainly didn't carry to Cook. Now, did the keeper get there? A little bit of movement away. There's the edge. It's a good, healthy edge. Pryor goes just under his glove, out of reach, and just short of Alistair Cook.
Good bowling, really good bowling. Pryor bailed out of that, didn't really go, and hoped he wasn't going to distract Cook at the last minute, so he leaves it go. He's going straight to first slip. Jimmy Anderson had gone all outswing, and then bowled a straight one. George Bailey read it, either an in-swinger or a straight one, and so therefore he played at it and still got the edge.
Single there to Smith. Very quick, both of these guys. 32 bowled, 4 for 88. So Australia 4 for 88. They've lost 2 for 17 since lunch. A little half hour for England. Changing the commentary box, Ian Chappell and Michael Vaughan are with Michael Slater.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, a load of trouble for Australia. It's not day one that they were after. They can rebuild from here. They're after that from a debutant in Bailey. He's got the experience, though. He's been around for a long time in the first-class scene. What about this man, Broad? He's got 4 for. Absolutely steaming in. 4 for 38. This is the start of his 12th over. And the other man, Steve Smith, when we look at this batting partnership, gaining experience, still trying to make it in the test match ranks. Full of talent, full of form running into this opening test match, but it's all England at the moment. Vaughnie, I hate to say.
Well, it's all in the mind, and the English team, you can see it in their eyes, they've got steel. Now, they didn't play great in the UK, played well at Lords in the second test where they blew Australia away. And you just felt here that they've gone back to what they did in 10-11, professional, the attritional cricket, building dots. And I have to say that dismissal of Michael Clarke, he did a piece before the start of play about and playing the short ball. It just looks to me like he's got a blind spot. Broad's now had him 6 of the last 8 innings. So as soon as he walks to the crease, the ball's going to go straight into Stuart Broad's hand. That field's going to be set again. Does he stick or twist? So they now start to play the pull shot. He's got to work a better method and know what he's doing at the minute.
And the worst part about that, Michael, is if you're forced to do something by the opposition and it's not your decision to do it, that's a bad state to be in as a batsman. When you feel like they forced me to do something, whether it be to take on the hook shot or whether it be to give up the hook shot, if you've been forced into it, it's much better if you make the decision yourself rather than you're forced into it by the opposition.
Oh, it's such a plan, wasn't it? They had the bat pad straight in there, man round the corner, and off he goes. So it's something he was aware of. Slam down the ground. The freedom of Smith. That's what you'll notice, that he's got this free-flowing style.
Well, we saw him score a terrific 100 at the Oval in the last Test match, and throughout the whole series in England he showed just glimpses of this kind of talent.
He's such a natural player, and that's how he's started the domestic season, and he's wonderful to watch. He's got an interesting stance, and the bat's up and he bounces around, but when he gets into a scoring position, it's just this flow of the bat. Immense talent.
And this is a tremendous opportunity for both players. Bailey on debut, You score 100 in the last Test match of an Ashes series when you lose 3-0. It's terrific for you, but you don't feel you've had an impact on the series. The Aussies 92 for 4, score 100 in this situation. Get your team back onto some kind of level pegging. It's going to take some doing, but it's a great opportunity for young players.
Four for 92. England have come to Australia. They had an opening match in Perth and then moved to Tasmania, where it rained for 2 days, then on to Sydney, where the rain followed them, but fortunately it sort of cleared up for the most part of the SCG match. So there was some thoughts that their preparation was underdone. It doesn't look like it at the moment. Anderson, they've still got 3 slips. Nearly a flick. It's an attempt of aggression there from Bailey.
Just look at Anderson's figures, 9.1 overs, 0 for 16. He does a terrific job for the team when it's not hooping around, swinging. He just holds an end, builds the pressure, lets the batsman have the odd sharp short one. I've been really impressed with Cook. He's had a little bit of criticism about his imagination out in the middle. Is he not proactive enough? Well, I think his bowling changes have been excellent. He's never allowed the batsman to settle. Field settings have been good.
And he's got a dream at one end in Broad, and I say that there are many attributes of Broad, but one of the main ones is that he has that ability to take wickets in batches, and that is for a captain, a fielding captain, that's worth a lot. Somebody who gets on a bit of a roll, and it's exactly what he's done in this period, with Australia well and truly on top. Well, I won't say well and truly on top, but on top coming into lunch, and suddenly he gets a wicket, and then he follows it up with 2 more straight after lunch.
Yeah, it's amazing how the team element of England has worked for a while. I mean, if you look at the overall average of Anderson and the overall average, bowling average of Broad, you might expect it to be sort of mid to low 20s at times when you're seeing the hauls of wickets, but they're up around 30. But when one isn't taking the wickets, the other's getting a bag, and vice versa.
I think that's a lot to do with the starts of their international careers. Anderson, when he first came onto the scene, bowled big outswingers, went at 4-5 and over. Broad was exactly the same, and I think through experience and bowling lots of overs in different conditions, they've learnt the art of knowing how to bowl in different situations, and they've got what Glenn McGrath used to have, that real ability to hate for going for runs. Stuart Broad reminds me so much of, he's not in Glenn McGrath's league yet, but he reminds me very similar of his body language. He's a fighter, he's got that kind of steel in his eyes, hates going for any boundaries, always blames the footholes. McGrath used to do that as well.
Pitchy was quite funny with it all. Gee, he used to get filthy. Grabbed the baggy green from the umpire, trudged down to fine leg. The worst was when he had the quick turnaround from getting out, the most bizarre dismissal I'd ever see, and he was still chuntering as he's walking out for his first over on how unlucky he was with the bat. So settle down, pitch, this is your job now. It's a maiden, and still 4 for 92. There's that magnificent shot from Spider Cam. We'll have Spider Cam right through the summer once again, taking you out into the middle. At House in the first 3 days of this Test match. As Chris Tremlett comes back into the attack, the tall man, he's had knee problems the last 3 years. He hasn't played much Test cricket at all, so a strong return in this Test match will forge that seam position right through the series. I know that they were uncertain, the selectors, when they arrived at the Englishman, on who would get this job, and it's been Tremlett.
Well, they picked him to do the job that he's done already. 6 overs, 0 for 12. Keep it tight. Not bowl many loose deliveries. Oh, what a shot that is. Latched onto it. This is Smith when he's at his best. He's got a lovely ability of picking up length quickly. And he picked that up so sharply, and it's the way to play a bowler like Chris Tremlett, whose comeback is historically a man that likes to bowl a long first spell, and then his second and third can be a little bit down in pace. Best way to treat a new bowler is to put him under pressure straight away, smash him to the boundary.
It's one of his favourite shots, Stephen Smith. An area where he has improved, he's really tightened up his defence. You're talking about Michael Slater, talking about the way England bowl as a team. Swan has contributed to that today, but it's more than just tying the batsman down. Swan can keep it tight, but even in keeping it tight, he looks like he might get you a wicket. So it's not as though he's bowling darts and just keeping the runs tight at one end. He's keeping them tight, but with an edge to his bowling that could get you a wicket any time, and I think that's a real art.
I think what you get with Graham Swan, you know that he's going to get plenty of revolutions on the ball, so he's always asking the question, even if it's a flat wicket, which this is a beautiful batting wicket. He comes on, he's always trying to get as many revs on the ball, so if there's going to something to happen, he knows he's got enough to be able to just get something out of a surface. Now, I don't think he'll get as much drift through the air here as he does back home with the Duke ball, but he's certainly always asking that question.
Last two deliveries have been spot on from Tremlett. That's the area he needs to own. It's always tempting for the big man to try and just pull it back a little bit shorter than that, but that's straight into that pulling zone that we saw at the start of the over for Smith. So the last two deliveries have been in a zone where almost committing Smith to a stroke. It's just a little bit wide of off stump, and again, bang on a dime.
I guess the ultimate spinner, and talking about that type of spinner who could keep it tight but always looked like they were going to get a wicket, was Shane Warne. He could bowl, well, I don't think he ever bowled in a negative fashion, but he could bowl long spells without getting a wicket, but always making the batsman think, making them work really hard to earn their runs, and always looking like he was going to get a wicket. And sometimes that gets you wickets down the other end.
There he goes again. Two of them in the over. And it brings up the Aussie 100. It's been tough going. They're 4 wickets down. So Australia now 100. And it has been tough going for a moment. Before lunch, it looked like they were going in at 1 wicket down, and then Watson got out just on the stroke of lunch, which meant that Michael Clarke had to face a few deliveries, then Clarke out straight after lunch, and then Warner after that. 49, the difference that Australia can make from England to here, making the most of opportunities, turning starts into big hundreds. That hasn't happened for a while. And another one goes big. Warner batted well this morning. It's unfortunately 1 run shy of another half century. Gone.
Yeah, and England's plans are always on good surfaces to go under 3 and over. Aussie run rate at the minute 2.84. They just feel as a bowling unit that they can control the game if they're not going over 3s.
Flirt with danger. That one started to shape away. It might have been after it pitched. It's a good area from Anderson. He's threatening.
George Bailey's been able to play him off the back foot most of the time so far. On that occasion, he just followed the ball as it moved away. It's interesting the guard that he's taking. I think he looks to me as though he's taking off-stump guard, George Bailey. He's a long way across. His preference is to play on the onside. Maybe that's one reason why he's taking that guard. Also perhaps trying to negate the outswing.
Edge and gone. Solid at first slip. Cook. The captain comes into play. Brilliant with his tactics, and now he snares a catch. The first one for Anderson.
Well, the Aussie wicket to fall, and it's a beauty. Bailey trying to get over to that offside, and Anderson just gets one to lift and leaving. And Cook's got a safe pair of hands.
Well, the ball before it was probably the intimidator in that one. He tried to do the same, shuffling across the crease, but this time Anderson grabbing the edge. Trouble for Australia, 5 for 100. So the wicketkeeper and very talented batsman Brad Haddin comes to the crease a lot earlier than he would have liked, and it's been a lot earlier after lunch as well than anyone would have imagined. Given it was 2 for 71 at lunch, it's now 5 for 100, and we're not even at the middle of the day. The drinks break round the corner, overs down 35.3. Talk about giving confidence to the opposition. 3 slips again. He won't mess around, Haddin.
When you've lost 7 test matches in 9, cracks are there. And it doesn't take long for the cracks to open up. And I think England within 35.4 overs, with the first day of the Ashes series, have already opened a few cracks up.
Well, it's interesting, Vordy. I think a lot of the focus this morning was how you can do damage with bat in hand, but you look at the damage with ball in hand that England... I remember when Australia used to be on top, and if you got off to a racing start with the bat, you could almost see England's shoulders drop just slightly in a reminder of what's been happening in recent history, and it's probably the same here today.
Absolutely, and I'd go as far as saying that wicket just before lunch, that is what the old Australian team used to do. Used to always get that key wicket at that key moment. You know, we as an England team would be fighting just to try and get into lunch, 1 down. We'd always lose a late one. And so the Aussies go to lunch or finish the day's play with a little spring in the step. And I go as far as saying that wicket of Watson really gave England a huge lift.
Yeah, there's the movement off the pitch, and Bailey, even though he'd played a missed at the one before, could not stop himself chasing it. I thought he was across the stumps covering it. His first wicket, Anderson, well bowled. It's 5 for 101. And in a bundle, the wickets have fallen. 1 for 12. It was a good early start for England. Rogers gone, and then there was a partnership. Watson, that's the wicket that Michael Vaughan's talking about just before lunch. 2 minutes before, in fact. 2 for 71. 50-50 session for both sides, but now all in favour of England. The last 3 wickets have fallen very quickly. And it's up to Smith, who started very well, 16 from 29, and Haddin to get things going. Here's Haddin on strike.
Well, you've got 2 players at the crease now who are aggressive batsmen, and if you're looking at a counter-attack, these are the 2 sort of players who could do it for Australia. And the great thing about counter-attacking is the fielding side, when they've got you 5 for 102, they're expecting batsmen to be fighting and working hard to just get a few runs and survive for a while. You get 2 players who come in and counter-attack you, suddenly it makes captaincy a bit more difficult.
Run away quickly. The man is not at an orthodox fine leg position, very square. Yeah, and that'll take some courage, but I think the beauty here, chaps, is that that's their natural game, isn't it? Smith and Haddin just come out and they don't think too much about the scoreboard, and that can work in your favour. It can keep a big score going, or it can get you out of a hole like this by positive intent. Gilly used to do it quite often.
I think the problem that they've got is that they're up against, in particular, Anderson, who's world class. He has an amazing ability to move the ball either way, ball terrific lengths, always aggressive. So he's going to be a hard bowler to counter attack against. Someone like Tremlett, you could see Smith played a couple of beautiful pull shots, so you could see them going after him, but the way that Broad, Anderson have bowled today, you just think, oh, it's going to be so difficult. I think they've just got to bide the time. They've got to try and fight and just get something going.
Nicely played, good judgment there from Smith. It's not a bad way to go about it either, rotate the strike.
Perfect way. That's what I like Steve Smith, because he's always energised at the crease. You can always see he's looking for that opportunity to score, get the quick single. I'd say that's the safest option and the best option, just to try and get a partnership gathering a little bit of pace, just knock it and run, get the fielders in a little bit tighter and then hit it through them.
And the good thing about the way that Smith has approached Tremlett by hitting those pull shots, Tremlett is a bowler who likes to bowl just short of a length. That's his natural length. And if you can force him to bowl somewhere else, makes life difficult for him.
It's a good length and a runaway for 4, but it's a wing to Tremlett. That's the area he wants to bowl. Slips in play. And another 3 to the total.
That certainly was the fuller length from Tremlett. So that's the question that Steve Smith asks of Tremlett. Okay, I've picked up your short delivery and I can pull it away for 4. Now what are you going to do? You're going to pitch up a little further? And sometimes the blokes who like to bang it into the track, they don't really like to pitch the ball up too much. The reason they're banging it into the track a lot of the time, not so much in Tremlett's case because he's so tall, but sometimes they're banging it into the track because they don't want to be driven.
It's 5 for 108. So Anderson will continue. He's got his first wicket. That will settle him. But Broad, the man that Australia love to hate.
Well, it is the man that one of the local papers is banned from mentioning.
I find that hilarious.
I've just seen it on the website.
So how have they written the dismissals?
Well,
then?
it just says, Warner, caught Peterson, 49, bowled, 27-year-old medium pacer. They won't even mention his name.
Is that for the whole series or just the test match?
Well, the way he's bowling, it's going to be hard for him not to mention him at least once.
Oh dear. Trying to get on the front foot. He'll play early on in the piece from the back foot in a position of around the crease, Haddon, and then the feet really start to move into the ball. Once he's flowing, he's forward and back. Very watchful, plays the ball late and needs to stop these batting collapses, something that's been a trend for some time, I believe, in this Australian setup. And if we go back to the Ashes in England recently, there'll be a few examples that highlight just how, once it gets on a roll, these wickets, it's hard to stop. Trent Bridge, 9 for 117, 3 for 3. First innings at Lords, 8 for 54. And you can see where the 8 wickets were. It was 1 for 50, then 9 for 104. Second innings, 5 for 28. And second innings at Chesley Street up in Durham, 6 for 34. So it is a pattern.
Well, you know what it's like, lads, when you've been in a team that's had collapses that happen on a regular basis. Once you lose 1 and 2 wickets, there's always that little vibe in the dressing room, isn't it? That's hard to get rid of. There's a little, no one talks about it, no one mentions it, but it's just in there, isn't it? You can't get rid of it.
Don't mention the war.
And the most important thing is the England team know about it. They know exactly what this Australian batting lineup is potentially.
Edge, and it'll maybe get there. There was a hand on it, diving from third slip. No, it won't quite reach the rope.
And I think even if the Aussies get a start, 100 for none, 100 for 1, in the back of the England mind, they just keep saying to each other, look, we know what they can do this lot. 1 wicket potentially could bring 3, 4 and 5 quickly.
Gee, it hurts to hear you say that. There was once upon a time, not that long ago, I thought England will never think that. It was the other way round. Oh, it hurts.
And it's what keeps the fielding side going, knowing that there might be a collapse just around the corner. That's what keeps you going. But if you think, well, these two are in and they could be here for another 2 days, then it has that deflating effect on the fielding side. But if you know that there's maybe just around the corner there's 2-3 wickets, it just keeps you going as a fielding and a bowling side.
That's a good delivery, shaping away to the slips. It's where you want to be. It's 5 for 110. There's the view across this great ground, the Gabba. It has changed somewhat from many moons ago when it had a dog track around it. The playing surface was a lot smaller. There was couple of hills around, and it's very much an arena with the one stand going the entire 360 degrees. It's a tremendous atmosphere. Keep mentioning sell out today, tomorrow and the day after. So tickets available for days 4 and 5 if you're interested in coming down.
The Australians will be kicking themselves that top order batsman, because this is the time to be batting at the Gabba. You do the hard work in that first session. When you mark the crease in the first session, it's very black. You know there's a bit of moisture there. You know you've got 2 hours of really hard work in that first session. But with the sun belting down, you come out and mark your crease after lunch and it's very brown. That's the time to cash in. And the Australian top order haven't done that.
And it's a hard thing to escape. I think you've summed it up nicely, Borny. I mean, and you're trying not to repeat a pattern that's been a negative one or a destructive one in terms of a result. So you're trying not to think about it, but subconsciously you're thinking about it. You know, I think Michael Clarke today was thinking so much about getting on top of that short ball and playing it well, and he's done a lot of practice on it, that, you know, just subconsciously he's doubting the ability to play it, and it's not been a problem.
Well, absolutely, and as a batsman, the one dismissal that you don't want on your CV is that one that we saw from Michael Clarke today. I saw Clarke's press conference yesterday. I felt he was a little bit cranky. He didn't, in the UK they lost 3-0, but he was fantastic with the media. Spoke brilliantly, he was always very positive. And I watched him yesterday in the press and I thought, there's a man that's got something on his mind. He wasn't quite happy. There's something disturbing him. And sometimes when you get out to the short ball, it's not the technique, it's your mind.
I think you can safely say that he probably thinks he's watching the ball leaving the bowler's hand, but he's probably watching in a bit of an area around the bowler's hand. Once you look away, that's generally a sign. You see that Michael Clarke just started to take his eye off the ball and duck his head. Once that's happening, I reckon it's a really good indicator that you're not quite watching the ball as closely as you think you are, and a lot of that's to do with the mind and what you're thinking about at the time. What you're thinking about at the time generally shows up in your footwork, but also the watching of the ball.
Yeah, just right at the end, it got big on him. He knew it was going to be somewhere up around the gloves and was just hoping that it would fly safely straight to back pad. As that one moves, that ball has shaped away at the last moment. A little bit of reverse, I think.
Well, this is where England are excellent. They just get enough action on the ball. It generally starts with Jimmy Anderson and everyone else follows.
There we go. It's another drinks break. Gatorade drinks break here at the Gabba. We'll take a quick break.
Cricket.com.au will get you in touch with everything you need to know, including Movember, the official men's charity partner of Cricket Cares. Not too late to show your support by signing up and donating at Movember.com. And Milo into cricket, the best way for kids to get their start in the game. My kids play it and absolutely love it. Current superstars Michael Clark and Elise Perry kick-started their careers via Into Cricket, and you could be next. You just have to visit intocricket.com.au to sign up, and the Australian Cricket Family is the official fan club of Cricket Australia. Join now, you get priority ticketing access, member-only news, exclusives and a 20% discount on a season pass for live streaming subscription. For more info, you know where to go, cricket.com.au. All right, we're back at the Gabba, and it has been all about England really since about 5 minutes before the break. This is the first one to go, and Rogers will be disappointed when he sees a replay of that as an opening batsman. You don't want to be dismissed in this fashion. Mark Taylor's next to me, as is Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball moved back on him a little bit there, and Watson won't like look at that either. Third last ball before lunch. Looking to get forward, he is concerned about how he plays off the front foot. Probably got almost stuck in that frame of mind. Michael Clark straight after lunch. Good bowling from Broad, targeted him with the short ball. Couple of catching men, and Clark took his eyes off that one and fended the bell with bat pad.
Warner had played so well. His frustration is pretty obvious to us all. I mean, he'd made 40 odd. And he'd done so in some comfort until that mistake. And then James Anderson, a master of the mid-afternoon spell, when he can get that older ball just to move around a little bit in the air and off the seam and ask questions of the middle order. 5 down, 110 on the board.
Oh, good shot. First ball after the break, bang. Take that.
Well, Brad Haddon there taking a leaf out of Steve Smith's book, and it's a good leaf to take too, because I think Australia need to try and wrestle back the initiative here. They started well in this game, Warner in particular, and then for about half an hour after the start of play to lunch, they went slow. They got bogged down, and England dominated with the ball, and then they started losing wickets. Haddon, Smith are both aggressive players, so I think Australia should start using a bit more of that tactic, try and get this initiative back.
Well, when Brad Haddon started, we talked a lot about the need for somebody to fill the Adam Gilchrist shoes, not to be as good a player as that, obviously, because that's a once-in-a-generation player, but at least to be able to counter-attack and to continue Australia's ability to turn things around with stroke play, and Haddon had that. I remember 160 he got at the Adelaide Oval.
Also remember him batting very well here with Mike Hussey, 130 odd.
Well, that was 3 years ago against England. That was another tremendous innings. Clearly time waits for no man, but he still has a lot of his natural ability. He played fantastically on a couple of occasions in England, particularly I'd say at Trent Bridge, when it was difficult. And he nearly got Australia over the line. Boy, the best of him's needed here.
Yeah, this pair have got an enormous amount of work to do. Smith's got to dig in, he's got 19. Haddon's got to go with him. Australia must find a way to get somewhere near 300. Oh, good shot. The breaks come at the right time for Brad Haddon. Starting to move nicely into the ball. I admire this England team so much. Their ability to withstand and then fight back is just wonderful. And you watch that Warner and Watson partnership where they were just making it look so easy and the pitch looked flat, and everyone thought, myself included, how many for Australia? And then this man's ability with Broad to bite back.
Well, they're not afraid to defend, are they, England? At times we criticise them up here. I think sometimes probably fairly criticise them because they tend to push men back very quickly. But they sum up the situation very well. I think Alistair Cook does that particularly well. He says, all right, David Warner, first ball or second ball off Graham Swan, hits him over long off for 4. Straight away moves a man back. And all of a sudden David Warner doesn't score for a while and doesn't get away as he would maybe in other games. So that tactic certainly is working against the Australians. It's worked in the past and it's worked again today.
That one not bouncing as much. But some intent from Brad Haddon, 5 for 116. Tremlett with the ball in hand, and Australia with a massive job in hand. 5 for 116.
Cook is a ruthless character. Don't be confused by a happy smile. That fella is about winning cricket matches, and he simply doesn't believe that leaving fielders up is the answer. He believes you dry the runs, you bleed the life out of boundaries. And in the modern era, with batsmen playing so many strokes and with bats as they are, he thinks it's the way to go. He doesn't think there's many players can now contain themselves and play within themselves. That's why they drag situations back a lot. And he can hear all the talk about more aggressive or funky, as they say, field settings, and he just doesn't agree with it. It's as simple as that.
And they've got good team swagger too, England now. They've got great belief. They've won repeatedly now for a fair bit of time, so it doesn't matter what the scoreboard looks like. You just get the sense from all the 11 players out there that they believe that a wicket's coming and that a good half hour's coming and that they're going to get themselves back in or further in front in a game. They've just got that look about them, and Australia don't, and that's what Australia's got to get.
Well, they're a very comfortable group at the moment. I think that your point's interesting, JB, that now that the Peterson problem is resolved, maybe you might say, and he is reintegrated, and that was Cook's work. He got the rest of the side to see that they hadn't been angels. He got Peterson to come on board with his thinking, which was, what do you want? You want to be a great cricketer and be part of a successful team or not? And this is a very, very happy and well-knit team. And this, of course, is 100th Test match. It's the chairman of the England and Wales Cricket Board, Charles Clarke, presenting something to commemorate the moment, and words too from Alistair Cook, and a special cap. And let's be honest, if we go back a few years, we mightn't have thought he'd manage 100 Test matches for England, or as many hugs from his mates.
They're good numbers, aren't they? 100 Test matches, just under 50 averaging. 33 50s and 23 hundreds, and more than that, Tubb, it's the way he plays. He's an imposing player. He takes the game on, scores quickly, rips the game away from the opposition, so that's averaging 48 playing properly.
Yeah, and you couple that with Alistair Cook himself, who's played 97 Test matches. This is Test match 98 for him. Similar average, a few more hundreds, but plays a different way, plays a more reserved way. But together, great combination.
Well, Cook's top of the hundreds list for England, and Peterson's second, equal second. 5 for 117.
5 for 117. Australia, England have done amazingly well. 1 for 70 at one stage, Australia, and going along beautifully. And as really good sides do, they've managed to wrestle the initiative back. Here's Graham Swan.
Swanee enjoyed being in those flames.
Really interested in this battle too, because I think Steve Smith's a really good player of slow bowling. Uses his feet well, backs himself. He'll come skipping down the crease at Swan. He won't mind the fact that the fieldsmen are up.
Did you see the bounce on that ball, the extra bounce? Never mind the fact it spun a bit. Pryor took that above waist height.
That's something that Shane Warne used to love about this pitch here at the Gabba, was not so much the sideways movement, but that extra bit of bounce and pace on the ball.
They're just offering Smith a hint of the carrot. The bloke at mid-on is a little deeper than he would be normally. There's a single there if he knocks it into the space between the short mid-wicket and the non-striking batsman. And there's also the opportunity to knock it over his head if he's got the courage.
There's something I reckon you've got to do against Graham Swan is get those singles, pick up those singles. As we've talked about a moment ago, Alistair Cook with his field settings will dry up the boundaries by putting men deep. It's really important when that happens to pick up those singles when they're pushed back. Something that probably David Warner and Watson didn't do. Hit Swan for that quick four to start his spell, and then they couldn't get the singles to keep the strike rotating.
Pick up a single here. Just the one off. Pretty good over there from Swan. Australia 5 for 118. Absolutely magnificent day here in Brisbane. Lots of people in the house, 30,000 plus. We've got Smith and Haddon at the crease, and that's what's to come. Johnson, Siddle, Harris. So these two have got lots of work to do. We've had lots of rain in the lead up to this game, and there's some forecast for the weekend, well, thunderstorms anyway, but as I say, the conditions at the moment could not be better for playing cricket. Viewing is superb, a few clouds here and there, but otherwise absolutely pristine.
It's warm out in the middle, there's no doubt about that though. The forecast high was something like 30 degrees Celsius, so it'll be warmer out in the middle, so still an opportunity here for the Australians if they could put together a partnership. Smith's got that fine, he'll look for two here. Really quick between the wickets, get back comfortably. So far this has been England's session, no doubt about that. They picked up 3 quick wickets after lunch. Just got to try and put together a partnership now. Wickets now lost that greenish tinge, the ball's older.
New South Wales cricketers of 5 or 6 years ago will be interested watching Chris Tremlett. He spent the season out here playing a bit of club cricket, and he spent time in the nets when Paddy Farhart was involved. Paddy was also with Hampshire and physiotherapist, and he got Tremlett bowling in the nets a lot, and they reckon he was a nightmare to bat against in the nets. And just in the last 20 minutes or so, you sense a better rhythm. It's as if this long bowl, so he's really had a long period. Hasn't played for England since 2011. He's had a long period out of the game with injury, and this long bowl is helping him, working up a real sweat, starting to hit the bat a bit harder, starting to hit the wicketkeeper's gloves a bit harder and higher. He's a formidable man, 6'8", huge build.
All right, gentlemen, KFC trivia time. Mark Taylor, Mark Nicholas in the gun. Who claimed the first wicket? The 2006-7 Ashes series.
Hussey, the catcher, in the gully.
No, that was 3 years ago. That was
sorry,
Strauss.
sorry. I'm thinking of Andrew Strauss caught in the gully.
Yeah, now England bowled first, because it was the Harmison first ball. Who got the first wicket?
There was. We've got David Lloyd doing a stint or two for us, and I'm sure it was Bumble who came out with the line when that Harmison bowled that first ball, and Flintoff took it at slip, and he said usually when the first ball of the match goes to slip, the edge of the bat's involved.
So we deflected the question well enough now because we don't know the answer.
Well, let's go Anderson then.
Anderson or Flintoff?
Let the people at home have a think about it too in the break, and then we'll get back to this. Steve Smith digging in. More runs here. He's going to pick up just a single. Tense moments at the Gabba. 5 for 121. Who claimed the first wicket in the 2006-7 Ashes series? Have we reached a consensus? Andrew Flintoff. And his victim, actually, I saw in the back of the commentary box just earlier on, Matthew Hayden.
I've just picked.
Down he comes. And it gets over. Only just. Well, we know Steve Smith plays this way.
by, I think, everyone at the Gabba collectively held their breath then when he hit that. He got it nowhere near the middle of the bat. He gave it everything. Swung himself almost off his feet and got just enough on it. Thick inside edge. Ooh, just over Joe Root's head there, I think it is, at mid-wicket. Deepish mid-wicket, mind you.
Does he go again? We saw a lot of this in England. He is not afraid to come down. And Swan is a high-class bowler. He wasn't there. Chunked the inside edge, but enough.
It's not so long ago that Muhammad Yusuf, that outstanding Pakistan batsman, said that the most difficult bowler to get down the pitch to that he's played against is Graham Swan.
Catch him! Catch him!
Now they don't bother getting down. Just stand your ground and hoik it away. Good counter-attacking here from the Australians.
Now that's a good stroke because he goes with the spin and he bases the stroke on length. There's very little risk involved there if you stay with the shot. Just hit down and through it. Quality.
And immediately you sit the onus back on the bowler and his captain, and suddenly we've got a change in the field. Fieldsman just being pushed back, and therefore a single will come. This is good, intelligent batting.
You see the mid-wicket there being pushed back. Mid-on's also gone back a couple of steps as well, so the single's there. And this is the time I think you've got to mix it up, those big hits for 4 with the singles. It's definitely a 1 to, there's 2 men there on the onside.
Cap has seen some yards, hasn't it?
Go, Billy.
5 for 128. Australia lost 4 for 50 after being 1 for 71, so this partnership is suddenly becoming enormous. 28 from 51 balls. Those gentlemen there enjoying themselves. Tremlett, this is. Oh, good shot. Really good shot. And it gets there.
That's what I like about Steve Smith. He's got that energy. Whether he's in the field or he's bowling a few leggies or he's batting at number 5. And I was saying earlier today, I think he now feels more comfortable as an Australian player. He feels that he belongs there. So he's now prepared to play shots. Stays a lot stiller before the bowler bowls and looks for bad balls. And that was just a bit short and he put it away.
Roll the wrists beautifully on the stroke.
He's got sort of real moxie, hasn't he, Steve Smith? He's got sort of an X factor about him. He's different. He holds the bat differently. His feet go to funny places. But that 100 he made in England has really set his mind up now to take on this Test match game. That is a terrific piece of batting. There you go. There's his career, 36, so he'll build on that. But that 100, that Test match in England just made such a difference to his presence of mind, I reckon. Out. Gone. Big edge. Simple catch.
Tremlett's work has worked. Really impressive. And that line is a constant problem for Steve Smith. England know it, Tremlett know it, Cook's the catcher.
We might have a front foot to check here. Those gentlemen are celebrating. Steve Smith has started to make his way off, but we've just got to keep an eye on this. That's fine.
Oh, that's not even close to a no ball, that, and that's just out. Edge to Cook, he doesn't drop too many. Just when Steve Smith started to look good, got to 31 in a nice boundary, he departs. Australia 6 for 132.
So she's happy. It's real trouble time now for this Australian team. 6 for 132. Mitch Johnson at the crease. not selected as a batsman, of course. And a big wicket. Steve Smith gone for 31. The third of the Australian batsmen to get away. Watson 22, that's a start. Warner 49. Smith 31, that's a start. And none of them able to kick it in.
Not a good test now for the Australia lower order. A lot of them have been here. Johnson, Harris, Siddle, have all been here since but last Thursday, I think they got here. Didn't play the last round of Sheffield Shield matches. And up here batting at the indoor centre, the new National Cricket Centre here at Allan Border Field, and also been batting in the net. So they've done lots of batting in the last week. From an Australian point of view, they'll need to put it to good use here.
Good start too from Tremlett to Mitchell Johnson. That's just what you don't want to have to do. Play the ball that hits you on the splice, the ball that really jars into the bones. It's a good probing line. It's easy to say it's a ball you can leave alone, but the fact is that the fullness of the length, the consistency of the line, the hint of the away movement, and the extra bounce from the 6-foot man who hits the seam, it's hard to bat against.
I think as Darren Lehmann and as Michael Clark assess this day's play, they'll be really disappointed with the fact that each time Australia got some sort of ascendancy, a wicket fell. Credit to the opponent. On this occasion it was Tremlett who drew the error, but they'll be really disappointed. Suddenly 200 looks like a good score. End of a very good over. 6 for 132. Australia on the ropes. 6 for 132. It has been a very impressive bowling performance from Anderson and Broad and Tremlett with Swan there as well. And change in the commentary position. The Swan gets ready to start again to Brad Haddon. Take a single there. First ball of the over. Michael Slater's in the house. We've got Shane Warne coming in and David Lloyd as well.
Thanks, James. I wish the score was a little different from the Australian perspective. As Steve Smith marches off, he got into an awkward position. It was a terrific delivery from Tremlett, you'd have to say. It bowled well. He got a little bit short on occasion to Smith. He pulled away nicely, but that was the perfect length, a hint of shape away to the slips. And the white ball was the wicket-taking delivery, a little bit wider than some of them and a little bit shorter. It was a steepling bounce that caught the outside edge. Smith was looking good though, 31 from 59, another start. And the Australian dressing room will be wondering what on earth has gone on. They won the toss, there was a cheer around the Gabba. Great opportunity to set the scene on day one of this series. 6 for 133. Run away. Johnson off the mark. Afternoon, gents. Hard to believe what we witnessed today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bumble. Good afternoon, Mick. Good afternoon, everyone. Disappointing, that's what it is, Mick. 1 for 72, Australia were. They changed the ball, and it's all changed. Australia now 6 for 135 and some pretty soft dismissals. Pretty ordinary shots. And you've got to give a bit of credit to England. I think Alistair Cook's been good. He's been proactive with his change. He's mixed the bowlers up well, and the bowlers have backed him up. England have been great. Been really good, England, but Australia have been poor.
Short ball has been used really well. Australia chasing the ball. They don't have to play half the time. Cracking pitch, 135 for 6, and it's a belter.
Just a hint of something in the air, but that's the excitement of the England side there. Buoyed, aren't they, with these 6 wickets? They can smell it once again.
Yeah, and you look down the batting order of Australia, the batting card, and I think they've just been a bit timid, Australia. I think they've allowed the bowlers to dictate terms. The only 2 successful batsmen have been Warner and Smith, and they've been a bit busy and aggressive.
Powerful stroke, but brilliant mopping up there at deepish cover. 6 for 135. The tall timber of Tremlett. He is a big man. He gets the right length and the sharp bounce. And he is in the action with wickets. So Anderson won. Broad 4, outstanding. He got, well, he's had a few boos today, hasn't he? But he's getting cheers from his own for 42 and 1 for now to Tremlett. Swan, 9 overs, no wicket for 27. As Broad comes back in, a chance for another 5 for in Test cricket. And I want to officially say hello to you, David Lloyd. Bumble, as we know you, it's great to have you in our commentary box and lovely to have you in Australia.
I'm absolutely thrilled, Michael. Good to be here. It's better than back home. It's freezing. Hailstones, wet, damp, cold, horrible. Good to be here. Nice, we don't have any sharks and snakes and them spiders that you tread on.
So you're not going to take the longboard out and try and catch a few waves, mate?
Must be balmy, anybody that does that. Absolutely balmy. I've seen them. I've been up in helicopter and watched them circling round them sharks. You can see them. Huge things. Broad's back on, so they booed him again. He's only got 4, but keep going.
He's strong there. And he just gets on with it, doesn't he? Anything in his zone, doesn't matter what that scoreboard says. He will play aggressively if he can.
Yeah, and that just emphasises my point I was making, Mick, that Haddon's come in his face, 25 deliveries. He's been busy. They drop a little bit short. He pulls it. They pitch up. He drives the ball. And otherwise, in between, he's got a solid defence and works a single. I just think when I look down the order that Rogers, Watson, Clark wasn't there that long, but Rogers, Watson and Bailey were just very tentative and timid and allowed the bowlers to bowl to them. Yes, they bowled well. They didn't put any pressure on. And the people that have done pretty well have been more aggressive mindset, haven't been loose.
Looks a proper bloke to me, Brad Haddin. Loads of experience. Do the job. Get on with it. Real nuggety character. The crowd in. Sell out first 3. They look glum.
Yeah, good dress up out there on both sides of the fence. It's always amazing how many English come over here, Bumble. It's fantastic. Probably Barmy Army not in full force just yet, but that will grow as the series wears on. But just so many come over for this tour.
Well, they're good judges, aren't they? I've just told you, it's awful. When we're in the next box, you know, we're in the sky box, and we can start saying, oh, what a great day it is here in Brisbane, it's nice and all. Oh, we get
I don't want to hear that.
Oh, no.
It was a crisp stroke as well. He'll feel like he missed out there, Haddon.
The ball so well on a great pitch. It really is a cracking pitch. Use the short ball sparingly. Well, any team, if you're 139 for 6, you've got a recovery. You've really got to do it. These two at the crease have got a big job to do because it is such a good pitch.
It's 6 for 139 now. Well, the 12th man, Ben Stokes, is out there. And good fieldsman. He's moving into the deep. So it'll be Johnson on strike. So he's going to a deep backward square as Swan continues. We'll see what Johnson can do with the bat. He's back in form with the ball. He's a heavy hitter when he gets going.
The man Mountain and Chris Tremlett, aka Gabba, had to go off and change that extra small shirt. Like a tea towel he had on.
Well, it might have stretched a little with the sweat, so he's going back to it for a smaller one. It's nicely played. They've blocked that offside field. Short cover, and then covers push back a little bit further, and mid-off is a little deeper as well.
Yeah, the angles Alistair Cook has done this morning, I said it before, have been very, very good. Really got the angles right.
Thumping that one into the offside again, Johnson. Still can't find the gap. Does he start to feel like, oh, there's plenty of room in the air, I'll hit it over the top?
Interesting to see what sort of innings he plays, Mitchell Johnson. Does he support Haddin, who play his own game? He likes to hit the ball, he's a striker.
He's a funny player, Bumble. When he was a regular in the side and he was bowling well, his batting was good as well. But when the bowling went off, his batting went off. He needs one for the other. Well, certainly his bowling needs to be on to bat well. It's just a real confidence game for Johnson. And everyone's saying that he's improved that, nearly hitting off stump. 6 for 139, a maiden. No matter where you are this summer, you can watch all the action live on your phone, tablet or PC. A season pass gives you access to every Test, ODI, KFC T20 International, also every KFC Big Bash T20 League game as well. That's right through the summer. Visit cricket.com.au/live to subscribe. Oh, he's got across the stumps. It was worth a look, but not interested at all. Damasceno, he's walked away immediately. Maybe height.
Review, all three of them get together. I think they might review this. He's got a long way across, Brad Haddin. I think he might ask for this one, Alistair Cook, especially the situation. They can afford to miss one if they're wrong. Australia is 6 for 140. They've got a chance they want to use this. Yeah, I think it's a good call. He's got a few up his sleeve, and it's 6 for 140.
Well, they've been timed out, I think, England. England's policy is that all three, bowler, wicketkeeper, captain, have to agree. It took them a long time. I think they've been timed out.
Well, there you go. Haven't seen that for a long time, if ever. I don't know that I've seen that before. I'm sure it has happened, but in terms of sitting up here and seeing a time lapse like that, it was always looking like they were going to challenge it, and then, no, can't go up.
I reckon it might just be clipping leg stump. Bound to see it, but it took them a long time. They do get a count. Here we go. Missing. Oh, well timed out.
Oh, they missed it by 1 second. A good miss. And Cook, he's not carrying on too much. He's maybe a little frustrated, but word will get out there quickly. So still 3 slips. And Johnson on strike, turning to the onside, looking positive. He's moving nicely at the crease.
Now, should Alistair Cook lose a review there, Mick? He's actually requested it, but it was out of time. So part of the things you have to take into consideration are, should we ask for it, should we not? The time you've got, and he actually asked for it.
Well, no, I don't think you can, because it wasn't taken. We didn't actually physically have a review. It was just that time lapse that cost them, so intact.
I think you should lose one for a frivolous one too.
Just time wasting. Frivolous conference.
Well, they thought about one in the first session, Stuart Broad, the bowler, and they got together and discussed it, but it was way outside leg stump. The ball pitched way outside leg stump, so it shows that just at that second they don't all know. I just fancied that last one, first up, real time. I thought that might just clip leg stump. Good decision from Damasceno.
Left that away, it'll only be the one. That man still very square down there at fine leg. Jonathan Trott doing the fielding.
Here he goes, Trotty. Trot watch. Right hand, left hand. He's got to go all the way across. Nobody speaks to him. Wicketkeeper slips. Nobody bothers with him.
The crowd don't talk to him either.
Nobody.
He's got no mates whatsoever, and it's got to be 150 metres, would it be? Just every ball, jog away, don't talk to anyone. Teammates ignore him.
Oh, that's nasty. It's off the lid. really explode. It was like it's bounced on a trampoline. And yeah, it's going to be leg by straight off the helmet.
I think he gets this right too. Damascena, he's getting an almighty tangle there. It seems straight on the bonds, right on the lid. England think he's got a nick on that. He hasn't.
Top corner. Oh, right in the middle. You can see it there. Yeah, it's all good.
Just a glancing blow. Oh, it's a tight lead. It's all going on out there. Oh, England on top, 6 for 1, 4-2. Well, that's how the scorecard shapes up. It's the first Commonwealth Bank Ashes Test match. 49 to Warner, high score. Smith was looking good, 31, and then misses all round. Watson got out just before lunch. He was looking promising. And Haddon has got himself going with an opportunity. Won't take a backward step. Another single. He's playing his 50th Test match. You've got Kevin Peterson out there in his 100th. A couple of milestones being reached today.
He's a cracking player. There's one. A wonderful player, Kevin Peterson. 100th Test match. Brad Haddin. He's a scrapper. You just look at him and he looks a scrapper. Does the job.
And you know, Bumble, he's as fit as any of them out there. He's one of the oldest and he's one of the fittest. He works so hard at that. He's got a new lease on life, I think. He's had illness to one of his daughters and really put life in perspective. And thankfully, his little girl is on the mend, so that's great news. But it's changed the way he looks at life and looks at cricket, and he's a even freer spirit than he was before that.
Well, what is he, 35, 36, and that's the new 25. It's a new 25, is that?
Work up the age brackets, Bumble. What's new 40 then? Is that 55?
55 is the new 40.
Yeah. 65?
New 50.
Right. A bit like Mark Wall when he used to get 5 or 6. How many did you get today, Junior? Half a dozen? No, yeah. You get 2 or you get 3 or 4 occasionally. Or get a globe, you'd say not many. Get 14, you'd be 20 odd. How's the knee, Bumble? Is that good?
It's a new one. Titanium.
It's very strong then. It's 6 for 143. It's like carpet out there. Relayed the outfield about 8 to 10 weeks ago and you would not know. It's back to its best. It is carpet-like. Occasionally in front of the commentary box here it can get a little bit patchy. But it is pristine, outstanding stuff. And I want to revisit this new knee of yours, Bumble, because I think it's obviously a painful story, but it sounds like an interesting one.
Titanium it is. I go through the airport and there's bells and whistles ringing all the time. Sniffer dogs up my leg.
Oh, no.
Doing all sorts on my leg.
I bet
sniffer
they
dogs.
are.
I'm trying to shake them off.
Dear, oh dear. So is there anything you can do to, is there a cream to minimise the alarms or something? Or
No,
it's a bandage? Or?
Off they go.
Clothes, what do they? Clothes stay on or they come off too?
They want to sort of have a look at it. So if I've got a tight pair of jeans on, I've got to go from the top down. I'm stood there in my Reggies.
Oh no.
When I went for the operation, I've got to tell you, I could tell you now, you walk into the operating theatre and he said obviously we'll numb it, and he said do you want to stay awake for the operation, for the procedure? And I looked on the side, there's a drill, a Bosch drill, a big Bosch drill, a saw, a hammer and a chisel. I said I don't think so, no. I said I'll have a bit of a snooze if you don't mind.
And then Surgeon Bob the Builder walked in, away he went.
Yeah, this geezer turns up like with a set of ladders and a wrench. Have you done this before? No, it's my first. To get Chappelli on one of these, he'll need a new leg at some stage, won't he? A new knee. Get Chappelli on one. The pain's awful. The pain's shocking.
Does it affect the arc? Oh, hello. Security's just come in here.
Set up another alarm.
How does it affect the lifestyle though, Bumble? You've been able to move a lot better. What about the golf? And
Yeah, golf's all right. Play golf. Can't run. Lots of gym work, weights, resistance. Legs have gone, my muscles have all gone. Mine's when you're 50, your muscles do go.
So not much exercise anymore, Bumble?
Don't do any of that exercise these days. Makes you sweat.
Yeah, no, we'll leave it at golf. But, you know, what about, we're talking of pain, what about this pain, Bumble? Have a look at this.
To you, I think it's yours. Oh, not again. Why do you keep showing this? And you look, I mean, this is when men were men. There's no helmets and no arm guards, no chest pads. I've got a bit of a thigh pad there. That's a magazine, that. It's a Reader's Digest stuck in my pocket.
You took it well, though,
God.
didn't you? How long were you down for?
Compulsory, 8. But I had one of them little pink things on, you know, a protector. It's just that pink lights and the rubbish. These guys now, I'm telling you, gospel truth, these guys playing here, the protector, the cricketer's protector now is bulletproof. He could take a bullet, that. But when
that's crucial too. That's a very important point.
Pre-game test that. We should try that one out. Just got to find someone to wear it. We'll have to work out who should take the bullet then, Bumble. You've got us onto something. It'll be good TV. 6 for 145. Partnership only 13. Johnson 4 from 28. So he's being watchful. He's shown the mode he wants to bat in. He's hit some firm shots to fieldsmen, but all along the ground. Had him 24 in his 50th Test match.
Swanee, beautiful, Swanee.
Just quickly to finish the point, Bumble, I know that hurt when Tomo hit you there and you stayed down for a while. You only had the pink protector on. But try and put it... He was lightning, wasn't he? As we say, quick today. You faced Jeff Thompson. He must have been scary to face.
Well, you used to try to get down to Dennis's end. Get down Lily's end. Tomo was a great physical specimen. Huge shoulders. And that action, you know, it's a one-off. Absolute one-off action. Great lad. Where do you want the sight screen? Between me and him.
He was a bit intense, though, about his cricket, I thought.
That's in the air, and that's gone a long, long way. A lusty blow from Mitchell Johnson. All of a sudden, he launches at Swan and gets it.
Someone, it must have been Matt Price, said catch it. I think that was the guy holding the Aussie flag out there with the Gilligan's Island hat on. That's a good strike for Mitchell Johnson, clean. A good strike of the cherry. Already made a Test 100, Mitchell Johnson. It's a long way back. Did he catch it? Oh no, he's dropped it in the crowd too. Come on, and fell off the seat. He spilled his beer. Poor effort.
So he's got the 100, hasn't he? He's got 2 90s as well.
Well, he's saying go again. England usually push the field back. They've said go again. Field has stayed exactly the same.
And it's nicely worked. So different modes, different paces in his batting, and that's smart. It's nearly T, so it needs to get there, Mitchell Johnson, but play the natural game. 6 for 153 now. Mitchell Johnson in full flight here, and that's out of the middle of the Spartan. It's a good blow. It was quick photo with the ball before it gets lobbed back onto the ground. Why not? Everyone's got a camera these days.
Yep, and it's time for Root. A bit of bowling just before lunch. Round the wicket straight away.
Good time for a route just before tea. Get him on.
I think it's a funny move to change it right now, and maybe you could have waited till after tea.
Could have. The Quicks were doing pretty well down this end too. Got that knack of getting a wicket though, Root. Got a real knack. Australia, that we saw in the last break just before lunch. Shane Watson getting out. Looks a bit like Alan DeGeneres, doesn't he? Have a look at that. I'll show you. I'll get a picture for you, Bubble.
You've got all these names for these England players, haven't you? The Sherminator. Alan who?
No, she's number one. She's replaced Oprah, really, as the number one TV host over in the US and around the world. Geez, you're behind the times, Bumble. Here we go. Nearly tea time. There's one delivery to go, and Haddon can sense the break. 20 minutes. Go in, have a shower if you want. Just cool the heels. Encouragement from your teammates and those that have gone before you who have failed today. So it will be tea. They're 7 overs down, England. Australia 6 for 153.
Well, it needs a real good partnership here. Brad Haddin is on 24. Mitchell Johnson is on 12. He's played a couple of big shots. England have worked well this afternoon. 4 wickets. And Stuart Broad got the first 4. He knocked the top of Australia over. Got Michael Clarke. Steve Smith has gone. George Bailey has gone. It's up to these two, Haddin and Johnson. He can do it. He's a scrapper. He's a fighter. England in a fantastic position.
So we'll take a break, and on the other side it'll be the BWS tea break with Mark Nicholas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ashes of 213-214 are underway.
100 days, 2,000 miles, to you I'd run through day and night. We've got to finish what we started.
Rogers squared up. Rogers out.
Rescue, darling. My shirt is torn, the shoes I wore.
Catch that, he does. England have a wicket just before lunch. There it is, that's out. He's got in straight away with the short one. Straight to cover. Broad's now got Warner. Edge and gone. Solid at first slip. Cook. The captain comes into play. Out. Gone.
It's a perfect day at the Gabba, but by no means a perfect batting performance from the Australians. 6 for 153. They found it very difficult out here. Ian Healy and Mark Taylor are with me. So first up, Heels, is the problem the pitch?
I don't think so. This has been an excellent day one pitch. I think the Englishmen have had to really work hard, and they've produced quality for long periods. I've never seen these ball marks that we see here, all working in an offside corridor to right-handers. They're sort of big black ball marks rather than white skid marks or red ones. So that means there's a good thatch of grass and there's a little bit of moisture in the surface that the ball's been denting as it's going through.
And consequently, there's been some difficult bounce, and it seems to me, Mark Taylor, that might be the problem.
A bit of bounce there, and I think more intent from the Australian batsmen. They got off to a fair start. They lost Rogers early on, but then Warner played some lovely shots and they were away. 1 for 71. I just don't think the intent was there, because what the intent does, if I quickly show you, it gets the feet going. So David Warner, first ball, he faced from Stuart Broad, got a short one. He's thinking score. He goes bang, 4. Chris Rogers, in contrast, he gets the short ball and he's thinking defence, tries to ride it off the shoulder of the bat. He's out. Same with Michael Clarke. Obviously, he's a right-hander, but if you're thinking defence, the feet aren't going and the hands aren't going because you're thinking purely about survival and not much about scoring. Dave Warner had it right, but then Swan bogged him down and stopped him scoring.
All right, well, people are joining us for the first time. Let's show Chris Rogers getting out. He's first to go, and as Mark Taylor says, it's a ball a lot of the time you reckon to play all right.
Absolutely, and as I said, if you're thinking about scoring, you're probably not playing it in that meek way. It did come back at him, to be fair, but you can see the feet are on the crease. He's not thinking about getting back. He's caught on the crease, he's caught on the move, and the ball doesn't bounce alarmingly high. That's around about chest height. It's not head height. So I think he'd be disappointed with that as an opening batsman.
Unlike David Warner, who went off like a train. He started with that hook stroke. I'm sure we'll see it now. Let's have a look at Warner at the wicket today. There it is. That's that first scoring stroke of his.
First
and lots of others.
Then his front footwork was great as well. He really pierced that cover gap. When they went short at him, he could put it over the slips. He was seeing it really, really clearly. In my view, he was moving back when it was short. His transferring front foot was great. It looked like the Ashes' first 50 was about to be scored, and he would have been shattered that he hit that catch to cover.
Yeah, 71 for 1, a ball change. England get a different ball in their hand, and right on the stroke of lunch, this happens.
Yeah, Shane Watson, that was the big wicket. Stuart Broad swung around to the Vulture Street end. You sort of look at it, you think, well, he doesn't have to play at that ball. But the fact is he's working so hard on getting his front foot right and making sure he's got his head over the front foot that the short ball he's not quite in position for, and he follows it. It goes off the seam and he follows it. That's Michael Clarke straight after lunch. And then we always say that two balls can change a test match. Well, they did. Watson just before lunch and Michael Clarke straight after.
I think overall through the afternoon you felt England bowled particularly well because they did that double thing of drying runs up but also taking wickets when they needed them.
Yeah, and then they get a bonus like that when David Warner hits one straight to cover. Wasn't a particularly great ball, and that's one of his rare false shots for the day. They have to produce quality as a bowling attack because this wicket is so good to bat on. It's performed exactly like everyone thought. Much in favour of the batsman, and yet Australia are in real trouble. That's because Swan has done a great job and allowed Broad and Anderson and Tremlett to operate with great freedom.
Yeah, and you see George Bailey and now Steve Smith go in similar fashion. You sort of expect a few of those in the first innings of a test match here at the Gabba. Balls bouncing around and off stump, you're going to nick a few, but you don't expect guys caught at cover or as many caught in close by bat pads.
And I think these marks on the pitch and the little indentations and the fact that the moisture content was reasonably high at the start of play suggests there has been a little bit in it for that attack that's taken such good advantage. Stuart Broad, the standout, but they work very well together, and of course they all play off Graham Swan, who's very tidy at one end. So pretty impressive from England. Problems from the Australians. We're taking a short break. See you in a moment.
As kids here in Australia, we put the footy boots away and suddenly it's summer. Time for cricket, out in the street. Mum and Dad calling us in for dinner and we're begging, one more, mate. Look out, there's a car coming. Okay, quick, one more before dinner, one more. Down to the beach, more cricket. That spectacular one-handed catch diving into the surf. Mine! Ah, summer. And of course, that white floppy hat. What a ridiculous fashion statement. As the years go by, you suddenly drive into club cricket with the radio blaring with your favourite tune, banging the steering wheel, cheering on your mates, those cold beers afterwards, and of course, the friendships that last forever. When I first played Ashes cricket, back in the early 90s, a lot of those Poms were our mates. We'd spend hours drinking and laughing together in the change rooms after a long, tough day. But the next day, you're into them all. Bloody Poms. You can't let them beat you at anything. Monopoly, marbles. Next thing you know, they'll be thinking they can beat you at cricket.
Alistair Cook and England, Ashes winners 2013.
And sure, the tables might have turned in recent times, but now is the time. Now's the time to stamp back our authority, to defend our fortress. In the right spirit, of course. In the nicest possible way, we want to make them feel horribly uncomfortable. We want to see our players strutting from the dressing room with their chest pumped out like our friend David Hasselhoff. We want to see the gadding ball.
He's done it.
Gooch punching in denial. Harmison striking Ponting at Lords. England 2005. Mike Hussey hitting through cover at amazing Adelaide. Nasser Hussain, the beak, 200 at Edgbaston. Tubby's true grit.
There it is, well played into the Gabba.
I love Tubbs, the finest captain I ever played under. Rallying the troops. Let's get all over him like a cheap suit, guys. Nasser. It's getting closer.
And he's been given out.
One brings two, lads. Let's get that one. Look out. Here comes the walking ego. Kevin Smash'em Peterson. Get him around his legs. Got him.
Oh, he's got him. He's bowled.
Don't you get out now, Athers. Don't you get out to McGrath again. I want to get you, Athers. It's my turn this time. Don't deny me that.
Oh. Done him.
Bat and bat and bat. Bowl until your fingers burn and blister, then bowl some more.
Get ready, loosen those vocals up, Tubbs. Here it comes.
A hat-trick. It's never far away.
Oh, well, bowler's close. He's given it. He's given it. Peter Siddle's got a hat-trick on his birthday.
As a boy, I loved seeing Lilly steaming in with his shirt unbuttoned and his chains flying north, south, east and west. Bold Lilly caught Marsh and Chaps, batting with his collar turned up, adjusting his box. Go Chaps. Pigeon, my mate Pigeon. To me, Beefy epitomised everything England.
Oh, and he's got him.
Ian Botham, big, bold and brash. That bulldog in him. He seemed to have the power to drag the rest of them along with him. And the crowds, they loved it. This summer, it's Stuart Broad.
Oh my goodness me.
We want to see him get smashed, get nothing and go home. We have a world-class batsman in Pup, one of the very, very best. So here we go. Here we go. One more. One more. There's a car coming. Still one more. Suddenly, we're here at the Gabba. The first test, Australia versus England on the one and only Nines wide world of sports. It's got to be summer.
The magic of Ashes cricket through the eyes of Shane Warne. Can you believe it's 20 years ago since the Gatting ball? More when we come back after the break. Players are out in the middle and ready to go. The final session of play on the first day of the Commonwealth Bank Ashes series. Mark Taylor's still with me, and as Graham Swan gets ready to bowl to Mitchell Johnson, we'll let him continue, and then we'll just pick up on a point he's keen to make.
Yeah, 6 for 153 Australia. The people at home be disappointed with that from an Australian point of view. Don't forget England. Trent Bridge, first test match of the last series, bowled out for 215 and went on to win the test match and the series. So long way to go in this test match yet. We won't know how good it is. The Swan continues until after both sides have batted once. Then we'll find out how good this pitch is.
Good call from Mark Taylor, and it's going to be a good call from Ian Chappell, James Brayshaw and Ian Healy too.
Thanks very much, fellas. And if it keeps going at this pace, the draw is out of a question, unless it's a weather draw, which has cleared. So it's racing away this game, and a win or a loss is on the cards, and everyone knows how important it is not to lose in Brisbane. So this session is going to be full of fight. How ready are England to get wickets number 7, 8, 9 and 10, and can Johnson and Haddon build on this partnership of 21 for the next 2 hours? Disappointing factor of this last session was the over rate. England are known to be one of the slowest going around the world of cricket. Swan is in his 13th over, and yet they are 7 overs short of where they should be. Good afternoon, fellas.
Afternoon, Ian, and you're quite right to highlight that. Australia aren't much better when it comes to over rates, but it is disgraceful, and I'm staggered that umpires don't do more to keep the players moving along.
Haddon's the key. He's got to keep this stroke play going. The plenty of balls are there to hit. Just forget about the situation, forget about what's happened, what might happen, and just bat. Enjoy batting like he has already. 24 from 40. Find gaps, pick up singles. He's missed one there, but no damage done. 6 for 154.
Not much left. Siddle, Harris and Lyon, both teams know that. That's why Mitchell Johnson is shadow batting at the striker's end and really looking to dig in, support Brad Haddon. He's faced 38 deliveries for 13. Very disciplined performance by England. Stuart Broad leading them, 4 for 49 from 15 overs. James Anderson, therefore, has just been able to come in and short, sharp spells, swing the ball a little bit. He's picked up 1 wicket and kept it so tight. 25 runs from 13 overs.
The amazing thing about Jimmy Anderson is he's been so economical. He's got the 1 wicket. But he's done it from both ends. He's done it. He started at this end of the Vulture Street end, but he bowled a spell at least, may have even been 2 spells from the Stanley Street end. Usually fast bowlers have an end that they prefer, and over the years it has been the Vulture Street end, particularly for the genuine fast bowlers. I guess you're talking about a swing bowler more so in Jimmy Anderson's case, but he doesn't seem to bother him which end he bowls at.
I think they've been so impressive. The first 70 minutes, it all looked a bit pedestrian. The ball was wandering into the middle of the bat. We saw Watson lobbing comfortably onto the front foot. Warner was organised and playing well. And at that stage, you thought to yourself, this is a platform Australia can really build on. Since that time, Broad and Anderson especially have stepped right up and put the flame to the Australians, taken 5 wickets in a short space of time and really sat the home team down hard.
They're into the 50s, Broad and Anderson. Games played together. I wonder if they've got it down pat a little bit. Anderson today, just knowing he can bowl within himself, do his little job either way, thinking that, oh, okay, it's Broad's day to lead us, and then swap around. We saw Anderson do a great job early in the Ashes series in England. Then he ran out of petrol, and then he came back towards the end okay. So they're chopping and changing perfectly.
It was interesting chatting to Aaron Finch at the Melbourne airport the other day. The Victorians were heading to Western Australia to play a Sheffield Shield game. See an aborted attempt at bowling there from Jimmy Anderson. And Finch, said they've just come off the Australia A game against England. He said head and shoulders Broad was the most impressive. Now, Anderson played in that game, but he really is a force now, Stuart Broad. And when in combination with Anderson, and how many great combinations have we seen over the years of fast bowlers. Hads didn't know where that ball had gone because he hadn't actually let it go. But I just think when you're at the ground and watching, and I implore everyone to do it over the course of the summer, these 2 bowlers are high quality.
He's now got something else in his mind. Just between the outfield and the pitch is where he leaves the ground for his delivery strike. That's Haddon on the back foot, punching a 2. Anderson not comfortable at all since starting this over. Just there as he's walked past off the edge of the pitch, turf, where it meets the outfield. His left foot leaves in there, and he's not got the stability he wants as he starts his leap. Not sure what you can do for that. Haddon flips it. It's in the air. There's no fielder anywhere near it. It's gone all the way.
He's timed it beautifully. It was just a little short arm punch. Certainly came out of the middle of the bat. It travelled a long, long way. Just picked it up nicely, and a little flip with the wrists at the end. And he always liked the look of it.
Great example of the skill Brad Haddon's got. He's always been a beautifully skilled batsman. And there's Ian Chappell's point. That is right out of the guts.
Front foot, Anderson beats him. You can't keep this English side down for long. Your front foot technique better match your back. 6 for 1, 6-3. No, beautiful 6 hit by Haddon. 32 he is. Mitchell Johnson 14. He spent good time. He needs to spend more. Swan around the wicket.
That 6 is a great example of the new bats that cricketers enjoy in the modern era, the last sort of 5 or so years. The improvement in bats is enormous. I mean, that's just a bat swing, no more violent than that, and that's gone into the crowd.
Catch him!
Through the gap. Johnson comes back for 2. That's all he needs to do. Spend time, tick off gaps here and there, and let Haddon do the damage.
Just going back to that point you were making earlier, Ian, about the way that the England bowlers chopped and changed through the series in England. How Jimmy Anderson started it so well. And then Broad flourished later in the series, and Anderson didn't have a lot left in the tank there for a while in the middle. I think you could put that down to that huge spell he bowled at Trent Bridge to actually get England home in that first test. Something like 12 or 14 overs on the trot, I think he bowled, and I think it was 10 wickets in the match, and he deservedly won the man of the match. But I think that long spell took a lot more out of him than people realised.
Test number 2 was Swans, so they do play, they synchronise very well. Then Broad comes into play, then Anderson to finish it off. They rarely bowl badly. You've got to bat extremely well to get on top of them and then beat them. 6 for 165. Well, Haddon's ready. He's ready. It's Jimmy Anderson. He's got to stay off his pads. That's on off stump. That was going on to hit off stump, and he's able to work that to the leg side. That's why Haddon can be dangerous. You need to be very aware of where to bowl to him.
England got to keep getting people out. They're in a great position now. If they can bowl Australia out for under 200, they are controlling this game. They let this partnership drift, 34 now off 70 balls. Suddenly it's early 200s, and then maybe you're pushing up to 250, and suddenly Australia just get themselves back in it a bit.
Certainly not over-attacking with Mitchell Johnson on strike. They've dropped back to 2 slips, and they've covered the gap on the offside. Pitched outside leg more than likely. Pryor still wants to have a look at it. No. Just 2 slips. So you might expect a little bit more aggression and intent to get Mitchell Johnson out.
Look at the difference between Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. Every time Broad hits a batsman on the pads, he wants a referral if it's not given out. Jimmy Anderson nonchalantly just turned around, walked back to his mark, wasn't interested in a referral.
Is that because he has a better understanding of the rules?
Yes, he knows them.
If the ball pitches outside leg stump, it doesn't matter whether the ball's going to smash all 3 over, it's not going to be given out. You can see there that it was the case.
And we've seen one from Broad today that was a whole strike zone outside leg, and he was, putting his case to the wicketkeeper and the captain to let's review it. They politely said, no, let's not bother. Mitchell Johnson just being pinned here a little bit. That LBW shout and a little inside edge. See, Combank is sponsoring the Test series at the moment. And their cricket club will donate $100 this series for every 4 and 6 hit to the Club Empowerment Project. So help support cricket across Australia. If you know a community cricket club that needs support, you can apply online by searching Combank, Combank Cricket Club. Into the community cricket club by the Combank. Every 4 and 6 hit, $100 into that project.
This is a very good over from Jimmy Anderson to Mitchell Johnson, understanding just what James Brayshaw was talking about, that they need to get a wicket, not let this partnership prosper.
Again, full around the leg stump, keeping it really tight to Mitchell Johnson. 6 for 166. 266 dot balls out of all that lot.
15 fours, 2 sixes. Swan is now bowling to Brad Haddin. 2 men back on the onside, just tempting, teasing him to hit over them. On the right of screen, you'll see longish on and deepish mid-wicket. 2/3 of the way to the rope. They want Haddin going for the rope. Swan's going to have to really over-pitch for him to try that shot at this stage of the game, I'm sure.
Yes, he almost lured him into a catch at mid-wicket. Joe Root was in quite a bit shallower than he is at the moment. But Haddin trying to loft over the onside. Swan got a bit of grip, it spun, but just cleared Joe Root at mid-wicket. He's been pushed back, well, probably 20 metres from where he was earlier in the innings.
Another illustration of how good Swan is, and it's hard bowling conditions for him here, even though it's bouncing. But look at that, just 3 men on the offside, and he has not given a cut shot away to the right-handers at all. He's keeping it fullish on middle and leg, keeping it really tight. I've been expecting the batsman to lean back, step away and play a big cut shot through there, but there's just been nothing on offer. Six more dots. 6 for 166. Six down. The partnership between 7 and 8 is now 34. Mitchell Johnson. Can he get off strike to Jimmy Anderson? Maybe not. He's going to push for 2. No. Trott keeps it to 1.
Heels, you were mentioning Movember a little earlier on. Mitch Johnson's always a ferocious supporter of Movember and can get a good one going too. Look at that. That's a real dirty mo. Great cause. Great to see Australian men all around the country getting stuck into it. Chappelli actually never abandons it sort of across the 12 months.
(1973), I think. So what am I celebrating? 40 years.
You've rode your side of the boat.
You were well aware of men's health issues. That is for sure. There's a lot of work, a lot of great awareness work and research work going in. More people, more men dying and being prescribed with, diagnosed with prostate, for example, and women and breast cancers. So the men starting to lift. Anderson, tight offside field to the right-handed Haddin. Solid in defence.
Played really well, Hads. He's dug in, and it's exactly what Australia needs. 6 for 167, and they were in all sorts of trouble when he came to the wicket. So, been really impressed with the work he's done. 54 balls. He's got to push on now and make a 60 or a 70 if he can, and try and drag the tail with him and get Australia somewhere near that 250.
You see that ball just swung away from Haddin, left him. You see Jimmy Anderson starting to run in with the ball in his left hand. So therefore they're thinking it's just reversing a little bit. He's disguising which way he's holding the ball until the very delivery. I think Tremlett has had it moving away from the right-handers too. Anderson, that's his main shape. So the left hand covering it up, which side of the ball is going to be where. Not doing enough to worry the batsman at this stage, but as those sides, the discrepancy between the two sides of the ball gets bigger, it will become more exaggerated. Maybe.
Also, Brad Haddin being able to play him off the back foot quite a bit, and that helps. When the bowler is getting the old ball to swing and he can bring the batsman forward, it's much more difficult.
Looked like that was an attempted in-swinger, and it's late when it does swing reverse. 6 for 167. Still hot, not as humid as expected, but it is hot. the baking sun out there in the middle of the Gabba. Broad, the first 4. Swan continues, bowling to Mitchell Johnson. Everyone senses the old Mitchell Johnson would be looking for something big pretty soon. They've kept it tight for 2 overs, 2.5 overs, whilst he's been on strike. And dying to hit something big. But is that the old Mitch or the new one?
We were talking earlier about a bit of a change in the forecast, so what, it's improved a bit?
Yes, it has. It's sort of isolated showers now and possible thunderstorms much later than they once was, so in the afternoon. So I don't think there's definitely not as much interruption to this match as once was expected. Mitchell's been given one. Doesn't have to go hitting, even though he played a beautiful back foot drive. The misfield has allowed him to go from 17 to 21 and breathe a little easier.
And the skipper will be far from impressed. They've really put the clamps on this pair, the English bowlers. And to allow that through Joe Root, the fieldsman, that is not what Alistair Cook or Graham Swan were after.
Yes, it was another one. He's threaded the gap, just a one. But yeah, it's much brighter forecast. Days more like today than was predicted 4 days ago.
Joe Root has a reputation for being a very good fielder. I'm not convinced. He spends way too much time on the ground for someone who's supposedly a good fielder. And I think that last effort, part of his problem was the fact that he was looking to dive. I don't know whether he was beaten by the bounce. But a really good fielder shouldn't be hitting the deck as often as he does. Now, I don't know whether he's got a sideways bounce, but it looks as though the ball has gone the other way on him a bit.
It's a good stop to finish the over and support Graham Swan. He's got none for 44, 6 for 172. Second highest partnership of the innings, 60 over mark, which means 30 to be bowled today. So ideally you'd like to be at tea break or just coming out after tea, but they're 20 minutes behind where they really should be, the English side, and they should be all over their bowling. Having Australia 6 down, should be steaming in. But still, we've had the commercial break, we've had a wonderful little chat here, and the batsman's still marking centre. Mitchell Johnson's come down the pitch to pat a few things down. Jimmy Anderson is now a little bit annoyed as well, so that's the sort of delay that happens way too much. Round the wicket.
And that is something that the game doesn't need to tolerate. When the bowler's at the top of his mark ready to bowl, the batsman has no reason not to be ready, unless there's an issue with his equipment that he needs help from the 12th man or whatever. If you're out there batting and an over's been bowled and we've had a change of ends, there's no excuse for the batsman not being ready to face the ball when the bowler's ready, especially a fast bowler.
Over the wicket now to Haddon, 2 slips in place. There have been 3 for much of the day. The day really changed at 1 for 60. It was 1 for 60 off 20.4 overs. There was a change of ball. The Englishmen successfully had their balls exchanged. And the umpire, talking to Blocker Wilson out there at tea break, the umpire responsible for ball selection and retention, said it was horribly out of shape. It really was flat. No problems at all. It had to be changed.
It's better length from Jimmy Anderson. Ian Chappell talking before about the fact that Brad Haddon was comfortably playing him off the back foot. Well, you can't play it off the back foot, so drags the batsman forward and then beats him with some away movement.
I reckon Anderson's the best going around at this. You think you should be driving it, but then it's not there to drive, so then you start to fend it and it still beats your bat. So Haddon is much more comfortable on the back foot. He's got to get that front foot going, get some defence happening, but not if it's short and wide. And that's where Jimmy Anderson has to stay away from.
That's a good response from Brad Haddon, and that's one of the reasons why he's such a good aggressive player. He forgets out the ball that's gone past. Can't get you out, so just delete it from the memory bank and concentrate on the next one. He's been beaten twice in a row by good deliveries, but he saw an opportunity to score and he didn't miss it. That's a good mental state that he's in.
When you set really high standards, which this English team obviously does, those two things will really annoy the skipper. Firstly, Joe Root's misfield, and then secondly, release of the pressure valve with a wide half tracker that was able to be put away. He knows it, that man on screen. They'd worked so hard over 20 minutes to build a lot of pressure up, and now it's just released a touch.
Again, on the back foot, extremely watchful. 6 for 177. David Warner, everyone thought David Warner was about to score the first 50 for the series. Terminated on 49. Mitchell Johnson and Brad Haddon can do that maybe. 45 from 100 balls they've faced together. It's going well. A little stoppage in the damage that the English bowlers, mainly Broad, have done. 2 slips for Graham Swan.
This is where, you know, Shane Warne talking about the stagnant nature of Alistair Cook's captaincy. This is where I reckon he could maybe drag that long on up and say, all right, we've had a bit of a stagnant period and the old Mitch Johnson wants to go big, so let's see if he wants to still do it.
Yeah, I had a couple of good spinners in Mallet and Jenner playing for South Australia, and every now and again, if things were a bit stagnant, Terry Jenner in particular would say, time for a bit of Burley. Just toss a couple up a little high and try and tempt these batsmen, see if they do want to have a bit of a loft into the outfield.
If you bring that bloke up, I reckon he'll be real tempted. That long on's probably in Mitch Johnson's mind that he's not going to take that on at this stage of the game. Suddenly you bring him up, and I think your old Mitch Johnson's going to go, righto, let's have a go.
It's because he's got no middle gear. Not that last ball, but the 2 before it, they were half volleys, and he didn't find the gap. One was front foot, and then before that there was a back foot one. He hit to the man. There's plenty of runs on the offering, so he worked that onto the onside and pick up a single. So there's no middle ground. It's dot or when am I going to go long? 6 for 177. Jimmy Anderson's been good since tea, but he's finished. And there's a change at the members' end. Chris Tremlett comes on for the English bowling attack. In the commentary box, Shane Warne, Mike Hussey are with Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Heels, and that is good work from this Australian pair to resist James Anderson. He's so good with the old ball. Maybe a bit short, actually, if you were critical of him. Chris Tremlett, who picked up the wicket of Steve Smith today with a good delivery. It's his third spell. It was in that second spell, the one that got the wicket, that he really found a rhythm and found that power, that bounce, extra bounce that is so threatening. And Michael Hussey is, along with Shane Warne, joining me here. That it was Tremlett that you found pretty awkward 3 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, he bowled very well. He's got that awkward bounce, very steep bounce, but he didn't bowl any loose stuff. And he was the guy we were maybe trying to target a little bit as well. And he just hardly bowled a loose ball. And yeah, he's a very disciplined bowler. And he has got that awkward height. And a lot of balls hit high on the bat, which makes him very difficult to drive.
Warnie, the conversation we've just been having standing at the back there has been about technique and about attitudes to batting.
Yeah, it has been. And good afternoon, Mark and Michael and everyone out there. It's the manner of the Australian dismissals, I think, today has been the disappointing factor. And I think combined with some good English bowling, I think Australia found their self in this position. It's lucky due to a tail end wagging here and Haddon playing well. And they've been able to closing 50 for this partnership on 46. But I think it's when you think of Australian players it's always been an advantage when the opposition team come here about how they can leave the ball here. There's not a lot of balls sometimes with the opposition bowlers. They see the pace, they hit the wicket. You can leave the ball well. And I think all the Australian players have been brought up of leaving the ball well, getting off strike, and then if you get a little wider, they're going to go bang and cut it. But I think what the dismissals today has been a lot of just letting the ball, just leaving the bat out there. And I think that's been a bit disappointing. It's not really the Australian way. It's normally an intent of, I'm letting that go. Make the bowlers bowl to you. And I think there hasn't been enough of that aggressive mindset to put some pressure back onto the bowler. It's been a bit of survival mode, and that's why I think all the batsmen will sit in the dressing room and say, well, you know what, I didn't really need to play at that. I could have let that go. And I think that's a technique issue where some people have commented on whether the batsmen have got techniques, and George Bailey with the one day is coming to Test cricket. Now it's his first Test. He's got to be given a chance. He deserves his spot here. He needs to be given a chance. It's his first innings. But that was some of the question marks coming about George Bailey in this form of the game. So the disappointing thing for me is just the way they've got out, and it's not really an Australian way to hang the bat out there.
And as if to sort of further illustrate that, the person who's left the ball best today, even though he also played the most strokes, is David Warner. He made 49. The first 30 of them were quick fire. He hit 6 boundaries. But what he left alone, I'm only talking probably 6 inches to a foot outside off stump, mainly off a fullish length. One a short ball he swayed out the way of. Was impressive, and I wonder if that's because he was set up mentally to attack, which doesn't always mean you do attack. Mike Hussey will bring more to the table in a moment. 6 for 179. Had in 38 now from 66 balls. Mitchell Johnson 24 from 67, and it's good to see Johnson using his talent. When you watched him in South Africa 4 years ago, you thought, wow, this guy's going to go on to be a genuine all-rounder. He's an easy, natural strike, fabulous backlift actually, really good levers. He's played some nice strokes, not least the 6 over long on from Graham Swan. Long on's now back on the fence.
These two have done it quite comfortably, really. Built a good 47-run partnership. Without too many problems. I wonder if England would start thinking about plans towards the second new ball. We're still probably an hour away from that. But do you start thinking about resting, I don't know, or do you give Stuart Broad a quick burst before the new ball? And Anderson's had a good spell, so he might have a break now.
Tremlett's on at this end in place of Anderson, so that'll certainly be why he got Anderson out of the attack, I think, and Graham Swan's happy just rolling his arm over at the other end, didn't he?
Doing his thing, toiling away. That's what you need to do in these Australian conditions when the sun's shining in the middle of the day on a good pitch. You need to toil, you need to be patient. I think what you'll see is that the new ball is now 16 overs away after this, so probably an hour and a bit. They're miles behind their overs here, England, but they won't mind that. I think you'll probably see a little burst, just maybe a 3 over burst from Anderson and Broad before that new ball, but I'll be hoping not the time that new ball comes. It's only 16 overs away. They get Mitchell Johnson here, Siddle, Harris line to come. Pretty keen at getting a bat. The Australian supporters out there, they'll be hoping this partnership extends.
I like
bit of turn and bounce.
That bounce. I was just going to say, it's the extra bounce. You've talked about it a lot. We talk about it a lot whenever we come here to the Gabba. Matt Pryor's taking the ball above waist high. It's pretty well handled by Mitchell Johnson. 6 for 179. Channel 9 and KFC give viewers the chance to win $2,000 and a year's supply of KFC in KFC's Classic Catches. Each segment we'll show you 4 catches and ask you to vote on the one you think's the most popular. To enter, call 1902 559 222. We'll come back to that. And follow the prompts or SMS the letter that matches your selection, plus your name and address to 19959 222. First catch then, catch A, Paul Collingwood. They're good, these guys, aren't they? 3 years ago, 2010-11 series, Paul Collingwood taking off, literally.
That certainly rattled the dressing room when that happened. Getting our star player Ricky Ponting out had England right on top in that Test match.
And we go to Brad Haddin at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Remember this one?
Yeah, good catch there from Hads. I think we're in a bit of trouble in this Test match though. We had a terrible batting performance and all out for 80 odd I think on the first day, and England were teeing off towards the end, and yeah, brilliant catch from Brad Haddin.
Yep, Hads with spring in his heels. So Collingwood in Perth, Haddin at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Oh, first sort of rash moment for a bit from Haddin. We've just seen his catch. Now we see Graham Swans in Perth. Warnie, over to you.
Yeah, Graham Swan's a good slipper, got a good pair of hands. They went fast. It's quite high. They're tough to take when they go that quick, and they're high and burst through your hands. That's a ripper catch from Graham Swan. He's already taken a good one today too. Great place to field in the slips over there in the west. They're good catches. When you've got good bowlers like England have, it's got to back it up in the slips. Wouldn't mind taking the wicket though at the moment, young Swan.
One catch to come, and throughout the summer, catch D will be a classic Ashes catch, full stop. It won't be from any specific series, and since he's sitting next to me, it has to be Mike Hussey. It's a classic moment more than a classic catch.
Yeah, I don't say it was a classic catch. Be disappointed to put that one down, but it was. I think it was about the third or fourth ball of the whole series, so it was a great start for the boys, and we were absolutely pumped when this happened.
Huss just took it in his stride. Wasn't that happy about it, was he, Mark?
It just shows you how pumped people are. I mean, Andrew Strauss is a very cool-headed guy, but he was just overcharged. He admitted it, and he just wanted to lay bad on ball. And Hussey in the gully was often too good. A reminder of the numbers: 1902 559 222 and 19959 222. The segment of KFC closes at midnight on November the 25th, so get involved. Still haven't done that issue of intent. We've got a batsman here, Warnie, and we just the need for intent when you take guard and face the best bowlers. We'll get Hussey on that eventually. As it is, it's a tidy over. Australia just chipping away at the game here. It's 6 for 180. There's team doctor Peter Bruckner sitting next to Steve Smith. Let's come back to this whole issue of intent. Shane was talking about the fact that he felt some of the Australian batsmen had fallen short technically in the way they got out, and had they set themselves up with more intent, an aggressive intent to be looking to score runs, which isn't to say going crazy. Is that something you adhere to?
Yeah, I totally agree actually. I think it's more of a mindset. If you come out with that positive mindset, that confident mindset, you tend to get yourself into very good positions. Even if you're going to let the ball go or you're going to defend the ball, at least you're doing it in a positive manner and a confident manner. And it also sends a message to the bowler as well, that you're here, you're up for the fight, and because you get into better positions, if it is just a little bit off, you can jump on it and smash it away for four as well. I thought Davey Warner showed good intent, and he was, as you mentioned, I think he was probably the one that left the ball the best. But he was leaving the ball from a confident position and a positive position in his footwork as well. And also he was in great position to jump on anything loose. Swan's just mixing his pace up beautifully here. He also brought the deep backward square leg up, bowling a little bit slower, trying to get a bit more bounce, maybe trying to get Mitchell Johnson to play a sweep shot.
There you go, that was it. Slower and a little more flighted. The previous two balls had been at 82, that was at 85.
Yeah, and when you are bowling to the tail, the slower one is always a better delivery. as you stock ball to the tail enders, because it gives them more time to think and more chance they want to actually try and pogo it down the ground. The quicker you are, they just want to defend it and knock it out. So it's a good idea to bring the fielders up. The only thing about bringing that fielder up, it's more to stop the single, try and encourage a sweep, but it's a tough place to sweep because of the bounce you get. Mitchell Johnson wants to take him through the covers.
That's a good stroke because he waited and waited, almost like he paused at the top of his backswing. And good running earns him 3. It also means a 50 partnership for this pair. How important that is in the context of this game. 6 for 184 now. The 50 partnership came from 129 balls, which tells you that it's been a slog to get back into the matches. But that's really good too, because they're two natural strikers with the ball, and they've been prepared to just hold fire and play with great common sense. Runs have come mainly on the onside by the look of it.
Yeah, and the other thing about this partnership, Mark, is that as much as it's been fantastic sort of a rearguard action to put on this 50 already from 5 for 100, it also shows you how good the batting conditions are. The ball gets a bit older. It's as good as a day one Brisbane Gabba pitch that I've seen. I think it looks drier than I've been here. And I think one of the reasons Kevin Mitchell's done that is he was scared of the forecast. There was predicted thunderstorms and rain and some late rain. He thought if he gets a lot of that and leaves a bit of juice in it, he might be in a bit of trouble. It looks very dry, and it looks a true batting pitch. You can see Mike Hussey next to us here frothing at the mouth, wanting to be out there. Mr. Cricket, as Australia could do with him coming out to bat.
No, I don't miss the stress, Warnie, that's for sure. I would have been petrified waiting to bat this morning.
What do you mean that? Petrified?
Well, maybe not petrified, but you know that sick feeling you get in your stomach? I don't know if you ever got that, Warnie, but certainly in the lead up to a test I got that horrible sick feeling in my stomach, and waiting to bat and playing all the shots before I even got out there. You know, quite often you come in a difficult situation, you've got to try and negotiate it or get the team through when Steve Smith and George Bailey are coming in. Little feeling, and I still had it when I was 20 or 30 not out as well.
He was good, wasn't he? They can still cream him.
I suppose it applied to you.
Well,
don't tell me you never got nervous.
I wasn't going to. I thought the days when you wake up and you're a bit nervous, I think it shows you still care and you're up for it and you love it. I used to sit there, and I think the beauty of the game is you never know what was going to happen. That's what excited me about it. I used to get excited by the cricket. Sure, I got nervous occasionally. We all got nervous about it, but I was more excitement and using that excitement as nervous energy to get out there. But I thought that, I was more excited than nervous.
Fear of failure? Did you ever have fear of failure or never?
The one thing is when you go out to play is, as long as your preparation is good, you've done your catching, you've done your batting, and you think you're prepared well enough, you go out there, all you can do is your best. Work good enough. So I never really went out there and worried if I was going to fail and had that mind whatsoever. I was just going to give it my best every time, and hopefully it was good enough. So that's why I never sat there and really worried about it and go, well, I hope I do all right today. Never thought like that. I just went out and go and have some fun, enjoy myself and give it the best and try and do well for the team.
And was that the case right at the beginning when you were fresh in the team and a kid trying to make your way?
No, panic. I only knew a couple of players in the team when I first had to introduce myself at the change room door at 6 for 186.
To Johnson. Just a quick summary of the day. You might have switched on. You might wonder, Australia won the toss. They bat first. Chris Rogers goes early. Then David Warner plays beautifully. Shane Watson fights hard. They put a nice partnership together. At 60, the ball is changed. England say it's gone out of shape. The umpires agree. At 71, a wicket falls just on the brink of lunch. That changes the ante. Michael Clarke comes to the crease. He's out, bang, in a flash, bounced out by Stuart Broad. Then wickets fall throughout the afternoon as England get a grip on the game. Bailey on debut goes, caught at slip. The score's 5 for 100. It looks hopeless, helpless. Brad Haddin, as he's done so often before, fights and fights. Mitchell Johnson fights with him, and suddenly 6 for 186. And these promises some respectability, something for the bowlers to work with.
Yeah, well done, Mark. It's exactly right. They've got to find a way to somehow get another 100 runs, somewhere as close as they can to 300. At this stage, they're hopefully going to get 220. But if they can somehow find a way, Australia, to get to 300, it gives them a chance. If they get bowled out for 150 today, it's just too much time left in the game. Too good a batting strip. They need a miracle bowling effort. So this partnership is so crucial.
I think Alistair Cook's read the game quite well today. Every time there's been a partnership, he's just gone a little bit defensive, put a couple of men back and just squeezed the scoring. Australia 6 for 187.
And there are the partnerships, 59 from Warner and Watson, driven by Warner. Got off the mark with a brilliant hook stroke and played great shots actually through the covers mainly. 32 from Steve Smith and Brad Haddin, and then now 55 unbeaten from 141 balls, Brad Haddin and Mitchell Johnson. Conversation here between Alistair Cook and Stuart Broad, who's been the standout today. Broad's figures so far 449. He's bowled smart.
He's bowled beautifully. And I think it'll be a short burst here. It's 12 overs before the second new ball. That's 6 from each end, so you'd expect maybe a short burst of perhaps only 3 overs as the boos go around the crowd for Stuart Broad.
Yeah, but they've diminished, haven't they, compared to the roar of boo this morning. It's now oh dear, he's got 4.
It was disappointing, the noise level, wasn't it? Should have been a lot louder. It's one way to keep them quiet, is perform. Great crowd in today. Very good crowd. Australia haven't got much to cheer about, but they're fighting hard.
I mentioned last over that I thought Alistair Cook's read the game well. I thought when there's a partnership, he's happy just to bowl some dot balls or get his bowlers to bowl dot balls, be a bit defensive, just make sure the score doesn't go anywhere.
Ooh. That's Broad's ankle or lower shin, or it was dead set going for 4.
Yeah, he hit this hard. Really creamed it and spanked it. Oh, good footwork. Could have got nasty. That it hits on that nasty part of the shin or kneecap or anything, but he just got him on the good fleshy part of the calf, I think. Baby cow. If that had hit David Lloyd, our fellow commentator's titanium knee, might have run over the fence.
The trouble with those things is getting through security, isn't it?
Yeah, he was telling us about it before he got pulled over, had to drop his pants and to look through everything. Said alarm bells and fire alarm, everything was going off when he goes through the security.
I wonder what sort of effect, if Mitchell Johnson can get a good score here, 50 or 60, I wonder what effect that'll have on his bowling. He's so much a confidence player. And if he can get his confidence up with the bat, I wonder if that'll filter through to his bowling.
One of England's new faces on this tour, Joe Root from Yorkshire. The other Yorkshire player who was a chance to play in this test is Johnny Bairstow, reserve wicketkeeper batsman, but has also been picked, in fact has only been picked as a specialist batsman thus far in his career. Bairstow and Root in the Yorkshire middle order, along with another member of this tour party, Gary Ballance. That's Bairstow with his back to us, with the red hair. Gary Ballance is the third Yorkshire cricketer in this England touring party. He's just behind Graham Gooch there, not the one with the beard, the one next door to him. The one with the beard's Mushtaq, little Mushy. Pakistan leg spinner, who's England's spin bowling coach. Haddon's played the pull stroke a lot today, and he's been in complete control of it. The even bounce here is handy. He just controls it. He either rides it or he smacks it. It's 6 for 190. We've had a quiet period of play. It's the rhythm of Test match cricket. You get this kind of ebb and flow. You have periods where wickets go bang bang and there's massive excitement, or periods of aggressive stroke play. And then you have periods where sides have to work themselves back into the game, which is what Haddon and Johnson are looking to do. It's just a subtle change to Swan's line here, from bowling around the wicket and bowling at middle and looking to get Haddon to work him leg side. He's now come over the wicket and trying to get it up in the air a bit, just outside off stump. See if he can get a gap between bat and pad, encouraging Haddon to play a little bit more offside.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through Haddon's mind. If he's thinking, okay, I can maybe, if I get a bit of width, I could get it through cover for 3 or 4 there, or will he? It's probably a dangerous shot to play across the line and slog sweep. They've got 2 men at deep long on and a deep mid wicket, so it's dangerous to play that shot. Just punch it down the ground for ones. Australia just haven't been able to get away from England. Every time there's been a partnership, England have just been prepared to be very patient, bowl a lot of dot balls, but the score just hasn't been able to get going. They just wait for an Australian mistake and then bring the fielders back again. I'm sure England will just be sitting tight, waiting for that second new ball, which is coming in about 10 overs time. If they can just grab 1 or 2 more before that second new ball, it'll be an absolute bonus for the English team.
Nice stroke. Just a little chip, really, but he was in complete control of it.
Australia 6 for 195.
That stroke took Mitchell Johnson to 34. This pair have now created the best partnership of the innings, going past the one by David Warner and Shane Watson earlier in the day. And there is a record of Johnson making runs and then taking wickets. It's as if one inspires the other. In fact, when Australia won the game in Perth 3 years ago, Johnson was the driving force behind that win, and he didn't just do it with the ball, though his famous 5-wicket spell was outstanding, but it started with the bat. He made 50 there.
Also in South Africa, he made a 96 not out, I think, at Johannesburg on a tough pitch, and then came out and swung the ball late. Got us an early wicket with Graham Smith. So yeah, I definitely see a correlation there between confidence with the bat leading into his bowling.
There's that pull stroke again from Haddon. He then, I was out there for that tour, and he then got 100 in that series. The 96 was at the Wanderers. He kept slamming it into the golf course, didn't he? And then he got 100 in Cape Town.
Well, that was just phenomenal batting.
that was the stroke that kept disappearing into the golf course behind the Wanderers, isn't it?
Well, Dale Steyn was steaming in, and Mitch just kept doing these short-arm jabs onto the hill in Cape Town when he got his maiden Test match 100, and it was just phenomenal batting. I was going through a patch where I couldn't hit the ball off the square. Felt like I was batting with a stump, and Mitch is just hitting one of the best fast bowlers in the world onto the bank for fun.
England have 3 men back on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket. Johnson wanted to go the other way.
I think the one good thing that England have done, their use of the short ball today, there's been a lot of talk that they were going to bomb Michael Clarke and do all that, but they set it up nicely. They did it beautifully. It's well executed. Now here with a tail of just a change of angle. And Stuart Broad, he's got a pretty good bouncer, Stuart Broad. It's a lot quicker. He bowls it across the seam. One will skid a lot quicker than you think. Hits the shiny side, and one will hit the seam. It's not as quick. He's a clever bowler, Stuart Broad, and he's got a very good bouncer, but I think the use of the bouncer today has been excellent.
England use the cross seam tactic a lot. They use it with the old ball a lot to take pace off the ball, and they definitely, I mean, they've proven to themselves the difference of how the ball reacts off the surface, hitting the leather or hitting the seam. They use a wobble seam thing too. They've put a lot of work into different ways to get something out of a lot of uniform pitches that you find around the place.
Yeah, and to back that up, they've got David Saker, who's a fantastic bowling coach and used to Australian conditions too.
Six for 197. The fight back continues. Brad Haddin and Mitchell Johnson doing a terrific job on a hot day at the Gabba as Mark Taylor, Michael Vaughan, James Brayshaw take over.
Thank you, Nico. It's been a terrific performance. 65 from 160 balls, so it hasn't been easy for Johnson or Haddin. They've dug in and really dragged their country back into some sort of shape after 5 for 50. Had them in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, the last hour has been good cricket all round. England have bowled well. They've tried to restrict. Graham Swan's changed his pace, changed his angles. Well, this pair's just proven that this pitch is a belter. It really is a good cricket wicket.
Yeah, that's the only negative, I suppose, from an Australian point of view, is that a few of the bats will be saying, oh, how is it now? Gee, it's playing well, isn't it? As it always does here at the Gabba. Last session, day one, beautiful time to bat. It just shows you that the vital wicket of Shane Watson just before lunch, that really changed the game. That and then Clarke straight after lunch led to that 4-wicket burst from Broad and then one from Anderson and Tremor each. It's just changed the game.
Tomorrow's a hot day, Tubbin, it normally is. There'll be more pace, so Australia have that to look forward to. There'll be certainly more carry on day 2 at the Gabba. That man will enjoy that. When he gets the ball in his hand, he'll be hoping that's as late into tomorrow as possible. Oh, big ball. Big ball. That's well done. This has been very intelligent batting from Mitch Johnson.
Yeah, and the 200 up for Australia. Mitchell Johnson coming back into the team and under a huge amount of pressure, but many runs that he can score. It's got to give his bowling a lift as well. Got to just give himself that boost.
It's 6 for 201.
$200 up for Australia, and a change in the bowling. Joe Root has been brought on by Alistair Cook. Only 1 over, just going into the tea break for this young man who has a very good knack of getting people out from an English point of view, or an annoying knack of getting people out if you're a member of the opposition.
Yeah, an interesting little half hour coming up. 72 overs bowled, so we've got 8 overs till the second new ball. That's probably why you're seeing Joe Root bowl, and I dare say that Graham Swan bowl 4 overs from the Stanley Street end. Chance of maybe Australia to score 30, 40 runs. England will be in a bit of a holding pattern here. Obviously, they'd love another wicket, but they'll be thinking, keep the runs down, and also freshen the quicks up for one last tilt with the second new ball in about half an hour's time.
Brad Haddon in touch of a very important half century. Were he able to get there? It's good fielding from the skipper.
Field, it's a bit of a 50-50 field. There's a slip. There's two guys catching on the square around mid-wicket, mid-on. And then you've got two men in the deep, one at long on and one at deep mid-wicket. So you've got two men out there right of screen, also two men catching instead on the wicket though. So it's a bit of an in-out field, a 50-50 field.
Nice easy two for Brad Haddon. Joe Root's not a huge spinner of the ball. Graham's not spun too many today, so I can't imagine Joe Root's going to get too much purchase. Comes round the wicket just to create that angle. It was a round arm and just tries to get it to go across the right-handers.
Looks pretty sharp, doesn't he, Joe Root, with the glasses on?
Sort of bowler you don't want to get out to. You've done all this work. You've got through Anderson and Broad and Tremlett and Swan. On comes Joe Root.
That's why I reckon it's a great move. There's nothing more, nothing that batsmen hate more than see a guy like this come on. Because you think to yourself, well, geez, there's a chance to make some runs, but you don't want to get out to one of the batsmen, one of the part-timers. So good little move this.
Keeper wasn't ready for some reason, therefore no one was. Two from the over, 6 for 203. So it's changing all the time. The Cricket Live app downloaded onto your phone. I've just done it. Well, that is actually slightly incorrect. I've got someone to do it for me. And I now have it on my iPhone, and it's fantastic.
I'm glad you're honest there. You had a crack at me earlier about having trouble downloading the app. Well, I did the same. Got a guy from Cricket Australia to come around and download it for me. It's all working nicely, though. It's good.
It looks a 400-plus par score to me.
I was saying it too, Tom. I think one thing you've got to do as a viewer of the game, and obviously as a player of the game, is wait till after the first innings. Now, at the moment, no doubt England will be pretty happy. 6 for 203 Australia after being 1 for 70. They'll be pretty happy. But they've also got a bat yet, and this wicket will get, I think, a bit quicker tomorrow. It hasn't moved much off the seam today either. But I always think you've got to wait till the end of the first innings to find out just how good your first innings score is. And I was saying it to you, Tom, that Trent Bridge Test match, which I watched from the studio at the Channel 9 studios, that when Australia bowled England out for 215 at Trent Bridge, I thought that was way under par. And they had Australia 9 for 117 in reply. It wasn't until Ashton Agar, along with Phil Hughes, put on a massive last wicket stand that Australia actually got a lead.
And that's been the one weakness of this England side. It was such a good batting lineup that they don't get over 400 often enough.
Tossed up and dispatched. That's going all the way.
Well, that's nearly gone straight into Mitchell Johnson's favourite set of fans, the Barmy Army, just to the right.
Six for 209. Unbelievably important partnership. 77 from 177 balls, and these two batsmen have given Australia a look on this first day. can see a very similar field to the one Graham Swan's operating with at the other end. Brad Haddon will pick up at least one. And he comes back. It's good running. He moves to 49.
Yeah, in his 50th Test match too. Brad Haddon just needs one more to make 50 in his 50th. Good competitor, really good competitor. Fought his way back into the Australian side. Must have thought a year ago that his career was over. I caught up with him yesterday. I got a chance to interview him at the team hotel. Really good chat with him actually about his family life, his cricket. Great to chat with Brad Haddon. He's had a tough time in recent time family-wise with his daughter. Fought through that. Now back really enjoying his cricket.
Oh, confusion. Real confusion. They're home. And that's 50 for Brad Haddon. And that's a terrific performance.
A little bit of indecision in the middle of the wicket, but really good 50 from Haddon. As Mark Taylor's just said, he's a fighter, full of character. He's always up for the fight.
50 in his 50th test off 100 balls. And he wouldn't have played too many more important innings for Australia than this one. He needs now to really grind in and keep going and drag Mitch Johnson along with him.
Well, I know he's bitterly disappointed when he got out for 71, I think it was, in that Trent Bridge Test match earlier this year when he ended up 14 runs short in that. Would have been it would have been snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, really. Australia were behind for most of the match. You can see in that innings, we watched him in that innings, that he never stopped believing they were going to get there, and they almost did, the Aussies.
How is Aston Agard these days? Where's he playing?
He's playing over in the West, made 93 or something in a game the other day. Not getting a lot of wickets, and that's what he probably needs to do. Only got a handful of Shield wickets so far, but still making some runs.
Six for 212. We welcome you back to the Gabba. And this is how it sits. 6 for 212, a magnificent 80-run partnership at the moment, Haddon and Johnson. I can also tell you that today is going to run long. So we will stay with the cricket all the way through. News to follow in Melbourne and Sydney as we take a look at Brad Haddon. It has been a terrific innings because he came to the crease with Australia in all sorts of trouble. And as he normally does, makes his runs in fine style.
Yeah, he came to the wicket, Australia 5 down for 100 and played shots all the way around the wicket. That little jab into the stands, the 6 off Jimmy Anderson, epitomises what he's about.
Yeah, these are the dismissals. Rogers went early, and then that was the big wicket there. Watson just before lunch. Clark straight after lunch, caught by Bell, planned from Stuart Broad. David Warner looked good for 49. Off the back foot straight to Kevin Peterson. And then George Bailey on debut. Next one to Cook, who's got a good safe pair of hands. Took that one and also took the one of Steve Smith. So 6 for 132 at that stage when Mitchell Johnson joined Brad Haddon. Now 6 for 212. There's some respectability there.
Let's have a look at the England bowling, and again Broad with 4 wickets has been the star. Anderson excellent. Tremlett the other wicket taker as we're back with Swan bowling to Brad Haddon. He picks a single off down the ground. So just repeating, a tardy over rate, so we're going to run overtime. We are staying with the cricket right around Australia until the end of play. People watching in Melbourne and Sydney will see the news immediately after the cricket is completed.
Actually, question for you, Michael Vaughan. You've been captain in the last, 6 or 7 years. What do you think about the over rates? we've got 15 overs to bowl, and we've got what should be 40 minutes left in the day's play. I'm not going to do that. It's going to run 20 minutes, maybe half an hour over this game, particularly probably when England take the second new ball. We're going to go through here till 5:30 local time. I just think it's unacceptable, but nothing seems to be changing.
Well, I don't think enough's done to try and improve the over 8 and just to try and quicken the fellas up out in the middle. There are a few more drinks breaks now and a few more delays, but I think the ICC just let it drift. I think they just allow it to happen. They concentrate a lot of their efforts and minds on other issues that aren't quite as important. I think this is very important, the fact of making sure. Well, that's a terrific shot from Mitchell Johnson. The lap slog moves him on to 49.
Well, he's just waiting for anything tossed up, anything a bit slower, he goes after. He's picking them nicely. Just a little bit slower, tossed up a little bit more, just got above his eyes, and away it went.
Because there was times in the Ashes series back home that the extra half hour that they get taken, and still they weren't getting the 90 overs in. Now that isn't acceptable. That has to change, and something has to be done about that.
So Mitch Johnson, 49. What an important innings. He's not going to get 50 on this particular occasion, but there are more balls to come for him. 6 for 217. Australian tour of South Africa in February. The Cricket Australia travel office can help you get there. Great travel packages. Money can't buy experiences. The Pumba Private Game Reserve. You get an escorted tour, a private session with coach Darren Lehman. No matter how you like to travel, if you want to watch cricket, Cricket Australia travel office can get you there. More information you can see there, the cricket.com.au/travel, or the phone number 1300 133 232. Get stuck into that. Chris Tremlett back into the attack. So Joe Root, we didn't see much of. 2 overs, in fact. Oh, good shot. That's as good a shot as Brad Haddon's played.
A lovely off drive, but it was a loosener, wasn't it? He just got to the crease, didn't he, Chris Tremlett?
Oh, the one, but what a terrific shot. The straight back coming down, straight off the middle. Jimmy Anderson moves to his right at mid-off, but he had no chance.
This is the beauty towards the end of the day at the Gabba. Now, there will be a second new ball, as I said a moment ago, in about 3 overs and 5 deliveries time. But before then, you reckon that Haddon and Johnson are going to try and get some runs here. That was gentle. The bowlers are now a bit stiffer, a bit more tired.
I think that's where the skipper and the coach and the brains trust of England will be disappointed when they get into the dressing room afterwards, because they had their foot on Australia's throat and they could have really snuffed them out. They could have finished the game almost before tea if they'd been able to really step it up and get Australia bowled out and be well into the innings at stumps. Instead of that, this is nearly a 100-run partnership, and that man there on screen I think will be disappointed.
Yeah, he certainly will, but I think you've got to give this pair a huge amount of credit. They applied themselves, they grafted, left some good deliveries, then just started to feel the way in and started to play some good controlled strokes. Then Johnson got a few nice loopy ones from Swan, and he takes him on, hits him over the top. So it's been a real clever partnership.
Good for the game too, Vorney. I know we both sit on opposite sides, but it's been good for the game.
Well, at one point it looked like we're going to be playing golf on day 3.
Part of the brains trust right there. Not too much to worry about. 6 for 221. It's still a good day. This has been a very good performance by this Australian pair.
Actually, both those two guys wouldn't mind batting out there at the moment, would they? Andy Flower, Graham Gooch. Both scorers of big runs. Oh, Goochie would have loved it now.
He certainly would. The daddy hundreds, he calls them. When the lads get to the 3 figures, it's not enough. Got to get a double. Get the daddy hundreds. I don't know what a granddaddy 100 is, mind.
Well, Mark Raw used to always tell me about Graham Gooch because he played with him at Essex a lot. He said, fill your boots, mate. Fill your boots. So let's get to 100. Fill your boots meant make another 100. Fill them right up. Fine player, Goochie.
So I think we can safely assume that Chris Tremlett's not going to get a look at the new ball. He's being asked to do some work on a hot day through his skipper to get through to that 80th over. It'll be Broad and Anderson to have a burst when it comes.
Tremlett's been good today. There was a question third seamer for England. Tremlett really hasn't bowled much since 2011. He bowled a bit for Surrey this year in the county championship back in England, but he's been very impressive. Just gone at 2.77 and over that wicket of Steve Smith.
Six for 221. That tells you the story of the day. Nice early start from Australia, winning the toss. Looked a good thing to do. They went into bat, 1 for 70. All looked good. Warner and Watson played really well. And then chaos in the middle order. And this pair have put on 89 and got some respectability back into the scoreboard. And that man on screen, Mitch Johnson, he's on 49. Made 7 test half centuries, Mitch Johnson, and of course a test century. 290 not outs in there as well, so he's more with the bat. This is his best return with the bat at the Gabba, and he thought that was 50. He was off, sent back, a little slide.
Great work there, Swanee. Great work, bud.
Again, he picks out the field. So he goes airborne, just takes it over the lot, and that's going to go for 4. What a terrific innings from Mitch Johnson. Under enormous pressure, he's come out and peeled off a half century. Well done.
What a way to bring up the 5th of the drive over extra cover. And the minute that he walked to the crease, he's had good balance. He's chosen the right balls to score off. Excellent from Mitchell Johnson.
Kind of an appreciative home crowd too. He calls Perth home now, but comes from Queensland. And that's short and wide. It's a pretty ordinary delivery. He's got it into the gap, so he's going to get at least 2 more. Brad Haddon had come back, so these are very important late day runs for Australia. 6 for 228. So this pair zeroing in on a 100-run partnership. 96 at the moment from 201 balls, and the respectability, or some of it anyway, is back into that scoreboard for Australia. 6 for 228, changing the commentary box. Oh, we're bringing some big names in here too. Michael Slater, you're going to hear from him first. I think David Lloyd's coming in. Shane Warne is here as well.
Thanks, JB. And what a fantastic partnership. It's now worth 96. Mitchell Johnson, welcome back. 56, and a lot of courage bringing up his 50 over cover. Now, along with Haddon, he's been the instigator. He rallied from the moment he got out there. Tremlett. Johnson now just has to keep going, not change what he's done to this point, Warning.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic knock so far from Mitchell Johnson. Good partnership with Brad Haddon, and didn't Australia need it too? 5 for 100. They were at one stage 6 for 132. Real trouble when Mitchell Johnson came to the crease. Partnership 96. They still need a lot more, because this is a belter of a wicket. Still need a lot more runs.
Yeah, that was easy there. You can see the pace, the consistency of bounce, and this is the moment where batsmen, if you haven't lost wickets, they keep going. So Mitchell Johnson in with a brilliant opportunity. He has scored a test match 100, a couple of 90s. Here's another 50 to go with it. He's not done yet. outstanding. Hello, Bumble.
Good day, everybody. Next passage of play is a new ball. A big burst from England. Last 10 overs. Really good partnership. Brad Haddin, I mentioned on commentary last time, a nuggety cricketer. He's so much experience, loves a scrap. Johnson has hit the ball cleanly. And still England have been allowed to have Swan at one end, his ball throughout that session. They'll get a rest soon because they will take the new ball. It'll be Anderson and Broad.
Yeah, it's the rallying that is surprised. It's 6 for 132. You're thinking Australia, will they get to 200? Now they're thinking maybe they can get to 300. Because it does look flat out there. They'll need 300 at least.
And what Mitchell Johnson's done has been selective. He's a good striker of the ball, but he hasn't tried to overdid it. He's picked the right ones to hit down the ground. He's hit one big monster into the stands. He's got awesome power. The one bring up the 50 was a great shot over cover. There it is there. Look at that for a shot over 50. That's a big boundary too. Well played, Mitchell Johnson. This partnership needs to keep going.
Nicely played again. He doesn't miss out too often. It comes out of the middle. He's part of this Movember set up as well, Bumble. I think this is a worldwide charity these days, isn't it? Official men's charity, partner with Cricket Cares. It's not too late either to sign up and try and grow that Mo. It's all about men's health. So go to Movember.com. How would you go? Could you pick it up now? I mean, we're
never had one. No. He looks like a junior Merv, doesn't he?
The big handlebars.
Yeah.
You'd struggle, Mick. You'd need to start, I reckon, about February 2015 to hit Movember.
Nicely played again from Haddin. Gee, it's a good shot and good work in the deep. Kevin Peterson showing off in front of the crowd.
Be careful diving on this outfield. End of the over. 2:31 for 6.
He's pulled the ball very nicely, Haddin. He came out and counter-attacked. He's got the same spirit as Steve Smith in the way he just plays his shots no matter what the scoreboard says. And Kevin Peterson, brilliant work in the deep. Swan continues. 100-run stand between these two, and Australia digging in.
Needed it. He played really well, sensibly. Well, it's a real scrap, is this?
Finally, something for the Aussies to cheer about. It's been a fairly glum day until this final session. I just want to finish on the moustache. You said I'd struggle to grow one. Yours would be an orange. I know you're the blonde bombshell, but yours would be orange, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a orangutan, a few highlights and there wouldn't hurt. Might be a bit stripy. I think a bit of paint can't fix.
Oh, beautiful Swanee. Lovely Graham Swan.
But I think I'm a bit like you though, Mick. I think I'd have to. Davey Warner's joining in. It's looking pretty good. It's nearly up. It's going up his nostrils too there, the look of it. It's a good tash. Good tash.
Oh, yeah, go.
Good shot. Get a couple. I think I'd be like you though, Mick. I'd have to start at least February, I reckon, to make it for Movember next year.
Yeah. Healy would be the worst.
Healy at 2 years.
No chance for Healy. Brett Lee, no chance.
About Joe Root.
No chance.
He hasn't started shaving yet. He's only 12.
Bruce Willis, Darren Lehman.
Wolf did shave this morning. He didn't know he was part of it until now.
I'm watching for the big quicks here. 80 overs, new ball. Watch for the big guys. Is Broad doing any looseness? Is Anderson?
Do you think they'll take it straight away? We're allowed to play for another scheduled time is another 20-odd minutes, but we can go to 5:30 Brisbane time, which gives another 50 minutes, so it's probably 11 or 12 overs. I just wonder if they'll hang off for 3 or 4 overs and give it a burst to Broad and Anderson of 4 each.
Take it straight away, surely.
I think they need to. They're just looking a bit tired at the moment. This partnership's put on 100. I think you're right, by my. I think Alistair Cook should take it straight away.
In behind it, and just for our Sydney-Melbourne viewers, we'll be staying with the cricket, so the 9 News will follow the cricket when it is completed at the Gabba. 6 for 235. There's the second new ball. It's out there. It will be taken, and smart move, I think. Cook, no hesitation. Throw it to your main man. Broad, 4 for 54 today, searching for another fifer, searching for his 50th wicket in the year, the leading wicket taker for 2013. There he is. Can he get the 7th?
All eyes on the captain here. Brand new nut, new cherry, new conker. A real burst from England, Broad and Anderson. Is it going to be 3 slips? Got to be 3 slips. Got to go on the attack. Of course, if you're a batsman, you think I can knock this ball away. There's going to be plenty of gaps. It'll come on nicely. Good passage of play. This 10 overs. Might not be 10 overs, it might be time.
So there it is. So 3 slips in play. A gully. It's just like the start of the day. Very aggressive field. England can employ that because of the state of the game. Here we go. A new one. Over the top it goes. It was in the gap anyway, but Haddon. He'll be using the hardness of this new ball. Both of them are in, and that's the dangerous move sometimes. If the pitch is flat, all of a sudden you get a crisp ball and it flies off.
Adrenaline too. You're just as a batsman out there, you're thinking, okay, the ball's been soft and we've worked hard. Now I know there are 3 slips in a gully, so there are gaps everywhere.
It's the intent I like there with Brad Haddon. As soon as it is, you talk about the adrenaline, that it's still that intent to score, and I think that's why they've been successful. Their mindset has been to score, and whatever they've done, it's been precise. Where they've let the ball go, they've let the ball go well. That's what I think the top order didn't do. They just fiddled around, tried to survive. They didn't have that intent in the mind. Good that Alistair Cook stayed on the attack here with the new ball, gone 3 slips and a gully. They're on top still. I feel like Australia getting some momentum, and you feel like that they are doing really well, but the score is 6 for 238. England have had a fantastic day. They can put some icing on the cake here, break this partnership and get one more of Siddle, Harris, or Lyon, or even a couple more. They've had a fantastic day. Australia, on the other hand, if they don't lose a wicket, being 5 for 100, 6 for 132, they'll go with a lot of momentum. It's really important to take that momentum in at any break.
Inside edge, 2 noises. Straight away, it was an inside edge onto the pad. It was always going to be exciting the bowler and some of the slip fieldsmen.
2 noises, definite. England excited momentarily. Good swing and movement, thick inside edge.
Just jumping out to Spidercam to show you the aggressive feel in play. So 3 slips gully. You can notice when Mitchell Johnson comes back that he's out at square leg. You've all of a sudden got gaps through the offside, through the onside. It's a bit of a scratchy line there, but it's allowing you to think aggressively if you're out there. Plenty more gaps in front of you when the new ball is taken.
There's a bit of swing there. You've got to find the line, find the length. You can bet your life that Mitchell Johnson is going to look to play his shots. He's played so sensibly.
16-5 here at the Gabba in Brisbane. It's been a beautiful day. A couple of days out, it was not looking so good, the forecast. It's improving. It's a great start. Things will be good tomorrow. And Australia are looking good for tomorrow as well. If they keep going like this, it's a big, big partnership. It might be a game changer.
You can see the sense of purpose from these two batsmen. Johnson there with a drop kick, he just flicks it into the leg side. It's a vast area. It should be a real good 10 overs, this. Australia looking to attack. England are hunting wickets. Need to break this partnership. Hello.
From your part of the world. There's a catcher, short mid-wicket. That's a good delivery. A lot have been shaping in, and that one, the line across the left-hander. So good delivery to finish. 5 from it. 6 for 240. And here's some VB highlights. The partnership, it was Brad Haddin who came out and played his shot. So did Mitchell Johnson. He was thumping to the field and then occasionally got one through. That got him going. But Haddin, he was all class. It was confidence as well, using experience. Johnson back in the Test match arena and loving every moment. This will help that bowling confidence as well. He's an all-rounder. And his batting is outstanding. When he's on song, they're not smiling too much. They're gritting the teeth, knowing that they're slowly getting themselves back into this first innings. At the start of the day, Michael Clarke won the toss. No hesitation to bat. It's very good batting conditions, but the scorecard at tea didn't suggest that. Australia were looking to go into the lunchtime break, 1 down, 1 for 70 odd, and then Shane Watson got out just before lunch. It was 2 for, and then the middle session was a capitulation. It's now steadying James Anderson into the attack. 1 bounce to mid-off.
Anderson is through 17 overs. It's all been shared around. Swan has done a good job. He's gone non-80, none for 80 in 26. 4 wickets for Broad, 1 for Anderson, 1 for Tremlett. Same sort of field for Anderson. These 3 slips, a gully and a backward point.
It's very leg side. And Pryor, who was near missing this test match because of a strained calf, he flew up to that one. And Bumble, you're saying steady on, steady on.
He's aired after that. You forget, don't you? I mean, he had all that yesterday. I watched it yesterday. His fitness test went on for ages. And he sprinted after that. And I'm just saying, steady, steady.
It was bizarre how he did it. It was almost Tasmania. It was, he sort of slipped as he played it. And I don't know whether that was the actual movement that strained the calf or just prior to that, but he strained at batting.
I watched it all yesterday. Went on forever, and you knew that he was playing because the other guy, Bairstow, hardly did any work with the gloves, and I just thought yesterday he's fine. Waited till today.
As we do these days, Twitter is outrageously successful. I've got 2 big tweeters next to me, Warney and Bumble. You get hold of it and it's on fire half the time. Great to hear Bumble cricket on Australian TV. Apart from the sharks and snakes and the spiders, he's all good.
And the titanium knee's doing okay too, Bumble.
There we go. More loving hearing you here, mate. It's a real treat. It's a Lancashire accent, isn't it?
Yeah, Lancashire, mate. Lancashire.
That's where my dad grew
up.
Of
course, Rottenstall in the Lancashire.
I think you saw him actually at Old Trafford this year.
I did. He came up and said hello. Warney, of course, played Lancashire League at Accrington. Ian Chappell at Ramsbottom. Jeff Lawson, Dennis Lilly, Haslingden, Bobby Simpson, Accrington. They've all been there. Tommy Moody.
It's a genuine play and a miss. He skips through to the keeper, Anderson. He's a little bit quicker than you anticipate. 6 for 2, 4-2. So it's 8 overs remaining in the day's play. We'll get those 8 overs in. Otherwise it would have been a 5:30 close. So it will be time when they've bowled those overs. And just a reminder to our Sydney and Melbourne viewers, you will be able to watch right to the end of the cricket, and then it'll be National 9 News after that. Oh, smoke through the offside. Mitchell Johnson at his best.
Well, it's lovely. Highest score versus England for Mitchell Johnson. Stand and deliver. We've talked about the gaps in the field with 3 slips and a gully. As nice as this from Stuart Broad. It's right up there. It's not quick.
Got through that. That's like a golf swing in a way. Does he play golf, won't he? He'd hit a mean ball.
It's funny you say that. I was just thinking before, it looks like he'd strike a long cherry.
Oh. I've got one for you guys, a little quiz question. Drinks break. Not long ago, about 20 minutes ago. How many people were on the field during that drinks break? How many people on the arena? Poke a stick at it, how many?
Okay, we've got the 11, we've got the 12th, you've got 13, 14, 15 umpires. I'll say 35. I'll double it now.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I reckon there's a few extra people that want to get their head on the TV or out the middle with a few Gatorade people or something. I'm going to go 45.
Were you way over? Another shout from England, trying to prize this 7th wicket. How many?
31.
Oh.
The world record was at Cardiff when Monty and Jimmy Anderson batted forever. There were 40. This time you've got the 11 fielders, you've got the 2 batters, there were 6 12th men, there's a Gatorade tractor driver, there were 3 guys mending the spider cam, there's the ground staff shoveling and sweeping.
There's a noise of some sort, but a half appeal. Something building for England maybe. There's been a few plays and misses. The new ball now just starting to dominate. The first couple of overs, it took a while to find the rhythm. Broad and Anderson, maybe they're just getting that spot again.
Just get through this session, Australia. You'll get some play and miss, but you can score. These 2 are thinking score.
This is the new real-time snicko that we're using, part of the DRS. It's been approved. Smashed to mid-off. That was nearly a shin ball. The big fella, he just got to it.
He went down in instalments there, didn't he? He's such a big unit. What is he, 6'8", 6'8"? Big lad.
Final delivery of the 83rd over. And bowls him! There it is, 5 wickets for Broad, an outstanding day. He entered the arena to boos around the crowd. He's not Australia's favourite, but he's English's favourite today. All his team, they swamp him. They're all over him, well played.
Needed that. England coming back strongly. Needed that wicket. 5 for, hold it up. They'll be booing him again very soon, but he's done the job. Break that partnership.
Great job from Mitchell Johnson. But this is the delivery. You just felt something was changing, Morty. The new ball starting to talk a little bit. They found the length.
Yeah, it was a good wicket. Very good wicket from Stuart Broad. Good fifer from him. Well appreciated by the crowd. There might have been a few ironic boos to him, but there was every one of them stood up and clapped him and said, well bowled, as well as clapping Mitchell Johnson off. So that was good to see. There's a good ball, it's full, and it just swung back in, crashes into the middle stump. Great pictures seeing that. Look at those bails fly. Stuart Broad's just saying thank you very much and well done. 5 for him. Great way to start off the tour. That's for you.
Well, there's going to be boos. Of course there is. This is an Ashes series, villain of the piece. All that went on during the summer. He's done his job. He's picked up 5 wickets. They needed that, England. You talk about this last 10 overs. It's a massive session with a brand new ball. Peter Siddle, new batsman.
And as Peter Siddle strides in, it's a great honour for Broad. It's his first 5 in Australia, his 5th in 2013. That's how successful the year has been. He's 11th overall and the first of 50 wickets this year. So another tall unit in this bowling battery that England have. It's almost like they're out of a basketball team. Very tall. 7 for 246. And now England feel like they can dismiss Australia today on day 1.
Wonderful effort. 11 matches for Broad. Anderson's right behind him there.
That's an edge, just short of third slip and a little bit wide also. Some luck for Haddon. Pressure back on him.
One can bring 2, especially in a big partnership for a while. Haddon's still the man. Bats well with the tail too, Brad Haddon. Peter Siddle can bat a bit. Just went straight down. Look, it bounced over. Joe Root couldn't stop that. Always races around towards the Vulture Street end. The commentary end always being for. We keep saying it's a big last hour. It's a big little bit of time here. Great shot from Brad Haddon. Super drive down the ground.
He got grumpy. The edge that went past third slip. Anderson got a little bit grumpy. He bowls that full length delivery. Haddon, I agree, I think he's terrific with the tail. Siddle, he's not the worst. He'll look to hang about there. I'll still say that it's a big push from England. Your last 10 overs, you're into the last 10 overs of the game. You know, your management, your captain, he wants your biggest effort right now.
Yep, 6 overs to go after this one.
Haddon under confidence in Siddle. He can contribute. And he's got half centuries at this level, and he comes out and Haddon needs him. Haddon now 72. He'll counter-attack, but it's all control. It's been a feature of both Johnson and Haddon, very much in control of every shot. Australia are back in the game. There's the Commonwealth Bank viewers' verdict. It's about a 50-50.
Australia still got a lot of work to go, Mick. 255 on this flat wicket. It's a belter. They need the tail to really wag.
Nicely played. Moved forward into it. Covers out any movement and will pick up 2. Settles away.
And Anderson's ticking. A little bit of frustration. He can get grumpy. It all started with the edge. Brad Haddon, the edge past third slip, and then a drive down the ground.
And all the fieldsmen are ready, particularly the grippers. They're ready for another chance. They feel like there's an edge coming. Pryor has kept well. He's enjoyed the bounce today. You look at where he's taken everything. It's been up around hip height, even higher than that. It wouldn't have happened for some time, I wouldn't think, that sort of carry. And so the 3 slips very much in play. Gully in play. Harrison line to come. There was a rumour floating round as 6 overs remain in the day that Harris forgot to bring his gloves to the ground. And there was staff out in the road to pick them up. They're being delivered and delivering his cricket gloves in. So I don't know what he had them in his room for. Here's the wickets for Broad today. That's the first one, Rogers.
Yeah, a little bit just loose and a little bit soft, that one from Rogers. And then a good one from Broad again with Watson. Then a ripper. to get rid of the skipper, Michael Clark. Another short ball to him. It was right on the money. David Warner a bit loose at the back foot, just shoals it to cover. It was that man again, the villain Broad, and then bang, he goes again and knocks over Mitchell Johnson's middle stump, holds the ball up and says thank you very much. That's 5 for.
It was good movement back, wasn't it? The length was right, and it just started to shape as Johnson got into the driving mode. So 5 for 63, as mentioned, the first in international cricket, Test cricket, to reach 50 wickets this year.
And he looks in terrific rhythm. You can watch this run up and he pumps in there. And again, such a tall bowler. If you can hit the deck and bowl the length in Australia, you're going to be roundabout. You're going to be a handful. It's a good pitch. Everybody said it. It's a real batting surface, is this. Runs to be had, centuries to be had for batsmen. Just got to get in.
There's the bouncer, and that'll run fine. The man will cover it. As Jonathan Trott, you were saying earlier, guys, I wonder if he's had much of a conversation out there today. He's been down there for a long time.
Watched him all day. There's nobody speaks to him.
And unfortunately, there's not even a man sitting on the Gatorade drinks bottle he can have a chat to. Look, he's looking around all the time. Anyone out there want to have a chat? Hello? Enjoying your day? This side? No, no one.
There he is. Look, he's having a chat with the crowd. I interviewed him the other day for the cricket show, and we'll show it throughout the summer, and he was a good bloke to chat with. Good areas there from Broad.
Vince Vaughan.
He's got the South African twang still. You can tell he comes from South Africa, and got the call, didn't he, from Bob Woolman to come across and play at Warwickshire, and a big move in his life. There's the reminder, 9 News follows the cricket. That's for our New South Wales and Victorian viewers. There's another fish. Close to his 6th wicket for the day. We talk about characters. He's got a lot, hasn't he, Broad?
Well, he just loves the attention. He loves what's been happening in the newspapers. He's got a bowl and he's done that. He can get a little bit histrionic. He's a good character. He's got a strong character.
It's confirmed he's not a walker.
I agree.
Nicely played. It has been sent back. So hadn't taken control of that one because Siddle was coming back.
Getting back to that walking issue. Seriously, if you nick one to slip and stand there, you need a pat on the back.
Oh, he got away with it, didn't he?
I couldn't believe it. I was on commentary. I just couldn't believe it. And then I thought, well, no, it's obviously come off his thigh pad or something.
Another over down, 5 to go. Hatton and Siddle trying to stay there. 7 for 259, and Hatton has been the star of the day for Australia. He rallied from the moment he came out, and it's all been about aggression, but controlled aggression. Calculated risk. When the ball was in the zone, he put it away. In amongst that, he's been able to rotate the strike and work very well with the partner at the other end. For most of that, it's been Mitchell Johnson. Occasionally a streaky stroke, but he's been in good order, and it's great to see him back out there dominating with the bat. So Brad Haddon, 73 from 125, not over. He wants to be there and sleep on what could be tomorrow. Maybe a Test match 100. Change in the commentary box. It'll be Ian Chappell, Ian Healy and Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Slats, and what a day of Test match cricket. Something for everybody. And all Australia hanging on to this big fight back. The fight back that will have done so much for the dressing room, never mind the people all over the land. I mean, imagine the feeling at 5 for 100, and then the partnership, Haddin and Johnson, and the way the partnership was put together, the quality of the cricket all day has really lifted the spirit and confirmed that the hype wasn't misplaced. I don't know why that light meter is at it. Probably something to do with the shadows. They'd be lynched if they took the players off now.
Yeah, it's an overreaction to the bowler running out of shade into sun. With the second new ball, Australian tail, they might be a little bit precious in their protection of them, but even the shade is pretty good here. And we'll watch over the next one over, that shadow will be on the pitch.
Even the shade's bright, Hills?
It seemed pretty bright, didn't it? 22.3.
Nicely bowled. There is some laid away movement for James Anderson. We saw the ball, the curve ball that did for Mitchell Johnson from Stuart Broad. This is a difficult time to bat. The two different lights out there, a pumped up England attack, a brand new ball just doing a bit, a fired up England. This is the time for big hearts.
I think that's a change in his style, Peter Siddle, isn't it? Standing with the bat up. I don't recall him standing with the bat up before. He was tapping it before he lifted, and I think that's how he used to bat, tapping it on the ground and then with the normal lift. But I think he's made a bit of an alteration to his batting style.
He was much sharper this time, the reaction to what Jimmy Anderson was delivering. It's up, like Chris Rogers. Gets the bat down, knocks back the single. The one before is very tentative and way out in front of his pads, outside off.
Career average 15. Australia would settle for 15 now, particularly if Haddin could get 30 at the other end. Oh, there's some of them. Gets on the pull stroke like Haddin did, like Steve Smith did.
That's a pretty good shot from Peter Siddle. He's picked up the length very quickly. Didn't seem to be that short, but he picked it up very quickly.
The even bounce has allowed many examples of the pull stroke today. The first scoring stroke from David Warner was more of a hook stroke, powerful one. Now there's big field changes here. We've got 1, 2, 3 men drop back to allow a single. I think the idea is to get Siddle on strike against Stuart Broad. 7 for 263. Been a great day. Brisbane's nailed it for the first day of the Ashes. 9 News follows the cricket. That's for the New South Welshmen and the Victorian viewers. So we're sticking with it until the end of the day's play. 7 for 263. I mentioned a moment ago we'd had a little bit of everything. Moments in the day where both sides have had some command. England have had marginally the better of the day because of that early afternoon burst from Stuart Broad. Now this huge man, 6'8", enormously strong. He's bowled 17 overs today, 1 for 47. Chris Tremlett coming back into the attack. Brad Haddin is on strike.
There's plenty of singles out there for Haddin too, so deep cover, deep mid-wicket. They're asking him to really play an aggressive shot very well if you want to get a boundary, or we'll have Siddle up on strike. That shadow's crept up. It's over Haddin already, so we talked about the last over of Jimmy Anderson. Now Tremlett's fully in sunshine. Haddin half and half.
When you stand alongside Stuart Broad, you think you're standing alongside a tall man, and he is a tall man. And then you get Steve Finn, Boyd Rankin, and Chris Tremlett, who's by half an inch the tallest of the lot. It's staggering. They're all 6'7", 6'8". Don't forget, we're with you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. It's Sydney time, of course. 9 o'clock here at the Gabba. 10 o'clock Sydney time. We have an hour lead into play. We've got an interview with Brad Haddin. Mark Taylor will be with him, and lots to enjoy in that hour. Not least our appraisal of what's going on here. A masterclass or two, various things that hopefully will bring the first day's play alive for those that have missed it, and set up the second day for those who are settling into their seats to watch it.
It was interesting looking, well, I suppose you'd call it a ball. I don't know what it was, had lumps in it, but the thing that Nathan Lyons got in his hand there, just the way he was gripping it, I was wondering if it was something that just helps him get used to his grip as an offie.
Strengthening his fingers, is he?
Oh, you can use that type of ball for anything. Rebound catching, uneven bounces for wicket keepers, all those sorts of things. And, you know, strength, you can lie on them, get your iliotibial band loosened up, or your gluteal muscles, shoulders, you know, just put it on a wall and lean back on it and get into those back traps. Lots of uses for that one, Chappelli.
Thank you, Dr. Healy.
So that's the way you scratch your back. Is that what you're saying, is it, when you put it on the wall?
It can do. No, it really digs in. It's like not nice if you've got a tight shoulder and you lean on that, or you know, your cork area of your thigh. You lie on that, lie on your side on that ball. Yuck, it hurts, but it does the job. Releases it. We've also got Warnie tomorrow with Michael Clark in the pre-show. More to look forward to. Siddle hopes he's not out.
In other words, stay with us at the Gabba. It's 7 for 264. 9 News follows the cricket for New South Wales and Victorian viewers. Australia 7 for 261. 264 indeed. I've seen those guys today. Been such a good day's cricket. There were times during the English summer when the standard of the Ashes cricket wasn't as impressive as we'd become used to. Today there's been much to admire. 49 from David Warner. Stuart Broad at his very best. A fight back from Brad Haddin and Mitchell Johnson with memorable stroke play. Broad coming in to bowl a brilliant in-swinger at Mitchell Johnson to do for him. And perfect weather.
It could be interesting to see if Johnson's batting has a flow-on effect to his bowling, or in fact if it's saying that he's that confident of the way things are going, that's you know, that's how he's feeling for his bowling. It'll be interesting. Looked impressive with the bat today.
He has a history actually of bowling well once he's batted well. It wouldn't be the first time. Floodlights on. Both teams have to agree to that. They have. If there's any issue with light, the floodlights can be employed. You may be just joining us. England had things go their way early. Chris Rogers fending off, caught in the gully. Enormous amount of English supporters here, delighted with that moment. Little extra bounce, not a lot of extra bounce. Chris Rogers trapped on the crease, as you so often are at the start of an innings. And a comfortable catch for Ian Bell in the gully. And that was England's only success until the score was 71. During that time, David Warner played some tremendous strokes. That's a tremendous delivery. Shane Watson hung on at the other end, and then in the moments before the lunch break, 10 runs after a ball change, that Graham Swan away to his right side. Shane Watson goes again to Broad.
Definitely didn't want to be playing at that, Shane Watson. He was shattered immediately. And Swan took a good catch, really good catch. 71 balls, Watson hung around for 22 runs, thought the hard work had been done, and just before lunch, 2 for 71.
Got him! Straightforward stuff. A little outswinger from James Anderson, a comfortable slip catch for Alistair Cook. Peter Siddle must go.
Well, he's beaten the bat quite a bit today, Jimmy Anderson. Broad has got the figures and has bowled very well, but Anderson has not had a lot of good fortune, but on that occasion he got the edge, and Cook with his third one in the innings, and something that'll please all the England players. So Australia now 8 for 265.
England have taken another wicket. The Australians 8 down for 265. Ryan Harris has come to the middle, taken guard, had a look around the field. 2 overs and 1 ball remain of tonight's play. We're with you until the end of play. Anderson getting a little movement out there. Ryan Harris, a Brisbane boy, of course. We've been taking you through the wickets that have fallen today. Michael Clarke survived 3 balls before the lunch break, played well in those 3 balls defensively, but straight after lunch that happened. A short ball that some felt was an issue for him exposes him.
Either side of lunch on day 1 will be mentioned if this test doesn't go the way of the Australians. A big moment, that beautifully executed by Broad, and the catch was easy. Then Warner, he was going great on 49 from 82 balls, and that was one of the very few false shots he played.
It looked as though it perhaps didn't come on quite as quick as he expected it to. Kevin Peterson, in his 100th test, takes the catch.
So what was it then? Warner 4 for 83. England were unstoppable.
And as if that wasn't bad enough, on debut, George Bailey, moments later.
I'm not sure about the theory of George Bailey here. Have a look at the guard he's taking. He's outside off and opened up. Even though it's Jimmy Anderson bowling outswing, he ends up nicking it anyway. Then Steve Smith, promising 31, but it was finished with Tremlett. Again, got the bat outside the line of the head, and another batsman probably not that keen to play that shot.